I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works, coming at you. It's Monday, May 26th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching and listening. Appreciate it. PulpMXShow.com for all the codes to save. Really going to be a banger tonight on the show, everybody. We got Joe Shimoda, 2-2 at Paula Opener, which is great job by Joe, starting the series strong. Factory Honda, he'll be calling in. Mikkel Haarup from Triumph, first race for him in America. We expect better things. We will talk to Mikkel and more about his round. Phil Nicoletti, his first Canadian national coming up this weekend, and also he watched Paula as well, so we'll get Phil's thoughts. We got Jeff Keckelberg from Hangtown calling in, JT, voicemails, Race Tech Rant, the Twisted T, I don't know, man. Motorsport.com tweet at Tit segment. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. We got lots to talk about tonight on the show. And, man, looking forward to a good one. 702-586-7857. Got something on your mind you want to talk to us about, give us a call. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Michelin, Renthal at Cherby's, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Twisted T, MIJ, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Wiseco Piston, MTX Braking, Troll Training, Ethica, Luxon, Factory Chassis Parts, all on board with us tonight. And again, go to PulpMXShow.com and use the codes to save. So like PulpMX20 at Works Connection and Pulp Show 2025 at Guts Racing. And Get Data. Email us to get you a deal on that, and so on and so forth. PulpMX code at FlyRacing.com. So there's lots to talk about and save with PulpMXShow.com. We appreciate it, man. All right, let's get into our in-studio guest here. He is coming back, third time this year, from Vital MX, the Lewis Phillips. Good day, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. I can't hear you through my headphones.
Okay.
But I can hear me through my headphones. So
Okay.
I guess that's fine?
I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Okay. I mean, I can hear you, so...
Look down by your feet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's unplugged.
There's a male-looking headphone. It came unplugged the last time someone was in here. And, yeah, so check that out.
We're fine.
Okay.
I'll persevere.
Okay. Lots to get into tonight with the show. Paula Opener, you were there.
I was.
And we got a statement to read.
Yep, that I just whipped up in 2 minutes.
Yep. We have thoughts on Prado and Eli and Jet.
Yep.
I think those are the big talking points. Deegs crushed it. So, yeah, we can get into a lot of that tonight on the show. So looking forward to that. Maybe switch headphones, grab that thing if you can.
Okay.
All right. Again, 702-586-7857. Give us a call, and we will, talk some Paula and everything else. Our guy at Works Connection, Eric there, they are crushing it right now. Their pro-launch start device that they have. They swept the 450 podium. They got the top two in the 250s as well, and we're going to give one away tonight on the show. So thanks to the Works Connection guys for doing that. A lot of teams using these things. And we appreciate that. So the code PulpMX20 to save at Works Connection. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Lewis, give me a random number.
15.
15. Okay, the 15th email will win the Pro Launch Start device. Appreciate that. Taking your calls in the corner, holding things down on this Memorial Day. Really appreciate the dig from this gentleman. The Tits Ledger. Tits, what's up?
Holiday pay is what it's all about, my friend.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Glad to be here, sir.
Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Your extra pay is that Starbucks, whatever the hell you got there.
Yeah, it was delicious. Thank you for that.
Working the videos and not working on the PulpMX app. The Nick Powers. What's up, Nick?
Mr. Matthes, how you doing?
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thank you.
Happy Memorial Day for everybody, and thanks again for the troops and everybody else that serves. Obviously, something to think about. And my Race Tech rant is on Memorial Day, the holiday, one of them. So stay tuned for that. We got lots to get into. So, Chase Sexton.
Yes.
Defending champion.
We're starting with that.
Do you want to read the statement, or do you want to just talk about this first?
Let's just talk about it.
Okay.
I need to warm up, warm
All right.
up my vocal cords.
So, what's the bright spot? What's the bright spot? Like I've always told, take a bad situation and turn it positive. Turn that frown upside down. There's always, the sun will come up the next day.
Yep.
Things like this in my life. What do we take away that's positive?
He looked good. as far as like the look.
Oh, yeah, the gear, the
The
bike.
number one plate.
Yeah.
Popped.
Okay.
I liked the color of the gear on a KTM. I
Uh-huh.
like a red plate on a KTM.
Okay.
Like I think the
Yeah.
red with the orange works better than the red with the blue. So that's good.
Yeah.
Obviously that's gone now. So I didn't think about that until
Yeah. And then
now.
a good second qualifying time?
I'd say acceptable.
Acceptable?
I mean, you know that Chase would have I mean, it was a good rebound from the first session, but you know that Chase would have wanted to be first. Like, you know, Chase isn't like, yeah, second, that's amazing. But a good step forward.
Okay.
I liked the number one plate.
All right, so...
We had a great talk on Friday.
Uh-huh.
Enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Probably the highlight of his weekend
Well,
as well.
I like the fact that he told you it is a year and a half in, and he said, what's this LVK podcast?
Yep. Making waves.
Yeah, a year and a half in, Chase
That's
has
what I do.
discovered the podcast, the award-winning LVK podcast.
Yeah, it's going to win more awards now.
It's on TikTok now.
It's on TikTok now, which you're obviously a big supporter of.
Huge on the talk.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I'm a big talk guy.
You're dancing all day and all night.
Yep. Okay, so I talked to Jade after the race. It looked like he hit neutral, crashed out, everything else. No one really talked to Chase, and
No.
it didn't look good. From all the indications are not hurt, just I think emotionally it wasn't a good day. He is 50 points down to Jet Lawrence. So without us really talking to Chase, we were left to go to the fan club,
Yes.
the people that stand with Chase week to week.
Yes. It took me a while to realize who you were talking about then.
Yeah.
Then I realized it was me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do we have a statement?
We do.
Okay. We have a statement on Chase's day.
Lengthy.
Yep, here we go,
Get
everybody.
my
So this is Chase
pages here.
Sexton Inc. This is the fan club. This is the group of supporters. Let's call them supporters. On sort of their thoughts on the day. Yeah.
And first of all, I'd like to thank you for this platform, this opportunity, and on behalf of my best friend, the Chase Sexton, I come before you trembling, humbled, and emotionally sunburned to address the catastrophic opera of heartache that was the opening round of Pro Motocross.
It's a lot already. It's a lot already.
There are moments in life that shake us to the very core. The kind of moments where you stare into the abyss. That was Parla. That was our May the 24th. In the darkest of times.
This sounds like a World War. This sounds like what Harry Truman said. Okay.
In the darkest of times,
Yeah.
hope is not handed to you, no. It must be wrestled from the jaws of despair. Hope, my friend, is something you give yourself, and that is the meaning of inner strength. And it is the sacred force that we, as a collective of fans, friends, and fully emotionally stable spectators, clutch to our chest in these difficult times. It's not since the Cupino people were cruelly displaced from their land in 1901 that Parla has trembled with such injustice. And just like I did my research, and just like them, we mourned, we grieved, we cursed the soil,
Yeah.
but we will rise again. To those who jeered, who doubted, who tweeted things they now regret, we forgive you, but we also see you. Own the sadness, don't let it own you. You're not always gonna swish. Sometimes you're gonna brick that emotional three-pointer off the rim of destiny. But that's okay. That's growth. And for every what...
This is unbelievable.
Do you mind?
No, sorry.
We're almost done.
Sorry.
For every what just happened,
Great radio.
there will be a did you see that? So we'll see you at Hangtown. Maybe. We don't actually know.
We don't know. We don't know.
But maybe.
Well, hopefully.
And end.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, well, I would have liked a more dramatic ending, but we don't know. So
Yeah.
we'll see you soon. Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, that truly was amazing. Like, really.
I-
very good.
And I think it's about time that the PulpMX show gave the Cupino people the respect they deserve as well. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to,
Yeah.
kill that bird with that stone as well.
Great job. Great
Thank
work
you.
on that. That is
That is award-winning.
that is something that you just don't see on Vital MX forums.
You know, I would argue it's a bit more quality
Yeah.
than that.
You should put that on the forum.
Would you like to frame it next to the Alessi letter?
I think I might.
I think you should.
I think you should leave that. Yeah.
I wonder what Chase would think of that.
I guarantee you, he's listening and watching right now.
Probably.
And it probably put on his Vaporflies and headed out for a run.
If we want to do like a director's cut of the speech, we know that Chase is a Michael Jordan fan, hence the basketball three-pointer off the rim. So, I try to appeal to him as well as you. I just think that maybe we end the show now, because where do we go from here?
We can't go anywhere.
A minute of silence?
No, because he didn't die.
No, but
and we think he'll be back.
A bit of me did.
He's 50 points down to a generational rider. Shouldn't be a problem to make that up.
I think if he was 50 points down on anyone, there's 10 rounds to go. Like, that's just not possible. Have we ever seen? Well, we would have seen it at some point. Who was the last rider to miss a round and win the title?
I believe.
You're fucked.
I think Lamson was down 40-something.
Okay, well, that's a little bit in history.
I know. I think Lamson was down 40-something to Rhino or somebody and came back. That's a big one.
I mean, you've got examples of really like
that was Rhino versus Jet Lawrence, so like it's a little different.
You've got Dungy in 2010. The first round wasn't good. It's like lost a lot of points but came back.
Didn't lose 50.
No. I'm just thinking of similar. No. There's nothing. Which we know that Chase lives and dies by like chasing championships, and second place isn't enough. So obviously that would be a process, I would imagine, now to kind of pick yourself up. Like, what are you chasing?
Apparently there was a podcast with Ben Townley that said Chase will never be a real champion. Does the fan club want to address that at all?
No, but I did whip this up in 2 minutes, so in another 2 I could have
a rebuttal for Ben?
It really shows how emotionally attached I am that this came together so quickly.
Yeah.
Ask me to write a statement about the Capino people by themselves. That's going to take me a while, but... By the way, I Googled, tell me the worst thing that has ever happened on Parlor soil. And it was apparently them.
Even if he hadn't dorked out and hit neutral.
Do we know that happened?
We do.
Because I've got people telling me that he maybe landed on a break.
No.
Not people that, just speculation.
I was told the data showed he hit neutral.
Okay.
So,
but would you not be in, you'd be in too high a gear to hit neutral there?
Obviously, he's in third, I'm thinking.
That's what I would think.
And then went bang, bang by accident. Instead of just bang. He went bang, bang.
Okay.
So... even if he hadn't done that, he threw his goggles.
Yeah, which
got a rock.
We hear that it was a rock, but do we know that for sure? We don't know much.
We don't know that. It was going to be a rough moto with no goggles and 28 minutes to go.
Yes, I'd imagine 4th, 5th?
I don't know, man.
It's not good.
Oh, it's not good.
He didn't look like... It wasn't like he left the track holding something. So I think we do see him soon. I mean, there was
it didn't seem like that hard of a crash. He's had way harder.
No, and I mean, without either of us speaking to him, there was a post on his Instagram story today where there wasn't a sling, there wasn't a cart, like he was sat there normally. So
we should tell people that we were all hoping to get Chase on tonight.
Yeah, because obviously that's kind of a thing now when I'm in studio. Tradition.
Tradition comes on, just like we try to get Coop when Phil's in.
Yep.
And we couldn't get Chase to answer.
Well, no, we actually didn't try.
Well, you said he wasn't answering you.
Oh, yeah, but that wasn't about the show.
Well, but...
that was on Saturday.
I mean, just any answer.
I texted him during 250 Moto 2 on Saturday, so maybe too soon.
You can get fucked.
That's what he said to us. But listen, Joe Shimoda, Mikkel Haarup.
Yeah, we rebounded.
Yeah, we did. Phil.
And
Jeff Keckelberg. Yep, from Hangtown. Okay, lots to get into. We got some phone calls on the line. I want to talk about PulpMX Gives Back later on the show as well. Lou's on his phone. Jet Lords. Better than you thought. Same as what you thought. And I don't think not as good as you thought is an option. So, same as you thought or better.
I always find it difficult now to talk about Jet because the bar is so high that he can almost never exceed it. I mean, obviously, back was against a wall, elements going against him. I still thought first, if not first, second. Just because that's my automatic reaction to Jet Lawrence.
I thought to myself, Chase may beat him.
Yes.
And then he's going to get second.
Yeah, maybe Jet will have a really rough comeback where he realizes he needs to be in shape. The heat gets to him, the bike isn't ready, and he finishes second. Mm-hmm. That was kind of my worst case scenario.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised in the slightest. I do wonder what this means moving forward. Like, I'm already in a position now where I look at Hangtown and say, if Jet goes 1-1 again, we're in trouble. Like, it's early to say it, but I almost feel like Eli needs to act now.
On the review show, I threw up perfect season. It is not. So when Stu came out with from an ACL with, little more time than Jet had, and Stu went on for a perfect season. He beat everybody at Glen Helen, and then he kept on rolling. And you were like, wait, what? All of us, any unbiased fan would admit that he's going to get better.
Yeah. And the bike will get better with him.
And the bike will get better. Now, talking to Darren Lawrence after the race, which I did, they're not where they need to be with the bike. That new frame is not dialed in yet. They're still looking for answers. So the bike will get better. They're testing in California this week. They rented Paula, I think, tomorrow.
Well, I know the Husky guys are there tomorrow. So
well, then maybe Wednesday.
Or maybe they're all together?
I don't know. Okay, but they rented the track apparently. And so the bike's going to get better. Jet's going to get better. And it is not too soon to just be like, oh, wait. We're all just like, oh, of course the guy's perfect.
Yeah, the most worrying thing is tell me what the weakness was at Parla. What was the negative? Because there isn't. I can't find one. Was there something that stood out where it was like, well, he was sloppy there. That qualifying session could have been better.
I didn't like the yellow gear.
Well, that was a strength for Chase.
Yeah.
So in contrast.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I like the white gear.
Okay, well, maybe we can work on that. The good thing is that's an easily fixable problem.
I will say, full props to Tomac in that second moto. That was amazing to watch. That was so cool. And when Jet, about 20 minutes in, went from a 2.5 to 3.5, I'm like, okay, there it is. Like, he broke him, and he's going to cruise to a bigger lead. And full props to the veteran, beast mode. He caught back up. Used a couple of good lines. I thought Eli switched early on to a couple of lines that Jet was doing, inside stuff, after the finish line and a couple other spots. And then obviously there was that one where Eli was cutting inside, Jet was going outside. That was a big difference. But I thought that Jet was like, okay, I got him, and he didn't have him. And Eli got back up. And I'm like, oh, shit. Like, oh, Eli wants something. Here we go. And then with a couple laps to go, he pulled away a little bit more. So catching Jet 3/4 through the moto is not something that happens. Now, did Jet relax a little bit? Probably. But he was also able to pull it back out when he wanted.
Yeah, and if you want to cheer for parity, maybe this is something to cling to. Like, if the roles were reversed on lap 1 of that second moto, do you think Jet definitely wins, or do you think that Eli can lead from the front, be defensive, react, and maybe holds on?
No, I think Jet wins.
Okay, I was trying.
Do you?
Yeah, I think Jet wins. But I mean, I could be open to that.
Yeah. Well,
because it isn't the easiest track to pass on.
No, it's not. Bad news for the rest of the guys. Those starts were incredible. The button is back.
Honestly, the starts were maybe the most impressive thing.
It was
for Hunter and Jet.
Second moto, Jet looked to be like 5th.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, like, and then dude, just first turn, you know what I mean? Like, you're just like, he just busted right through.
Yeah, and if you've got a rider like Jet, as good as Jet, the only chance, or the thing that most people would cling to is, well, when he gets a bad start, I'll capitalise. And the problem with Jet is that doesn't seem to be a thing outdoors.
No.
More so in Supercross.
So, Lars was saying our starts in Supercross weren't where we need them to be. And they weren't, right? They and even Dino wasn't, I mean, Dean's not on their level, but it's not like Dean got on the bike and was pulling great starts either, you know.
But it's a hard pack thing, I think, they've zeroed in on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or scoop thing or whatever. You know, scoop on the great, all of that.
Jet told me it was a hard pack thing.
The starts?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, that's why they're not as good in Supercross. They need some soil to grab onto.
Well, they got it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the starts are there. So, full props to Tomac for that second moto. That was cool. Crowd was going into it. Crowd was nuts about it, and I loved it. I thought it was great. Great ride.
It wasn't San Diego level of special, was it? I've seen a few people try and make that comparison, but in my opinion, San Diego was a cooler spectacle.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Did anything happen at Paula? Did anything happen at Paula that changed your mind about anything?
Well, Eli was probably ahead of where I thought he would be.
Okay.
Racing outdoors, I think 4 times in the last 1,000 days, I expected there to be more of a process of just adapting to the longer motos, outdoor racing again, all of that, you know, like, because I'm of the opinion, and clearly am wrong now, that no matter who you are, missing time outdoors requires an adjustment when you come back. We've seen lots of guys miss 1 or 2 years, and then just it takes half a season. Obviously not for Tomac, and I actually put that to him on press day, and he said he wasn't concerned at all because outdoors is so hard when you're 17, 18, 19, 20. You really need man strength, and he knows that he can lean on that to pave over any weakness that there is, which I said to him, like I replied to that with, like, just to be clear, you don't expect outdoors to get easier as you get older, because I wouldn't think that. More taxing on you, more physically demanding. I would think that that would be maybe the thing
recovery,
to go more than Supercross.
Recovery, right.
But he said that he always expected that.
I mean, he's the 4-time champ.
And you see it in the results.
Speaking of Tomac, Jake hung up on 4.
I thought you were going to say Tomac was on the line.
Jake says on 4, he said he needs us to stop this Tomac slander, or me.
Yeah, I think that me and you were the only ones who kind of...
Well, on the Blair Matthes show, I had a hot take that I necessarily didn't believe in about Tomac struggling. And I just said that's something I could see. It's not something I'm saying is going to happen. It was a hot take.
I said...
But, of course, after you preface it over and over, people still think it's still, what I believe in.
Well, my take coming in was I had Jet and Chase as 1A and 1B, and then Eli the one behind them.
Yeah.
Which,
I would have that too.
Which I guess would count as struggling based on what everyone's expectations of Eli are. My co-host on LVK, when I kept putting this out there, just kept going, I've learned to never bet against Eli. I've learned to never bet. And I was like, okay.
What about his family?
Well, he's never betting against his family either.
Speaking of Tomac, though, Wyatt's on 1. What's up, Wyatt? Wyatt.
Right. Tough show.
Yeah, tough start for the show. But the good news is we have Chip. Chip's got a question for Big Lou. What's up, Chip?
Yeah, hey, I noticed this year in particular that a lot of the guys switched numbers in MXGPs. A lot of MX2 guys went single digits. I was just curious why all of a sudden that happened.
It's completely open over there. You can, apart from number 1, obviously, you can run whatever number you want, change whenever you want, as long as obviously someone doesn't already have it. So sometimes guys just fancy a change. It's as dumb as and as stupid as that,
it is
you know?
Kind of dumb.
You know, like I can see it, and I think we even go through it as like amateurs, where you just kind of fancy a change and you think that changing a number is going to change your luck or change your perspective. And if you look at the guys in MX2 like Lagenfelder, Beniston, who have changed their numbers this year, yeah, they needed that new injection of something. Yeah. So I think it just comes down to a mental
The Everett one made sense in getting away from his dad a little bit. You know, that makes sense.
Yeah, like moving away from KTM, a fresh start across the board.
Yeah, so there you go.
Good deal. Have a good show. Thanks.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Wyatt's back on 1. What's up, Wyatt? You got a Tomac question?
Yeah, my question is do you think there's a chance that at this point in Eli's career that he might take a pay cut to stay at Star?
No.
Like to have a better bike?
No, I don't.
Pretty simple question, yeah.
I don't think
didn't think so.
So one of the things, he did take a cut from Cowie to go to Star, right? He just wanted a new bike and a new change. But one of the things, when you talk to gear guys, teams, and I have about John Tomac, who negotiates the deals for Eli, they want to get paid, you know, and they should. They're all-timers. But they don't cut anybody any break as far as, you know, salaries. Now, again, they took less money at Star than he had at Cowie. But generally speaking, I don't see the Tomacs doing that. That's just not something they want to do. So I don't think he's going to stay there.
All right, man. You guys are both legends. Have a good day. I
appreciate it. Thank you. Another Tomac question from Mackenzie. What's up, Mackenzie? Okay, Mackenzie. You got to turn your radio down. There you go.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I can't hear. Whatever happened to the Tomac super fan that used to call in?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to that guy.
What was his name?
Eli. No, that was Eli Tomac. What's his name? Tits. Dylan. His name was Dylan.
Yes.
Thanks, Tits. So Dylan got a night job at some point. At some point, he was working nights, no longer able to call in. And then he just disappeared, much like Sinjin.
Didn't he? I thought that once Tomac went to Yamaha, he also kind of backed away. Like, wasn't he a kind of a Kawasaki guy as well?
I don't remember that part.
Okay.
Maybe.
That sounds right.
Thanks, Tits.
Yep.
Yeah, so got a job at nights, and I don't know what happened to him. Come home, Dylan, if you can. In times like these, we would need to Dylan's thoughts on this thing.
Yes.
You know. So, all right, thanks, Mackenzie. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
PulpMXShow.com for all the codes. Lewis Phillips brought to you by Decal Works.
No, I like Decal Works.
You do like Decal Works?
Yes. Chase Sexton uses Decal Works.
Yes, he does.
The #1 plate that I complimented earlier.
Yeah.
It's all Decal Works.
It's gone now.
No, the #1 plate's
the red,
still there.
the red.
The red's gone.
The red's gone.
And it could come back.
Sure.
It would take some time.
DecalMX.com, PulpMX25 is the code to save with those guys. Ron doing great things over there. My guy Nick, my guy Sean, designing graphics. They can put your number on it. They can do sponsors, all of that stuff, whatever you want. They'll send you a proof beforehand. Red Bull, KTM, AP, Juju, Vial, and some Sexton guy. They all use DecalMX.com for their graphic choices over there at Husqvarna Off-Road as well, bringing you Lewis Phillips tonight from LVK and Vital MX. So thanks to those guys. Also, I want to thank the folks at Michelin. Starcross 6s were on my YZ 450 this weekend at Paula Amateur Day. Lou, you or Kellen were like, where are you? And because it was a press conference.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm at the track racing. And somebody was like, what?
Well, that's what you want from your media.
I know. I can't go to the press conference because I'm racing.
Yep.
I had Michelin Starcross 6s to go 10-9 in the vet class this weekend.
I thought you didn't have your results.
No, I had my results.
Oh, you just didn't know where you stacked against
Yeah, because it was
Yep.
all vets. It was plus 25 and up. So who knows how old I was racing.
Yeah, I mean,
Connor Olson was in it, and he's like 25 years old. So.
Yeah, but if you went 10-9 with everyone, I've got to think you you may have even won your class.
Let's be careful. I think there's only about 15 guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forget.
Didn't want to really...
We've tackled this on LVK.
Okay.
Weird to me that in America you have such low numbers at these events in classes. Because in England, generally, we have like full gates at amateur events. So I don't know.
Okay, anyways. So Michelin Starcross 6s were on my bike, and the great mountain bike tires as well. They have a brand new E-Wild mountain bike tire that they have developed. It works really, really well. It's a combination of the E-Wild series and the DH series. I love it. It's great. Michelin Starcross 6. Go to michelinman.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. And thank you to FMIP over the years for all the support. And PulpMX 20 at Ethica. Love the Ethica stuff. And whether it's underwear, whether it's hoodies, socks, sweats, all of it. PulpMX 20 at Ethica.com. Use this code. Quality products, premium brand experience. PulpMX 20 code to save with those guys. Okay, we'll touch a lot more on Paula here. Phil Nicoletti's coming up as well. So Jets first, Eli second, Hunter Lawrence. I had people saying, well, we had a fantasy pod this week, and his handicap was a 3, so 4th or better, and I said that's a lock, and I got yelled at.
Yep.
Because I thought Hunter Lawrence. I mean, if you look last year, he was really good, sneaky good compared to Chase, compared to his brother, especially once he got on the new bike. But then showing up at Paula on Friday after my race, I went to the pits. Someone was like, dude, his shoulder's not where it needs to be, and we're still, thinking that he's not going to do that well, and it's going to get weak and all of this. And then you talked to him.
Yes.
And he said his shoulder's 100%.
Yeah, similar to you. The scuttlebutt in the pits from everyone was the shoulder is still having problems. Like, I didn't hear the contrary at all.
Yeah, I heard bike and then shoulder.
So I said this to him after the race in an interview, and he said the shoulder's great. So I don't know what we do with that.
Yeah, this is why it's really hard to be a media guy in our sport sometimes. Because you either, and I'm not saying he's lying, but
someone is.
I talked to someone that would know.
Yeah. But you would like to think the Hunter would know as well.
I didn't talk to a fan 6 twisted tees deep, that told me Hunter's shoulder is sore.
Yeah.
I talked to someone who would know. So if you ask me, Hunter is telling the media it's 100% when it's not. Because he's just a rider, not making excuses.
But then I think we have to go with Hunter's word. Because...
Why?
I don't know. Do we not have to take the rider at his word?
Sure.
Like, if a rider's on record saying something, can we really just disregard it?
Well, because over the years you learn that riders just tell you this.
Well, that's true.
They just tell you things because they don't either want to make excuses or their health is none of your business or whatever,
I'm surprised. If it really is still an issue, I'm surprised because he's been back on the bike longer than the other injured guys.
Yeah, that's what I kept saying was, dude, he's been riding for a while.
Yeah, 6 weeks, I think.
In my build-up to the Nationals, I'm like, he's fine. He's been riding for a while, blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you, the person I talked to said his shoulder would be a problem. Anywho, great ride by Hunter Lawrence. I thought a good day.
Yeah, and to your other point, I think that coming in, he was the most disrespected rider of the top group because I saw a lot of people lump him in with AP, J-Coop, but last year, truthfully, he was far above those riders. It was Chase, Hunter by himself, and then the chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think a lot of people maybe disregarded that. Like Hunter was very much
really good
in the Chase and Jet group.
Yes,
more so than AP and J-Coop.
He was giving Chase all he could handle at times.
So knowing that, this ride isn't a surprise, and I would expect him to continue in this manner and be
Yeah.
closer to Jet and Eli
Yep.
than he is
Right.
the riders behind.
Yeah, I agree. I think if, I mean, we got the statement, but if
Yes.
Chase comes back this weekend, I feel like Chase is going to be second to Jet.
Oh, you think he slots in ahead of Eli?
I do. Don't you? No?
Yeah, but I know that the fans are not going to be happy with that. We're at the point with Eli. I've learnt this.
Okay.
We're at the point of Eli later in his career. He's the one sticking it to the kids.
Yeah.
American hero.
Oh, yes.
You cannot, you sit here and say that Eli is the second best rider in this series. You need to leave the sport. We're at the point now where Eli is God, and any discussion contrary to that is out the window.
Yes, and I am old enough that I have seen this before. Kevin Windham, Mike LaRocco, Tim Ferry. Now, they were never on the level of Eli, championship-wise and all this, but the old guy sticking it out and beating the kids always has fans,
Yes.
whoever it is. Shit, Carmichael got to that stage when Stu was coming up. You
Yeah.
know, that was a little different, but a lot of people liked Ricky Carmichael showing Stu what's up. It's a natural order of life, and I've seen it over and over and over. I try not to look at that. Like, I don't care. I'm not cheering for anybody. I don't have my pom-poms out. I just look at Eli's lack of nationals.
Yep. I really do lean on that more so than the recovering from the injury. I just think missing, it's crazy how much time he missed outdoors.
And he did just get fourth in the first moto. Like, he just got fourth.
Yeah.
So, he rode great, but so I put Chase ahead of him, and I guess we'll see.
Well, let's not forget Chase at Hangtown last year.
Well,
if he comes in near 100%,
Yeah.
there's going to be some good vibes there in the aura.
Yeah. All right, factory chassis parts, FCP Racing. I saw Chris this weekend. They've got the Triumph is using the race cups on the bikes now. So the Triumph guys, that was a tough weekend for Triumph. The PR guy, man, he had to dig deep.
Honestly, he maybe deserves a raise because hard work.
I agree. A lot of luckless.
Yeah, the PR guy at this point is luckless himself.
He is. So Triumph is using FCP race cups. They're looking for dealers as well. They're bolt-on parts with drastically improved handling, whether it's the engine mounts or the race cups. They're available for all the brands. And PulpMX 25, Pulp25-chassis is the code to save at fcpracing.com. Great socks, too, as well. And they're bringing you our next guest on the show. He uses FCP components across the board. He was watching Paula intently, I hope. He's our resident correspondent. He's Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Philip?
Fellas, Steven, how are we?
You're not going to say hi to Lewis?
Lewis?
Hi, Frank.
What's up, dude? How are you?
Are we
You doing okay
good?
after the weekend? No, I'm all right. Are you doing okay? You had a rough weekend this weekend.
Highs and lows. It's life.
A little bit of a low, but hey, it is what it is. We got 20 more motos.
It's a long way to go.
50 points down, Philip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he goes. Phil, so I got a couple of things to talk to you about right away, though. So one is, I understand that you did a competitor's podcast last week.
Yeah, I did, but apparently I didn't read my fine print in the non-existent PulpMX contract that I have, and I'm not allowed to do it with a former PulpMX employee.
Yeah, you're on the payroll for the Pulp Show. I don't need you dropping your nuggets of info on other shows.
We didn't even talk anything about other stuff on the show. He just asked me questions from the Vital Forum people. It was actually not a bad interview.
Oh, wow.
It was okay.
All right.
Yeah. Dark Side, actually, it wasn't bad. It was different. I'll give him that.
Second thing is I got some spy photos from the pool party on Saturday. Were you tuned in enough to answer questions about Paula, or did the pool party sort of take precedent?
I was okay. JB was about 7 marks deep in it, so
Okay.
I mean, he was threatening. Dude, he's threatening that he was going to come back at Hangtown this weekend. He was one of his favorite tracks. So.
Oh, wow.
All right, have
another one, buddy.
Yeah, I told him, I'm like, pour a little more alcohol in that thing, you know. So I expect him down at PulpMX tomorrow, getting ready, 2:30s.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, JB.
You know. Yeah, no, I watched 4 hours worth of racing at JB's on this couch. It was quite nice.
Okay, you know? I am still on the J-Mart bandwagon. Lewis, are you, or are you off? Did you jump off?
I don't know where I was to begin with, because there's a podium bandwagon.
Who's on the podium?
There was podium at some point. There was, he can podium.
Okay.
There's a top 10 wagon. I'm still on that one, I think. Obviously, it's J-Mart. But, difficult start.
Phil, difficult start, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he hasn't raced a national in 2 fucking years. Hangtown was his last national, okay? It's been a year since he's really even been on a motorcycle. Yeah, he bought a Cowie, he rode it 3 fucking times, but he literally only had, 7-8 days on the Star Bike before he went to Paula, you know? I mean, I was talking to Coop, and I asked him, how's J-Mart doing? He goes, when he rolled up to the starting gate, the first couple of days, he was like kind of a fish out of water, which I kind of expected, because even when Germa's like in the fucking zone, when he still goes to the starting gate, he's a fish out of water. So I can only imagine after a fucking year of not being there, Did I think he was going to go 2020?
No, I did not.
No.
Now he crashed with Faulkner first lap, first moto, and second moto he didn't get caught, but he didn't crash, but he fell, or somebody fell in front of him, and like everybody went by him or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because my dad texted me after the start of the second moto, and he's just like, was J-Mart on a 125 off the start? Because like the gate dropped, everyone went, and he was still fucking sitting there. And I'm like, what is that? So, I mean, when you come around the first lap and you're in 38th, like that's not a good spot to be in. And he called me Saturday night. He goes, man, I don't know, but just 4 years ago, I could have started 35th and worked my way back to 7th. And
For sure. This
weekend, I had a hell of a time even trying to get you to get a fucking point.
Hey, did you?
Like he was in good spirits though. Like we were joking about it,
and
he's fine.
I checked in with him, like sort of like, hey man, are we okay? And he was making some jokes back. So I'm like, okay, we're fine.
He's all right.
Did you see Jordan's tweet? Did you see Jordan's tweet?
Yes, I did. Yeah, we sent it, or you sent. Somebody sent it. I thought that was actually pretty fucking.
Jordan's
funny.
like,
and
I was 19th and battling with a 2-time champ and a race winner, Faulkner and J-Mart and Jordan.
Yeah, I was talking to Alex on Sunday, and I told him what Jordan had tweeted, and he was sitting on the hillside, making hundreds of thousands of dollars with 1,000 people there in Millville.
Yeah.
And he was laughing at that tweet. He thought it was pretty funny.
I will say I did think he would move up higher. Like I watched him a lot because I'm on the board. I'm on bandwagon. Lewis is off, but I'm in.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, wait, like some of the guys that he couldn't get by. Now Paula's not his greatest track, and you can't. It's tough to pass. All of that, but yes, I thought it would be better.
Yeah, I thought so. But when he did get up going and he had clear track, like I was watching his lap times like a hawk. He was a 9, 10, 11th place guy. It took him a little while to get there. But when he was in the rhythm, he was right there. And I think if he would have started 15th, I think he would have went 12-12 on the day. I truly do. I think Hangtown will be better. I think he knows what he needs to work on, and he hasn't really been testing. He kind of just ran the same setup the past 8 days. Like he didn't want to change nothing, but after the weekend, he feels like he needs to make a couple little tweaks here and there, which is totally understandable. But I mean. The demons that he had to work out in general, like it's a lot to take in. So I applaud him for giving it a shot. And I think Hangtown will be better.
Okay. All right.
I think the biggest thing with J-Mart is, like you said, he seemed to get stuck in the pace of the riders he was around a little too easily, which is to be expected, I think. And I think the biggest thing he needs is a top 10 start just to see the pace and figure out where he needs to get to. Because without that, he is clueless at the moment.
Yes. And even when it was peak J-Mart back in the day, he would get sucked into people's paces. Like it's always been a recurring thing with him. Like he's always had a hard time passing somebody. So this, even though the people that he was passing were a little bit slower and a lot less talent than 10 years ago, it's still been a recurring thing for a while.
And in the department of Friends of Phil, FOP. Marchbanks was really good. Really good.
Yeah. I talked to G yesterday, and I was really, really. Even his practice lap time, I was like, "Holy shit!" was really cool. And for him to be able to do that, and there was, probably about 10, 12 minutes into the second moto, like he was like catching, the top four guys. And then he kind of just he got stuck. He didn't get stuck behind Juju, but I just think Paula is such a one-line track. It's either you're inside or you're way outside, and Garrett just couldn't figure out a spot to get by Juju to potentially get Vial, because I do think Garrett maybe could have got there, but he just wasn't in the cars. But 6.5 on the day for 6, not bad.
So I thought that he looked skinnier, and I told him that, and he said, everyone's telling me that, but I weigh the same. But, dude, he does look tinier. He looks skinnier. I don't know. He's training with Tickle. His troll train, Tickle, working together. But he said he's the same weight. But I'm like, to me, not that I'm like noticing Garrett Marchbank's physique, but I'm like, dude, you look skinnier. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully after this weekend, it gives Mitch a little insight, or Cowie. I don't even know who makes the calls anymore.
Do you know if he's got an option for if he gets somebody placing points or anything, or do you know it's just Mitch's option?
I don't even know if it's Mitch's option anymore, to be honest with you. I think it comes down to Cowie, and I don't know. I think the last half of Supercross and what Garrett did yesterday or on Saturday, like his fitness, like I don't know. I think Garrett's a freaking badass, and I think he's finally getting his stride, and I think he deserves another shot, another year there at least. I mean, obviously he's not a hammocker in Supercross and stuff like that, but I think he deserves to be fourth or fifth guy on the team again.
Do you want to talk about Sexton or Prado, Phil? You can pick either one.
We'll go Prado first.
Okay. Little disappointing. I did not have Jason Anderson catching him late in Moto 2 and passing him.
Yeah, I didn't either, to be honest with you. But at the same time, again, new bike, and Cowie came to club last week or a week and a half ago, and they rode the OG sand track, which is nothing like Paula. And I know Prado's been riding out there and riding Paula and this and that, but it's nothing like what that race day is. So, I mean, on a guy like Prado, if you miss the mark by 5% or whatever, that's a huge deal at their level, So I think they got some demons they got to work out in the bike. I mean, there was a point where like Coop would have beat Prado. I think Coop would have got Prado that first moto.
Coop was catching him in the second moto too. Yeah.
Yeah, and Coop was on him in the second moto. I mean, like, even though he's only been on the bike for 4 weeks, I don't really think that's a good look. And finishing a minute behind Jet and stuff. But at the same time, again, new bike, new track, never raced that bike under those conditions. There's so many variables. But what I was actually really surprised with was his starts. I don't know, wasn't that great. So
well, we saw him in Supercross 2 races, right? He got hurt the third race.
Yes.
He got 1 whole shot in 4 starts, I believe.
I don't even remember the whole shot.
I thought he got 1. Lewis, if he doesn't
A1.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Lewis, if he doesn't get top 5 at Hangtown, do I pull the panic button out?
I don't know. I will say this as a Prado.
Do you have a statement at all?
I can whip one up again. No, as a Prado expert, like I genuinely feel like I know him quite well. His intricacies. He's quite a sensitive rider, and I think that all of the KTM staff would agree with that. So when it's not going well, I don't think he's a guy that can muscle through that and just make something happen. I think he needs to be in a sweet spot, which maybe.
I watched your interview with him, post-race interview. A lot of bike talk.
He just seemed lost.
Yes.
Like he didn't really have much to offer.
No.
And I think, maybe he wasn't being sincere, but pre-Parler, there was a lot of like, this is the best thing ever. This is an amazing switch. I can't believe how lucky I am. So if he genuinely believed that, maybe Parler was a tough pill to swallow, and he was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
I had him 5, 6, 7 though at this point in the season. I just didn't have him a minute down. I thought he would be 35 seconds down. That's the surprise to me, not so much the result.
Yeah, I'll agree. The result wasn't as bad, but yeah, the time deficit's one thing. But we keep going back to like every year at Paula, there's always a huge gap between first and second, and third, or 1, 2, 3, and fourth. Like, there's always a huge gap at that track for whatever reason. I remember Chase and Eli beat, I don't know, everyone by like a minute, you know? Jet and Chase, same thing. Like,
Yeah,
they just
Jet and Chase, I
fucking
remember. Yep.
Yeah, they just destroyed third place. Like, that track's a fucking enigma. And I just take Paula for what it is, and I think everyone's starting to realize, like, that's just a weird race and a weird track to kind of get dialed and get your bike set up in a good flow or whatever. So I want to get
I agree with you on this,
I don't know,
100%.
too out of sorts.
And even
you know,
Hangtown.
but
Let's just wait till we get to Thunder Valley and High Point. And
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. But Prado starts, no matter what, a good starter, always a good starter. At Paula, something was wrong. I don't know what it is. And I'm sure he's probably looking at those Hondas right now and he's saying, what the fuck is that? Because he's never really experienced that before.
He was on that bike in GPs. That was his bike in GPs. That was the KTM.
Yeah, well, the KTM's, but the Honda, though.
No, I'm saying, like in GPs, he was on the Honda of America.
Yeah, he had the superior
yeah.
package.
Like,
yeah.
That thing was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, and now again, Supercross is different because it's not as deep, and you can get away with it. But now he's probably thinking like, dude, like the 100-second moto start. I swear to God, we talked about this a million fucking times last year. He hits the fucking NOS button, dude, and it's just like, see you later.
Lars has a button, dude. We've told this. We told the story.
Well, if you ask Dean Wilson about the button, he could never fucking find it. So.
I liked your tweet or your Instagram. That was great. Hey, idiot.
Oh, Dean.
He kept telling me in Supercross, I'm so close, dude. I'll pull it. I'll get it. It was so close.
I had to text him before the gate drop. I said, if these Hondas roll this fucking corner, first and second, dude, you're a lost cause. And he just died laughing. And sure as shit, 1-2.
Yeah.
Maybe Prado starts. I had a lot of GP riders message me shocked that he didn't run the scoop, which is a GP thing.
He didn't run a scoop?
According to all of the riders that text me, no. I mean, I didn't look. I didn't pay close enough attention to this. At least in one moto for sure.
He ran a scoop.
Okay, well, I had a lot of texts saying, what the fuck, because obviously that's a GP thing more so than anything. So if he didn't, maybe that, A, reason for the starts, but B, hints at comfort level.
Well, everyone talks about you have to have a scoop off the start of Paula. Especially Paula.
But then also point 2, which I'm very, very, very interested to watch. GP technique is 1 foot up. All of them do it.
Yeah.
American technique is 2 feet down.
Yeah.
Vial and Anstey both told me that they took way too long to go to 2 feet down because you just have to do it here with the gate prep on the other side of the gate. I said that to Prado after the race. Like, do you see yourself going that way? And he, being Prado, said, no, I'm a great starter. I'll be fine. But I would bet, maybe not this year, maybe not next year, I would bet there's 2 feet down at some point. But I'm into that.
Because they always groom the front of it so they can have their feet on the foot pegs, basically. But
yeah, exactly.
Kind of tosses the balance off a little bit left to right. I don't know. If I was Cowie, I wouldn't be too stoked on that portion of it. The starting factor. Because again, like I consider Prado one of the best starters in the world, and that didn't really show it. So, and then at that point in time, their B-level outdoor guy, Jason Anderson, caught and passed him, and he had just been MIA for 5-6 weeks doing nothing.
Right. I mean, I guess full props for Anderson. Good job digging deep there,
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'll back Jason. When he's here at club, that fucking guy does not miss a lap, practice, or a moto. Not one fucking time does he. He looks like the type that, I get it. He's kind of this burnout looking dude, whatever. He does not skip a day. Does not. So he's still got that dog in him.
Mike's on one. Mike, what's going on, man? Thanks for calling the PulpMX show.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, Phil, I was $1 off from your auction gear. I'm a little pissed about it.
Oh.
But I did get Coop's Fly and was able to support Jerry Robbins. So
Sweet.
Shout out Fly Racing.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for doing that. Yeah.
Bummer you couldn't get the FTA stuff, but, Fly will do.
I'm going to get it from you in person, Phil. Next time I come to a race, that's what we'll do.
That'll work. Deal.
Hey, question for you guys. So I'm another Tomac guy, and you guys made a comment that he's not the second best rider on the field. And my thing is when has Chase ever beat Eli straight up, not coming off injury, in the outdoors? Why would we not consider him outside of age number 2 until Chase can prove it?
Chase beat him on a Honda a few times.
Did he, though?
Yeah. Yeah, he got him at
Yeah,
Washougal.
how else did it go down to the wire?
Washougal, I think. There was a great
22.
race. 22? Yeah.
Yeah, 22.
Okay.
Beat him at Ironman or
we're saying,
yeah. I mean, yeah.
We're saying that if Chase comes back and there's no shenanigans or Chase-isms, he's going to be able to straight up beat Eli most of the time?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Phil,
Phil, what do you think?
Before the
Come
season,
on, Phil.
Before the season, I thought Chase for sure, just because one, after last year, bike way ahead of everyone, where he was at with his dominance. You know, his bike was really dialed. He had just won the last 2 Supercrosses, but then I don't know after whatever happened after that finish line, I'm just baffled.
Well, he hit neutral, right?
Did he hit neutral? His foot wasn't by the shifter. He landed on his rear brake. No,
I heard he hit neutral.
how do you hit neutral?
Oh, he hit it. I mean, he doesn't. He shifted down too much. Obviously, he didn't mean to go down to first. You know, like
I'd say if Eli stays healthy, he beats Chase most motos, and I think he'll get Jet for 1 overall.
I mean,
and I don't think it'll be a fluke for Jet. I think it'll be a straight up race.
I can't sit here and say like no way. Like absolutely, Eli rode great that second moto, so I can't be like you're wrong. Like that's just me saying I think Chase beats him is like, you know, just a 60-40 opinion. Like I'm not going to the wall with that because Eli was great. So go ahead.
My thing coming into the season as well was the last time Eli and Chase raced outdoors, they were toe to toe. Chase gave Eli all he could handle, and then Eli hasn't raced outdoors for 2 years. Chase has had Jet to deal with, which has naturally raised the level more so.
And Chase has gotten older and more matured. Eli's gotten older and more injured.
So, like,
right.
If Chase gave Eli all he could handle in 2022, then in 2025, certainly the level has gone up from there, and Eli hasn't raced outdoors to go with that curve. That was at least my line of thinking preseason.
Did Eli give more to Jet this weekend than Ken Roxon did in High Point?
Yes.
Because I don't think Chase has ever pressured successfully like Kenny or Eli did this past weekend.
Well, how do you measure successfully?
But then also at High Point, Jet crashed that moto too.
Yeah. And also by the end of the moto, he was way ahead. Jet was way ahead by the end. Like Kenny put in a great 20 minutes.
Yeah, like Chase has been all over Jet many times. Like 23, that was the thing, wasn't it? Like it was Jet v Chase the whole way. It wasn't Jet walking
Thanks,
the field.
Mike. Thanks for the call, though. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
We have a question for Phil from Jeff. Jeff, what's up, man? You got a question for Phil?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, see, before I get started, I do have 2 questions for Phil, but I want to thank you. I won the Starcross tires with the privateer raffle.
Oh, nice.
And so I want to thank you and Randy for that. I've already received the rear tire, and that thing looks vicious.
Yeah, just
Can't
thank
wait
me.
to
Don't
put it on.
thank Randy. I did everything. Randy.
My question for Phil is a little silly. He's been a professional forever. I wonder, how many pairs of boots have you gone through, Phil?
Dang. I mean, on average, it's probably, full AMA season. Probably, 9 pairs of boots a year, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Because race boots, they kind of last a while. They stay on.
Do you take the old race ones and they become the practice ones? Is that how you do it? And then you take new ones?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, 100%. So they last a little while though. So it's not it's not so bad.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call. Congrats on the tires.
I got one more.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
One more, please.
All right.
I don't know if Phil will know this, but and thousands of people probably want to know this, how do we get to see the Canadian Nationals? What streaming service or how are we going to be able to do that?
Yeah, it's an app called Ride TV. RYDE TV.
RYDE
Okay.
TV. You can subscribe on that, and it'll be Galdi. And I think he's got Liam O'Farrell doing the with him. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, so Liam and Galdi will do the streaming each week there, Jeff.
Awesome. Thank
All
you.
right.
Can't wait for that.
No problem. There's Phil selling more Canadian national subs. Where's his cut? Triple Crown Series. Where's his cut?
Nope.
Phil,
Just get bashed up there from Canadian media.
first round this weekend. How you feeling?
I feel pretty good. I'm in a much better spot than I was a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. I had to make some calls and do some changes.
Well,
Call Jimmy Ellis, figure some stuff out, and
Can I ask you about that? Can I ask you about that?
Yeah.
Like you're going a little way from some of the stuff you're familiar with instead of some team sponsors. And that is how big of a fight was that, and how did that go?
no, I mean it wasn't really a fight. I mean I was talking to people and trying to figure some stuff out, and I just couldn't get any answers on anything, which is totally fine. And it was just taking too long, and I was had to figure out some stuff. So I called Jamie, and Jamie's well known in the industry and
By the way,
whatever.
he
and
he was one spot ahead of me this weekend. That fucker.
Jamie was
On amateur day, yeah, one spot ahead of me.
He's still big for not riding.
I was not
he looks
happy.
like a fucking tank out there riding, but I mean,
He
he's
was
all right.
well. He beat me, and I was not stoked. So
How red was his face when he got off the track?
I didn't see. I didn't notice.
I know. But no, it's good now. I'm really enjoying my bike, and I'm happy. I had a really good past 2 weeks riding, so I'm stoked. I'm
Do you
ready
like
to go
Calgary?
ride.
Do you like Calgary? It's a little different place, but hard pack, jumping.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I only was there the one time in 2019, but I really liked it, you know. So it's hopefully they prep it good and they don't, turn into too much blue groove. But yeah, it'll be nice. Flying on Friday. I guess we got a press conference Friday afternoon, and ready to shake and bake. And I'm going to stay up there that week and hang out.
Sunday, the race is Sunday. Everybody, Ride TV, RYDE, like Phil said, Ride TV app. Check it out, and I'll be watching. All right, let's go to the X Brown Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do this. It's time.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X Brown Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere, like Chiz and Freddie. Jessica Patterson won championships, WMX way back when, wearing these goggles. Great in the GNCC stuff. EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 25 is a code to save. Colors are out, new colors, new styles, and all of that. Love this goggle. Questions from a Swisscore. You ever heard of them?
Try to.
Nope.
For Phil, Lewis, and myself. Let's do this.
All right, Steven.
Yep.
What will Christian Craig be doing in 2026?
He's doing Supercross. He's got another year on his deal. 450 Supercross for Star. And if anybody gets hurt in Moto, he's going to jump in.
All right, Philip. Who will you throat slit yourself over if they beat you on round one?
Anybody else that's not Jess or Dylan.
Okay.
All right, Lewis. Who is, let's see here. What do you miss most about covering MXGP?
Just the people in the paddock. I got to know everyone really well, so I still miss that.
All right, moving quick. Steven, how do you think you'll handle the Loretta Lynn's heat as a racer?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to hate it. It's going to suck, but let's worry about just getting there first. Honestly, if I make it, regionals this weekend, if I make it, I'll just be happy, and who cares how I do. Just go out and ride the motos. I mean, I'm not going to beat Mike Brown. Huh. Yeah.
All right, Philip, what is the biggest strength of the PulpMX ecosystem for racers?
Biggest strength. I mean, obviously it's the tracks. One, and then if you're an amateur kid, they got full on staff there with a chef. You can drop your kid off. They can have breakfast, lunch, and dinner Monday through Friday. I mean, they kind of have everything there. They got a mechanic on spot. Not that I use any of that, but for a kid and that needs to go and wants to get in the grind, you can't get any better than that, honestly. The facility's amazing.
All right.
Awesome.
Some reactions on Twitter to your statement were strong. People were
positive. Positive.
Wondering what's going on with you.
I'm sure it's positive.
Okay, all right. Okay.
All right, Lewis, what precautions do you have in place for your unavoidable heat stroke this motocross season?
I think I'm good. I know what to expect. I had a little bit of an issue on press day.
You did, yeah.
But that wasn't... I'm not taking full responsibility for that. And that has only made me stronger because now I will be super prepared for what's coming up.
Okay.
It's fucking 80 degrees. What was the matter?
The press conference was like in the sun and I kind of forgot. So I was just sat in the sun and I got sunburnt quite bad for it because I was sat there for an hour with no sun screen on.
Holy fuck, dude.
My legs are red.
All right, Steve, where are we on the sublimated fly gear for Loretta Lynn's?
Oh, if I make Loretta's again, it's a big if, I'll have sublimated gear. I love how the FXR people like to take some shots at the lack of sublimation on my gear. I have some sublimated gear, so calm down. I have a few sets. I don't have as many sets as Phil, but I have a few sets.
Well, I hope so, because I'll tell you what, those laminates on there will get pretty hot down there in that hellhole. You know, you'll be looking like Lewis last year.
Yeah.
All right, for Phil, who is the first to beat Jet or Deegs for an overall?
Well, yeah, at the moment you have to go Chase or Eli, you know. But
what about Deegs?
after this, I don't know. I'd have to say Kitchen.
That's a pull.
Bad week for Kitch. Bad race for Kitch. Like, just chain came off second moto, but he wasn't doing much until then either. Yeah, tough start.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No
I don't know
love
what
for-
that was, but
no
I don't
love.
think that's...
No love for Shimoda?
I don't think he wins.
All right, last question, I guess, for Lewis here. Who wins an MX overall first, Vial or Prado?
Oh, Vial. Easily. If Prado gets one, it will be like Iron Man, Buds, Unadilla sort of time.
All right. X-Brand goggles. X-Brand goggles. X-Brand goggles. Okay. All right. Never mind. EKSbrand.com. There we go.
Sorry, I was on the phone. My apologies.
There we go. Please check them out. Pulp Show 25 is the code to save with EKSbrand.com. And then also, Phil, in the FOP department, Coop was really funny after the race. He's like, hey, man, I'm here for all 11. He said, Phil is TMZ. Phil is fake news. My thumb is healed. I've got to wrap my head around just having fun. They got Jay Coop and Eli to win. That's what he said. They got those guys to win. And I just got to have some fun. It was real departure from Supercross for Cooper Webb.
I was texting him on Friday, and I said, how's it feel to be able to go there and just be able to ride as hard as you can and know that if you go 6-6, it's okay. You know, he goes, it feels great. You know, he's like, I have no fucking worries at the moment. I can go and ride outdoors and just enjoy it for the love of it and try and embrace the suffering instead of going against it. So I figured he would be around 6'6", to be honest with you. I think I even told you, Weeds and JB that. But his actual speed, I was more impressed with that more so than the result. Yeah, I know it was stacked, but for him to be 6'6" and be kind of in the fight and stalking Prado and stuff like that, I thought that was pretty cool.
He was better than I thought. Yep, he was better than I thought, and it was a good start, you know?
Yeah. I was bummed with, obviously with the DNF, but that's just part of it. But at the same time, his DNF, Chase DNF too, so that's who he's battling for SMX, so it's kind of a wash, you know?
I guess I never thought of that, right? That is really he wants to be number one seed going into...
Yeah. So, I mean, even though Coop did have a bad day, it was still a great day when you look at the SMX overall seed for pulling away from Chase, so it was a bonus.
Anything else for Phil before we let him go?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
We know Prado was at Club. We know that you're both on Kawasaki's. So did you deep dive some stuff with him?
Nope, didn't even talk to him, to be honest with you. I was going through some stuff on my own that I had to work on, and I don't think any of my stuff was going to overlap with what Factory Cowie was doing. So I was just I was on my own doing my own stuff.
Well,
So
now we know why
I wish
Prado
I-
struggled.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, in fact, the guy wants to talk and do a little testing and stuff, I'm here for it. But until then, yeah, I'm doing my own thing. But they can do their stuff out in California. It's fine.
All right, Philip. Well, listen, good luck this weekend. We'll have you on Monday to talk about the opening round, and then you're in studio after round 2. You're in studio here. You're going to fly down directly from that race. So.
Yeah, that's going to be fucking rough, dude.
Why?
Because I race Sunday and then I fly that
you're fine.
Monday and land at your place at 2, and then the show, and then a red eye back out. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, you're great. We'll go mountain
All
biking.
right.
We'll go
It's
mountain
all
biking.
about the payroll, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're getting the big bucks. You're getting tons of money from PulpMX. So, all right, thanks, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to y'all. See ya.
See ya. That's Phil Nicoletti. Phil Nicoletti, everybody, brought to you by FCP. All right, let's get to our next guest here. I thought we were calling this guy on the phone. I didn't know we were doing FaceTime.
Well, it's an international number.
I know, but you can still take phone calls.
No, but it costs. That's what we've always done with international riders.
Yeah, but didn't know that it costs money. You know?
Of course it does.
Okay, well, nobody knows that. All right, it's fine.
Okay. I'm just trying to make the rider happy.
Okay. Mikkel, what's up?
What's up?
How are you, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. We got a little bit of an echo. Are you talking on a how are you talking, like on a Bluetooth thing?
Yeah, I was just wearing headphones.
Oh.
Is it still bad?
No, I think it's okay.
It's
yeah,
okay?
It's okay now. Yep.
It just sounds like you're really far away from the phone.
Yeah. Now you sound like you're in a submarine or something. Listen, you fixed this.
Is this better?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's much better.
There we go.
Oh, wow. This is just the speaker on the phone, but that's fine.
Brought to you by Renthal. This gentleman has Renthal on his bike, on his Triumph, a fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Check out their lock-on grips. People are loving those things, selling very, very well. And check out renthal.com for all of those needs, handlebars, sprockets, chains, all of that. Bringing you all the way from Georgia via Denmark, Triumph rider Mikkel Haarup. Hey, man, thanks for coming on the show. So, not the start you wanted. You will be better. But what did you take away from round 1? Like, what was there? Are you okay? Are you on suicide watch? Are you, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. Like, how are we feeling?
No, I'm chill.
Okay.
I'm chill. I'm chill. I'm not worrying at all. No, I learned a whole lot. I'm taking in everything I possibly could. So much information, both, I mean, on the traveling days, Friday, press day, and obviously on the race day. Yeah, so much stuff going on, so many new inputs, and a whole lot to learn, obviously.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So my results didn't maybe reflect, but I hurt myself a lot though.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, I know you crashed first moto. I saw it in front of me.
I did, yeah.
Did you crash second moto too?
No.
Okay.
No. Just a worse start than I did in first.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so we're gonna work on starts this week.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything. I'm not too worried about it. The more gauge drops I get, the better I'll get. So I'm not too worried.
Okay, so biggest surprise from the opening round for you, like rider, track, preparation. What came at you where you were like, oh shit, like oh okay, like what was the biggest surprise?
Two things.
Yep.
Two things. First thing, I was surprised how early people showed up to the race. I mean, I in GPs, I show up like 1 or 2 minutes before. Like, they're literally shouting 2 minutes as I'm showing up.
Okay.
Here, they're like 30 minutes before the gate drop. I don't understand. And then the second thing, the track was pretty rough. I got to say, I was surprised how rough the track was.
Okay.
Which was cool, but I wasn't prepared for it, I got to say.
Yep.
What surprised you, aside from the racing, what surprised you about like the way that pro motocross is? Maybe it's more like a Dutch Masters, an ADAC, something like that?
Yeah, no, I was prepared for that. I mean, so many people told me already. But I was disappointed they didn't water the roads in between the tents because it was very dusty.
Yep, and who was the person that pointed that out to you on Friday?
Well, you didn't even have to point it out because it was literally in your eyes. It was
what
crazy.
about, Mikkel, what about just washing your bike anywhere you want and the pits just being like a fucking swamp? What about that?
Well, it's good in the morning because everything's dry, but yeah. Later on, it looks a little ridiculous. But I will say there's also perks to it. You don't have that mess of a washing area. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I'm sure you can ask the mechanics in Europe. It's not always as good in Europe when it comes to that.
What do you mean? What's What do you mean messing up the washing area? Like, can you?
For instance, in Spain, I think it was one of the first European rounds this year. They didn't have any water. It was literally out of water. The track had plenty, but the washing area didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you mean the teams having their own water type deal, right?
Exactly. At least they don't have to worry about that stuff. Just pull it out and go for it.
But okay, does Mikkel have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she Danish, or what is she? Is she from America? Where is she from?
I don't know. She's not Danish.
Okay.
She's from Croatia.
Okay, Croatia. So your girlfriend, lovely woman. I saw you walking with her.
Creepy.
No. She looks like a lovely woman. She's probably wearing nice shoes, and she comes to round one, and she just steps in a pile of shit water.
Yeah.
With her nice shoes. Like, that's not cool.
No, that's not cool. And she wears white as well.
Right.
Which I don't understand why.
Welcome to America. Sorry about your fucked up shoes. I don't know. I don't like it. But listen, it's nice to see you here, and you're gonna get a lot better, as Lewis and I have talked about. I think it's really cool. You're a good addition to the series, and you'll get used to everything. Now, one of the things we hear from everyone, Marvin and Kenny and Vial and Rattray, and is like you got 2 laps in the morning and a green flag is going, and you got to get a time. Of course, you guys show up. You ride Friday, you ride Saturday. You got a lot of time. You got a qualifying race on Saturday. You got practice Sunday morning. Is that as tough as they say for you?
100%.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a real thing.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I think I'm even slower than they are in the mornings. I'm like a diesel. It takes me forever. So I do miss the track time a little bit. And I'll really feel that next weekend when I don't even have press day. So, yeah. It's just a part of it. And I'll take it in. It's good for me to learn as well, to deal with that stuff,
I watching you closely at the end of the second moto, you were really good. Was that just you finally really understanding the track? Like, did it take that long for you to really get down with it?
Yeah, I mean, numerous things. When I get a decent start, even when I'm in the pack and there's people left and right, I struggle a little bit to sort of figure out where to go. Like, I had, people flying left and right of me, and I didn't know what was the main line, where was people going. So I was sort of just, I followed the person who was right in front of me because I thought, okay, this got to be the line. Where towards the end of the second moto, I sort of figured, okay, some people, they just like to go really tight or like to. So I started just moving and using my own lines a little bit. But it took me forever, I got to say. So, yeah, that was probably the reasoning why I started picking up pace a little bit towards the end. Although I analyzed my lap times, and those last 4 or 5 laps wasn't actually faster. But I think compared to everybody else on the track, they looked faster.
Guillaume and Prado told me that they had, like, one of the things they struggled with the most was turning off their MXGP brain, where you normally do follow and there's only 1 or 2 good lines, and in most corners the inside line will be the fastest. Like, they said it was weird to have people flying around the outside all of the way out there, because that just isn't something that happens in MXGP. Like, the outside line never really develops into something. So did that catch you by surprise as well?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised because everybody again warned me about it. But it was sort of it came down to commitment. It's all about commitment. So those first 3 laps, they commit like they're in a set of whoops. You know what I mean? Like, they're not scared, and I respect them for that. But it's something I need to get used to as well. Just that it's not so much the intensity, but the willingness to push through a little bit of discomfort, I think. So, and you could see that because they made any line work, it didn't matter if it was an outside or an inside. I will say when the race started settling down, I felt like there was a main line, but in those first couple of laps, I mean, they didn't care. They just went for it.
Yeah, it is pretty aggressive for sure over here. And I also hear I think because the riders in America may get on the gas harder, which sounds like a really simple thing, but I hear our tracks get the square edge stuff more so than the MXGP tracks because our guys are harder on the throttle out of turns. Like, they're just wide open, And when I watch MXGP, you guys are hauling ass, so I don't know if there's any credence to that theory, but just what I've heard, where like our tracks develop these bomb holes, these square edge chuck holes,
Well, they did.
Yeah.
In in several places around the track. But I thought that was more sort of a track thing. But I guess I'll find out in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think you'll find that out.
It is true what you say though. Like watching Mikkel on press day, the first thing that stood out to me is he was so quiet compared to everyone else. Like you could really see the MXGP style. Like he looked slower just because he was so quiet and smooth and just picking around. Like I mean, the Triumph is a quieter bike than most anyway, I think. But it really shocked me, like the noticeable difference between the two types of riders.
Yeah.
Renthal.com, please check them out. Official handlebar of the Triumph guys and Honda, Kawasaki as well. By the way, I got an answer on Prado. No scoop, either moto.
Ah, so I was right.
Yeah.
Why did you doubt me?
Because he rode a scoop. They all ride scoop in MXGP.
Yeah, it's wild for Prado. Like, why would Prado not do that?
Everybody
Crazy.
runs.
Do you know why?
Why?
No, I'm asking.
Oh no!
Why?
Oh yeah.
I'll text him now. But I think it was because I think he probably, if I'm guessing, wasn't comfortable enough on the Cowie yet to know where to trust for scoop and whether he could. I'm guessing. Also, Dunlop maybe.
Well,
a Dunlop thing.
Okay, maybe. Like Savacci told me, I don't care about what. Savacci's like, I'll suck off the start. I can't run a scoop on the hard stuff, especially at Paula, because I don't want to die. You know, and then other guys have no problem with it as far as the traction. So it is funny. I just would think an MXGP guy would run a scoop for sure. That's all I would think.
Yeah, this wasn't hard pack if you compare to some of the GP rounds.
No.
Yeah, like Trentino, it's scoop tire.
Yeah, Trentino is Dallas SMX to me.
Yes.
You know, so hey, we know over there's no production rule in MX2 class or in any class, and you can run what you brung, and you guys do have. From talking when we went to Majora last year, I was talking to some people, and you guys do have a different cylinder head you run and everything else. We have the production rule here. How much different is your bike compared to what you can remember? And there's fuel and sound rules and all of that as well. But how much different is your bike here?
I mean, as the days go on, it gets more and more of a blur, I gotta say.
Okay. Yep.
It's been since Nation. I haven't been on the other bike, but it's different. It's different. I couldn't tell you exactly what at this point. I mean, it's been so long, but it's there's a lot of difference to it. I've on purpose not even tried to focus on the two bikes, and I've sort of separated them like I would ride any other bike, and just set it up as I want to set it up for these tracks that I'm going to race. And that's it. I haven't tried to look too much back into what I had.
Okay.
I knew obviously where the Triumph is strong. I know where it's not as strong, but generally I just try to look forward into what I want it to be. Because trying to make it like it is at home is, like you say, it's almost impossible because there's loads of differences.
Right. Okay. All right.
Your start in the first moto was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I was like fifth or sixth. Yeah.
And did you take my advice still?
Yeah.
So do you wanna tell everyone who really helped you with starts, pushed you along, took you under his wing?
Listen, this is way too early to start. I mean, we've done 2 starts. That's it. You can't.
But when I saw you come around the first corner in a kind of a good position, I was stoked because I was like, "That's good enough for me. We've got one."
We got one. Okay.
Yeah, because Birmingham.
But I will say, I'm waiting to see the other tracks because, you're talking about the whole start technique about the ruts, which is after the gate. And before I say exactly what it is, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna tell. Maybe we keep it a secret for later on.
Well, I talked about it like 20 minutes ago. So
you did?
Yeah, everyone knows. I even
wow.
Now after helping you and improving your life, I've now told Prado about it, but Prado doesn't want to know. So Prado doesn't trust me like you do.
Oh wow, okay. Well, the ruts behind the gate wasn't as bad as I thought they would be.
So
I think because it's.
You think you could have done 1 foot up then?
You think I could have?
No, you think you could have. Like, you think you would have been fine doing GP start technique?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh. Well, that kind of ruins my...
Yeah. It doesn't. It ruins the theory. Yeah.
No, because... So the story to this...
the 1 foot up, 2 feet down.
He came to Birmingham Supercross, sat with us in the press box. I was breaking this down. He had no idea. He was a lost child, didn't know, and then I came in and guided him. He took my advice, stuck to it, and then here we are with a kind of top 5 start. It's all me.
Okay.
This is my first real coach, trainer, I don't know what you want to call it, but this is my first success story. Really happy. Great weekend for me.
I mean, look, 15, 16, Absolutely, Lewis. Yeah.
Well, I'll
That's
help him
that's
with the
your
rest of the
success
stuff
story.
now.
Okay,
Now that
all
I've
right.
got the starts down for him, I can help with the rest.
Oh God, Mikkel, this is what I got to deal with here.
That's what he has to deal with too.
Yeah.
We won't
We
even
all
tell
do.
you. We won't even tell
We
you
all
what
do.
my nickname is.
So back on track. Mike Brown. He likes you. He's very impressed with you. What's it been like working with Mike Brown? And do you know anything about Mike Brown and his history in the sport?
I'm starting to know more and more.
Okay.
Because as I was racing those amateur races I did before the season started, I got to know him a little bit more and how people view him. And I mean, he's got some respect in the paddock, I tell you.
Yeah, he does.
Guy can do whatever he wants, and I love it.
Yeah, he's an animal, man. Absolutely. You know.
He is, but off track, he is the nicest guy.
Yep.
I gotta say, he's very genuine, very nice, no bullshit. I like him a lot.
Yeah, you got to sometimes lean in to hear what he's saying because he speaks softly, right? And you're just like, wait, what?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it though.
Hey, is it just Lewis? Maybe you know, is Haarup just back to MXGP in 2026? Like just back in 450s over there? Do we know?
Yeah, like 90%.
90%, Mikkel?
Yeah, I mean, my contract says I'm coming back to MXGP next. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just.
But you know, things can change.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Can things change? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I think anything.
Okay.
I mean, if he continues.
Hey, I'm not gonna speak on that, Mike. I'm going back to MXGP as far as I know. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
All right.
Well, he has a contract.
He has a contract.
And apparently, I mean, he's not going to say this. Word on the street is he's a very good 450 rider. Like, really, really good 450 rider.
I've been hearing that word on the street is these guys have been riding 450s during the week down in Georgia.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah.
How you like that, Lewis? Huh?
Yeah,
Big
cool.
Lou?
Yeah, okay. You heard something. Good for you.
And it proved to be true.
I changed his life with starts.
Okay, all right, okay. What about your teammates, Mikkel? Who are you getting along with, or is there one guy that you talk to more, or that you moto with more out on the track, or anything else? You got a lot of guys that are pretty accomplished over there. So what's that been like?
Yeah, it's been great, honestly. Nice guys, all of them. Different approaches. They all work a little different, but I like them. I've enjoyed my time over here. I've tried to learn a lot from them. Tried to see what they do. Sort of their approach to racing, and they're pretty helpful, I would say, as well. They help a lot with, things outside of the track as well. The other day it was I was trying to find the parking that I parked my car in when I came back from the race weekend, and I couldn't remember which way I had to go in the airport. and Jordan was kindly giving me advice on where to go, and because I couldn't find my way out. So no, they've been great. I'm trying to learn. Also, it was quite funny. I remember where, but I saw some top 10 expectations, whatever, and they left Austin out of it, which I don't understand.
Well, it's been a little rough.
I know, I understand, but his speed is good. I tell you.
I did hear that. Yeah, during the week. Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's a real eclectic team. Like you got this GP MX2 moto winner over there. You got Faulkner, who's trying to come back and he's got so many wins, but they were a long time ago. Jordan is just this solid veteran dude. Jalik broke through last year and now he's hurt, but he's coming in. And Styles is just trying to get his career back. Like there's a story with each guy on Triumph that's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah. I would say so. It's a good dynamic.
Okay, so you've been living in America for a little while now. I'm going to ask you, what's the best thing about living in America, and what's the worst thing?
The best thing, I'm living right next to the track. I love that.
That's not what I mean. I mean like America culture, food, driving, anything like stuff like that.
I like the fuel prices here in Georgia.
The fuel prices.
The problem is he's literally in the middle of nowhere.
He is. I know.
I'm not playing around. There's a couple things that I miss for sure. The food. I think the food is better in Europe.
Dude, Ferrandis just told us that a few weeks ago on the show. Ferrandis said the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'd say food's probably the biggest thing. There's some getting used to. People in Georgia is quite chill, so it's a little different to what I'm used to back home. What else?
Barbecue? How are we with barbecue?
I mean, like meat.
Yeah,
Is that what you
like
said?
all the barbecue food. Yeah.
There's a lot of it. I'm not. But there's a lot of it.
Okay. So fuel is good, and food bad.
Yeah, I like the cars as well. It wouldn't work in Europe at all. But I like the cars. They're comfortable. There's so many cup holders, and
I mean, you're right. They're big, right? The cars are big.
Yeah, they do have cup holders.
And they got cup holders.
yeah, it's great. Like you could lay down the seat all the way to the back, and there'll still be space behind you. It's
Yes.
crazy.
Yes. Whenever I go to Europe and I see like an F-150, it so stands out.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
And you're like, what the hell is that? And you see 8 million of them here, of course, right? It's just weird to see Dodge Rams and F-150s in Europe on those little tiny roads.
What about
I agree.
What about the differences with being on an American team compared to an MXGP team? A lot more people on the team here, right? A lot more people doing stuff for you. GP, you're kind of on your own a little bit as far as looking after your stuff.
Yeah, there's differences for sure. We have a little different approach, but I've enjoyed working with the people over here. It's different for sure, but I'm learning a lot. And we do have 5 riders, which obviously means that there will be more people in the team as well. But it's just different. It's there's many things to learn, and I'm enjoying the process so far. That's the most important.
How do you break through Scuba and get him to like be nice? Is there such a thing? Can you be nice, Scuba?
Inside, he is the softest guy, but outside, yeah, he's a mean guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why him and Phil get along so well.
I asked him the same question about Coca.
Oh.
Because I was like, how are you getting in there?
Coker's
That same
nicer.
question.
Coker's nicer than Scuba to me.
Oh wow.
I don't mean like Scuba's just a crusty older guy.
Yeah, you mean like hard shell?
Yes, like Coker will, even if he doesn't really want to talk to the media, he will at least tell you something. Where Scuba will just be like, beat it.
Oh,
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I like both of them though. Yeah.
Glad we got to the bottom of
Okay.
that.
All right. Mikkel Haarup on the show, brought to you by folks at renthal.com. So Lou and I, we spoke for you in our podcast, Mikkel, and we said, yeah, top 5s and some podiums. We think you can do that. We think that highly of you. Is that where your expectations are? Do you think you can do that? Is this, obviously the first round was, it was the first round, but are we correct in our assumptions, do you think?
Yeah, I know I can do it, but it's just a matter of how long time it'll take me to get there.
Yeah.
But I'm confident.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, I think, Lou, right?
Yeah. Just let me know what else you need my help with.
Oh,
Obviously,
boy.
we did such a good job on the start, so
Right.
just let me know and I'll fly in, figure
Too
it out
much,
for you.
Lewis. It's too much.
I don't
Too
think
much.
so.
Hey, so stop it, Lou. You're being weird.
Oh.
With the Sexton stuff and now this.
Oh, sorry.
It's not working.
Well,
Yeah.
they're on the same program.
Hey, Mikkel, if Ben Watson, Sexton, and Hurlings are in a burning building and Lou could only rescue one, which one is he rescuing?
Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know.
He might.
Ask, did Lewis answer this already?
No, I can't answer it. It's too hard.
Okay, well then I'm right.
But you know who I would save.
Can you repeat the names?
Chase Sexton, Jeffrey
Okay.
Hurlings, Ben Watson. Poor Ben.
Surely,
Ben's
surely
burning.
Ben.
Oh.
Surely Ben.
Oh, I figured Ben would be burning.
I figured he would say Chase because now that he's in America, he's getting a lot of Chase and Lewis in his life.
Right.
No, I don't know. It's hard.
No. I mean, you've known Ben for longer.
Yeah, that's
as far
true.
as I'm aware.
Yeah, no, that's true. But then also Jeffrey.
Have you known him a long time?
Yeah, of course. Since the start of GPs.
Yeah, but Jeffrey probably wouldn't help you out of the burning building, though.
He would if I offered him money.
Yeah, if you could pay him.
Which you wouldn't. So I think Ben would be the correct answer.
Okay, well, I like that.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, another question for you. We were talking about Danish motocrossers on the show last week or the week before. And
Were you?
Yes. And,
Okay.
Well, maybe it wasn't this show, but some show I do. And Matty Jorgensen is Danish, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And you are Danish. And then was Edwin Evertson Danish? Who's the other famous motocrosser, the Danish motocrosser before your time, like older? Who am I missing?
You're missing a few.
Like who?
Brian Jorgensen, GP winner.
Oh.
Thomas Kier Olsen.
Oh,
GP
Kier
winner.
Olsen is
Yep.
Danish? Okay, so I didn't know Kier Olsen. I thought he was Swedish or something.
No,
Okay.
Rasmus.
True, Rasmus.
Søren B. Mortensen.
I don't know who
I don't know who that is either.
I'm out on that.
It's even older. It's he's also actually he's not living too far away from where I live in Denmark, but yeah, that's before you guys as well.
So Brian Jorgensen back in the day, like 90s, right? Mid 90s ish, something.
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s. Is he Maddie related to Maddie at all? Or
I
no?
don't think so.
Okay.
No,
not at all. Okay.
No, because then also you got Rasmus Jorgensen. That name is just everywhere in Denmark.
Yeah.
We just
okay.
have
It's
Jorgensens
like a
everywhere.
Smith or
Yes.
whatever. Okay, next question. Who is the most famous athlete from Denmark? Like, who are we? Like, I know Freddie Anderson plays for the Carolina Hurricanes. He's a goalie.
Oh, you mean in any sport?
In any sport. He's Danish. And there must be some bicycle guys, but who am I missing?
There's a good tennis player at the moment, Holger Rune.
Okay.
And we had a good tennis player, Karoline Wozniacki. And we had a Formula One driver, Kevin Magnussen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Magnussen?
Yeah.
Oh, he's Danish?
That's it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I think, was he the guy that ran MDK stickers?
Yeah.
He had MDK sponsorship? Right, yeah.
We had the most winning Le Mans driver ever.
Oh?
Yeah, Tom Christensen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got numerous, at the moment, we've got numerous great cyclists.
Yeah.
Golf players. I believe there's also a couple of very good golf players at the moment.
Denmark.
Yeah. Yeah, we're popping off. I mean,
There's
5 million people, and we've got good athletes.
There's a lot of like EMX riders as well and stuff coming through, huh? Like everywhere in the Nordics, like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, like that's where all of the European talent seems to be coming from at the moment.
Nicole Ehlers, who plays for the Jets, Winnipeg Jets, he's Danish.
Okay.
Okay.
No, Haarup, you don't know? For real? Hockey's out?
I'm not aware, no. Does he live in Denmark, or has he moved
No,
to
yeah,
America?
he plays in North America for Winnipeg, but...
yeah, I'm not... Was it football?
No, hockey.
Oh, hockey.
Hockey.
Oh, wow. Okay. I actually didn't know. No, I was
Oh, yeah.
aware.
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, so, so you're not hockey guy at all?
I don't watch a lot of hockey, no.
Okay.
No, if I've actually never watched a full game, I think.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
yeah.
See, I'm Canadian, so that's the stuff that I would know, right?
Gotcha. Yeah,
Right.
understood.
Hangtown. So, do you? Who did I ask this question to? I think Guillaume. I asked this question to. Guillaume. Do you? I guess just watching watching videos of Hangtown is all you can really do, right? Do you do that? Are you watching Hangtown last year or the year before and just like, okay, like I see what's going on here?
Yeah.
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 Trying to.
And I did that with Parla as well, but it didn't. The track was very different to what I thought it would be.
Does that mean now you're kind of like, shit, if that doesn't work either, then I guess I've just got to go in and figure it out? Like, has that made you realize how big this challenge is going to be?
I'm not more worried than I was before I showed up at the first one, but I just figured, okay, I'm gonna watch it anyway, regardless, just to know track layout, because I don't think this track will change as much in layout, and then I just gotta get a proper track book in, and then just learn everything as I'm on the track, I guess.
You know what's sad is Lewis is doubting you. You can hear that in that question.
No.
Yeah, you said, so is this going to be bigger than you thought, or like what? You just asked.
just doing top journalism.
You sound like you don't believe in him anymore.
No, I mean, if he doesn't want me to believe in him, then I can stop. But I believe very much. If he thinks it's too much, I'll leave.
No, it's never too much. I like a good challenge, regardless.
If he doesn't want everything that I bring to his program,
okay,
then that's fine.
Okay, all right. Well, you've brought nothing so far.
But
yeah,
I'm not going to bring it up again. But I brought something quite big.
Okay,
yep.
All right, fair enough.
That's what I do.
All right, Mikkel, thanks for the time tonight. I appreciate it. Good luck at Hangtown, and I mean, yeah, like, look, tough first round for you, but you'll be fine. And keep digging, man. Thank you for the time tonight on the show. Appreciate it, and we'll see you at the races.
I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
All right, thanks, buddy. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
That's renthal.com bringing you Mikkel Haarup. Really good guy, really funny. He's a good dude. And
Yeah, I like Haarup.
And like it was a tough first round for sure, but
Yeah, I think you're like overplaying how tough it was though.
oh,
Like I know the results weren't good, but you
well,
know,
that's
like
kind of what I'm.
but the
getting at.
first moto would have been I think an 11th if he didn't crash, and then the second moto he was way back. So
Okay.
and like to be honest, with how far back he was in the second moto and how slow the progress was to begin with, I was impressed he got to 16th because I thought it was more like 21st.
In my mind, when he went down in Moto 1, he was about 15th, and he went back to like 20th and then worked back up.
No, he was like 11th, 12th, 13th, then went back to 16th and got to 15th.
Then got higher. Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, the start was really bad in the second moto.
Yeah.
And also, funny, like, he talks about not being very good when there's a lot of guys around you on the first lap and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Not only does he not have to deal with that in Europe, but also, even when there is a full gate, the number of factory riders is so much lesser compared to America that you're not really starting outside of the top 10, and if you are, you're surrounded by privateers. Whereas here, you start 15th, and you've got pro circuit riders everywhere.
20 factory riders in the 250 class, right?
So I'd imagine that was more so the surprise, being back there in 16th and having these really good guys cross-jumping, going around the outside, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no.
Whereas in GPs, you start 15th, you're kind of the guy in command of the surroundings because everyone around you looks at you as like, oh, that guy's going forward.
Yeah.
We'll leave him be.
Yeah, guaranteed there were some American guys seeing 107 being like, I don't know who this guy is.
No, yeah, like Denmark.
Right, Denmark.
Denmark.
Do you think any of his teammates could tell you where Denmark is on a map? No chance.
No chance.
Right.
Although that would actually be a good little segment.
It would be, yeah. Mark that down. It's my idea.
But I was the one that gave it.
No.
Okay.
Crazy Horse is on one. What's up, Crazy Horse?
Hey, how y'all doing, guys? Lewis, Steve, guys in the back.
Thank you.
What's up, buddy?
I can change my question, but basically I want to ask now, when the Nationals start, how much of a change and what do they change after they make an adjustment from their bike from the first round going to the second round? Example, Paula to Hangtown.
They won't change that much because the tracks are sort of similar, harder dirt in spots. Paula's softer than Hangtown, but they did add some sand there. So I don't think they would change much. I mean, if your results weren't where you want them to be, then you're going to start looking around and trying to do some stuff. Now, teams are testing. I think a lot of the big teams are staying back this week to test. So there is that. But yeah, I don't think a ton.
Well, usually when y'all say that, I think of just immediately suspension. But is it motor work?
Yeah, it's mostly chassis at this point. Mostly chassis. Motor work stuff it is what it is. They found a good setting. They get the most horsepower they can out of a bike. They'll tune the ECU to make it a little more rideability here and there. But most of these guys are doing chassis stuff for sure.
All right, I appreciate that, and I'm out. And real quick, Lewis, I think that statement you made earlier about if anybody thought that Tomac was slated before section was out of this world, I think that was a hot take. I think for the nation of motocross, you kind of stirred it up, and that is a very interesting take there, friend. But enjoying the show, and that Mikkel Haarup interview y'all just did was very, very good, guys.
Thank you,
so
man.
keep it going.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank
We
you.
will. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's Crazy Horse, everybody.
I never said it was out of this world.
I feel like Crazy Horse knows what he's talking about.
I never said, those words never came out of my mouth.
Also, stay tuned later on this show. We're going to do GP Corner, the debut segment.
Yep.
GPs are what? Just shy of halfway, probably at this
9
point?
rounds in.
Yeah, 9 rounds in. So nice time to look back at the standings and see exactly what we're looking at. And maybe you will have a statement for Adamo.
Yeah, I can whip one up.
Okay.
Maybe this whole show should have just been wall-to-wall statements. We just go through the results. I could have done a great statement for Cole Timbo.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or maybe Patrick Murphy.
Well, we have some observations from the mechanics.
We
area.
do.
Yeah. Renegade Race Fuels PulpMX 25 is the code to save. I just ordered some MX4 from these guys, and they've got some KTM. Or some 50, I should say, 50cc fuel out now that's AMA legal. Renegade Race Fuels, racers that win, pour it in. PulpMX 25, they deliver it right to your door. Thank you to the folks at Renegade Race Fuels, and we appreciate them coming on the show. Use that code and save with Renegade Race Fuels. Like I said, I ordered some MX4 for the regional this weekend. Got to have some race fuel.
Yes.
So racers that win, pour it in, they say. So if I pour it in, I will win?
You'll win something, like maybe
Will Hahn won a championship with it.
Yeah, must be good,
right?
And just an update for everyone. Chase Sexton has reached out about the statement.
Oh, he has?
He has.
He's reached out.
He's reached out about the statement.
And does he endorse it?
I would argue
or is he worried about it a little bit?
I would argue that the best way to frame his outlook is confused.
About the race or the statement?
No, about the statement.
Statement? Okay,
I think the Cupinos, the trembling, humbled, I think he's a bit not really sure what this is.
I told you he's watching and read it from the heart. I told you that.
And just to be clear to everyone, you told me to write this 10 minutes before we went live. So this was a real slapdash. I could have done better. It's not meant to be funny. It's meant to be sad. It's not a laughing matter.
Confused about the neutral or the statement?
Confused is just about the fact that I've got a printed out statement from Chase Sexton Inc. is confusing to him.
Because he's not incorporated?
I don't think he knows what Chase Sexton Inc. is. He doesn't know where this came from.
Is he incorporated, or do we even know?
And also, the Instagram story had it covered up, so I think he was wondering if I was, like, announcing his future, or I was going rogue.
Hey, that would be great if you announced his 2026 plans.
Just like, hey, we have a statement.
A statement from Chase Sexton on his 2026 plan.
We don't like this. We're moving house.
Yeah.
So I think there was a lot of maybe some panic even.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Let's get to our next guest. We're going to try to do this each week before the National. Just trying to talk about the upcoming race. This is round 2 at Hangtown this weekend, and so we thought during the year we would maybe help these guys out a little bit at each round and maybe talk about what's new, what's coming up, and all of that. And so let's get the man from Hangtown in. He's a real live dirt digger. It's Jeff Keckelberg. What's up, Jeff? How are you, man?
Hey, we're doing great. We're just putting in the extra effort out here.
Hangtown. It's going to be a hot one, right? We think it's going to be a hot one.
It keeps bouncing back from 94 to 100, so we'll get what we land on.
Yeah, so listen, I got to ask right at the top, like, what is a dirt digger? And why do they always yell at me? Not always, actually. The last few years they've been fine. But when I was a mechanic, Jeff, for a while, dirt diggers like to yell at me about being in the wrong places. So what's a dirt digger?
Hey, a dirt digger is a proud group of guys. It's an honor to be a dirt digger. And they've been putting on this race for 56 years. And to be a dirt digger and put on a pro national, we're the last club in the United States putting on a pro national.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like you said, 56 years of Hangtown. And you know what? I've been to Hangtown since 1997. It was my first year. And I've said this before, Jeff. There's no track on the circuit that has improved more than Hangtown. Like in 97, it was hard-packed, baked, dusty, no fun to ride. And the place is so sweet now. You guys have done so much with it over the years.
Big boulders. The Mike from Power Tracks and a crew have just overturned the dirt. They make this like a field of dreams. One time a year, Prairie City turns into, and Hangtown turns into like one of the premier tracks on the circuit.
Tickets still available, obviously. The VIP stuff's almost sold out, right? So if you're to get in,
doing real good on VIP this year for sure.
Nice. More sand? You guys threw some sand in?
Yeah, we had such a great track last year. They're trying to reproduce and even put a little extra spin on it this year. So we're really super excited.
Yeah, I like the layout of Hangtown. I like the changes you guys made. Was it last year or the year before when you off the start you used to kind of go up, go behind, and then come down, and there was some weirdo like off cambers that kind of turned one line, and you guys got rid of those. I like that.
Yeah. The track flow's really nice. There's a really, really nice triple at the top after it comes down from that, and they've kept it super safe, but it looks really nice for the fans, and the whole track flows.
Do you have a favorite Hangtown, Jeff, for you over the years?
Oh man, I think every year that we were able to put the race on is a favorite year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? 56 years. Of course, Hangtown, it was Plymouth first, right? The first location was in Plymouth, not far away.
Yeah, my very first motocross race that my parents ever took me to was up at Plymouth, and I watched Danny Turner hole shot and was beating Brock Glover and Mark Barnett, and it was something to watch as a kid. And after that day, it was all set in my blood for real.
Yeah, I know, that's cool.
Is there anything that you really want to do to the track or the facility that you just can't because of logistics or the way that the land is? Like, is there anything that you really would like to implement that just isn't possible?
Oh, man, that's a catchy one because we do so many things every year. I mean, it would be nice to maybe do a new start next year if possible. Everything around here is in the state park, so we have to get a lot of permission on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the state works really well with us on that. But yeah, I think that really making sure our fans are taken care of and all of our VIPs are taken care of and the riders are safe, that is really the big one for us.
Lewis, did you notice last year's first Hangtown, right?
Second.
Second Hangtown, sorry. Did you notice the girl on the horse on the start
Yes.
straight? Yeah. How many girls on horses do you see at the GPs?
Well, I knew about that before because that always seems to be a big Hangtown photo op.
Okay.
Like that is almost like an iconic Hangtown photo. I feel.
Jeff, this is a stupid question. Does that horse and girl change every year? Where are we at with that?
No.
Okay.
That's part of our program and our opening ceremonies and our opening ceremonies with the painted ladies. They and our honor guard is really the opening ceremonies is probably the time I get a tear in my eye after working so hard.
Yeah.
With the club works really super hard. And then we stand up there and get a photo op on the line. That's a powerful moment for the club and the race itself with those painted ladies.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a cool opening ceremony. I agree. Last year I was up in the announcers tower and in walked Brad Lackey just hanging out. Bad Brad. It's cool. He's a legend.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of legends around here. Our Grand Marshal this year is going to be a 4-time winner local, Steve Lamson.
Yeah, I heard that. That's awesome. I saw Lammy a couple years ago in Vegas here, and he looks and sounds like he's doing well, and he is a legend, like you said, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. So he's the Grand Marshal? Is that it?
Yeah, he's Grand Marshal this year, and we have a Moto Hero this year is new club member. Jamie Hammond, he's did two tours overseas, and heck of a guy. The club keeps evolving. We have a ton of retired members. We have 20 regular members and 10 ambassadors, and it's just marvel to watch these guys work together and put this Field of Dreams on.
That's awesome. No, for sure. Round 2 this weekend of the motocross series at Hangtown MX, and tickets still available. Obviously, bring some sunscreen, bring some hats. It might be a hot one, but I always love Hangtown. Like I said, the track's so nice now. It's one of the better ones on the circuit, and it's great viewing. It's really cool to watch the whole thing kind of in front of you.
Yeah, I would say the viewing is there really not a bad spot around the track for fans to watch. If it's not in the hospitality or even the GA areas, is very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there ever any talk about maybe going back to the first round or later in the schedule, like you did in one of the COVID years? Like, does that make a big difference to you? Does that appeal to you at all, or are you quite set?
As a club, that I think we all agree we'd love to go back to the first round. You get up here any later into June, and it's a burner, And May is really a sweet prime time for up here. We'd love to do the opener again, but it's up to the powers to be.
I'd like to see the opener change from year to year. Not even Hangtown or Paula, just change somewhat. Lakewood.
Yeah, I'd like the outdoor schedule to change more because it is exciting getting the schedule each year, even if it's the same venues.
Yeah.
But the outdoor one, you kind of know what's coming.
Yep, I agree. Yeah. And then because it's kind of like it's 2 California rounds in some order, and then we go east, and I don't know, just change it up.
I presume I can't remember the exact date of I think it was the penultimate round in one of the COVID years, but I presume that if you were to run later in the season,
we were actually the opener until the COVID hit, and after COVID hit, we became the second round.
Oh, okay, yeah. Huh.
Was there not one of the COVID seasons where you were later, or am I off out to lunch?
Yeah, it was quite an exciting year that year. That was the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and we did a honor for the Tunnel to Towers at our event because it was on the day. We had to get put further back until California finally opened up. The opener at Paula was on our Indian reservation, and they got to go
right.
first because there was no restrictions like state parks.
Right. I remember that. And then went back to Paula. We ended it at Paula as well after that. So.
Yeah, that's right. They had 2 rounds at Paula.
Yep. Well, cool, Jeff. Hey, thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Hangtown MX. Lammy's the Grand Marshal. Get your tickets there. Sand dumped on the track. Man, it's gonna be a great round. I've liked Hangtown. Like I said, no track has improved more than that place. So, yeah, man, thanks for the time tonight. I really enjoy it going to Hangtown. So, thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, thank you guys. It's really nice being able to chat about our race. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. HangtownMX.com. Get your tickets available, like I said. All right, we got Douglas on one. Douglas, what's up, man?
Yeah, hi, guys. I was just calling to see if there was any take that Lewis had on where Chase Sexton ends up next year.
Lewis?
After this performance.
I don't know. It seems like there's 2 options. Seems like there's 2 options. Everyone knows what those are. I would presume he's going to make a decision here shortly.
He Lewis is being dumb. We all think he's going to Cali. We don't know, but we think he's going to end up at Monster Energy Kawasaki.
But when does this announcement happen, Steve? Like, when does the public know? Like, when are we going to find out?
Yeah, probably not till the fall because there's that's the way we do it in our sport. I don't really.
It's dumb.
It's dumb. Like we knew Lewis Hamilton was going to Ferrari, halfway through the year or whatever. Like,
at the very least, I would like a statement. I think Kawasaki did it with Eli when he was leaving in June. They said he will be leaving the team.
Oh, did they say that?
Yeah, they did a PR. So like, teams could do that. Like it would serve Yamaha maybe to do that for Eli.
Yeah.
This time.
Yeah, and in a way, you can celebrate it.
Yeah.
Like, thank you.
Like for sponsors and everything, that's a promotional opportunity.
Right.
Instead of being like, oh, we
And
don't know if he's leaving.
Who do we find out first about, Eli or Chase?
Those will probably be on the same day.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, good point. They might be on the same day.
All right,
yeah.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, lots to get into when it comes to next year. But yeah, I mean, I believe he'll be leaving Monster Energy Kawasaki. Which, if anybody listens to my Pulp show like the start of the year, my hot take was that he leaves for Kawasaki. That was my hot take.
Was it leaves for Kawasaki or was it just leaves?
I think leaves for Kawasaki. I thought.
I can't remember. I know it was definitely leaves. I don't know what.
But I didn't think he would get his bike settled as good as he has. That was what my thinking was.
Yeah.
So my reasoning was he's not going to gel with the KTM more. And then I watched him and I'm like, oh, he gelled better with it. Like, maybe my hot take was off. So, we got to pull that audio. Tits, pull that audio.
What?
Yep, thank you. 702-586-7857. Give us a call here. We got Joe Shimoda still coming up. Jason Thomas as well. Twisted, I don't know, man.
Yep.
Race Tech Rant.
Yep.
Motorsport tweets at Tits. We're going to get into your personal life.
Oh, great.
And Cherry Coke.
Yep.
That's all sort of tied together.
Somehow. You told me voicemails are coming back?
Voicemails are back.
Chances that you just do what you normally do and just push voicemails?
No, we're doing voicemails because
Also,
there's some good ones in there.
Any fans out there, we were debating this earlier. I said that I strongly believe that it's been over a year since you played voicemails. And you disagreed strongly with me.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm interested to know what the fans think.
We've played them in the last year, but maybe once or twice.
I honestly feel like it may have been 2 years since you played voicemails.
No, absolutely not.
Well, let's see what the fans think.
Okay. All right, before we go to commercial break here, Cardo Systems, PulpMX code to save with Cardo. I'd love to have a Cardo to talk to Lewis at the Nationals. I could see him.
Well, I mean, we stood next to each other this weekend, so.
Yeah, that's gonna stop.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna stop. I didn't like that.
Oh.
So I'm gonna get you a Cardo system, the Edge Pack. What?
So you didn't like standing next to me, but you really want to communicate with me from the other side of the track.
Because I want to see the heat index. I want to see you sort of melt more and more during the day from the sun.
Right.
And I feel like I'm going to be like, how hot is it, Lewis? Lewis, it's getting hot. And just watch you start melting.
That sounds quite sinister.
Yeah. But I'll need a Cardo Systems for that. I'll need their Edge Pack, Edge phones, and Ed Pack Talk Edge.
So, yeah, that's maybe more of a sinister marketing approach than Cardo Systems would have liked. But, hey, if the shoe fits.
You can even pair your Cardo Systems to the latest action camera models as well. CardoSystems.com, PulpMX code to save. Try the Cardo stuff. Get it with your buddies, and you'll appreciate it a lot. It'll be a lot of fun to do. All right, let's go to commercial break here on the show, and we'll come back with Joe Shimoda, Jason Thomas, more Paula talk. I'm going to ask you about your surprises, your disappointments from Paula as well.
Yep.
And, well, I want to get into J. Coop a little bit. Prado not running the scoop.
Yeah, no reply yet.
Oh, I told you. He didn't run it.
No, but I messaged him asking why.
Yeah. So lots to get more into on the show. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Be right back after this.
This is riveting.
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, Motorsport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from Fly Racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Nika Metals, ASV, Achurbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, Bar-X Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Viala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle and @Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, Motorsport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from Fly Racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Mika Metals, ASV, Achurbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle and @Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGF.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGF.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGF.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works. Lewis Phillips in studio. The statement has been read by Chase Sexton, Inc.
Yep. It's going worldwide.
Yeah.
You know, we always look for the thing that will transcend the sport, take us to the next level. We found it.
Yeah. So thanks for doing that, man. I know you dug deep, and I know it means a lot. And
I don't like to show my emotions so publicly, so it took a lot for you to ask me. It was actually quite rude of you to ask me to bare my soul in such a public forum.
Yep. I'm glad you did, though, man. Really glad it worked out. I want to thank the folks at Acherby's USA. Whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Acherby's is there for you. Speaking of Acherby's, Maximus Voland. Not bad, right? Like good?
Yeah.
Like not great, not like, oh my God, but good.
Yeah, I don't really know where our expectations are for him. So I struggled to decide how good or how bad.
I know the club guys don't want to hear this, but when I look at the results, I look at the first non-factory guy in that class.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because that class is very important with motorcycle and all of that. And so then when I look down the results, I'm always like, okay, who am I looking at that's not on a factory bike? And then I see Maximus Voland beating factory bikes.
Yeah, and maybe Kellum doesn't want to hear this, but I would typically say that he won't be in the top 10.
I think he's as good as Mosman.
I would say that Mosman probably won't be in the top 10 every week.
Okay, but Drew Adams probably beats Max most weekends.
Well, and Jordan Smith.
And Jordan.
And potentially Harrop, potentially Faulkner, Kitchen for sure, Ryder D potentially. It's fucked.
Wow, we just went into a whole. Listen, he rode well.
Hold on, I'll do a statement.
Yeah, make a statement, please. Thanks to the folks at Acherby's USA, and the 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the guys at Luxon. LuxonMX.com. Pulp 2025 is the code to save. Triple clamp suspension and chassis parts. They make the best parts you can buy. Advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. I have a set of Luxon clamps on my Yamaha. Freddie Norton's using them. Club MX guys are using them. LuxonMX.com. Pulp 2025 bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you to that, guys. It is time for the Twisted Tea I Don't Know Man segment.
Congrats.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The guys at Twisted, our guy Billy, he knows a good segment when he sees it, and he wants to latch on to something. And the I don't know, man, is taking the sport by storm. So it's the Twisted I don't know, man. Let's get it twisted with I don't know, man. It's kind of twisting.
Yeah, I still wish you'd taken my advice and renamed the segment I'm Twisted. Like, I'm twisted over this. I'm all twisted.
Okay, we can maybe try that.
That's good.
We got to take the audio from the shows to make the segment, though. So go ahead.
I'm twisted.
No.
I'm twisted. I'm twisted.
Okay, we'll take that audio. All right. I'm going to be like, I'm twisted. I'm twisted.
Oh, wow.
All right, yeah, I'm twisted.
I sounded more like a depressed man.
Twisted tea, founded on the belief that a hard iced tea should actually taste like real iced tea. Tit's legendary over there. Pounds Twisted Teas nonstop. 5% kick of alcohol. TwistedTea.com. Keep it twisted at Twisted Tea as well on social media. Love Billy Grotto. We'll get him on here. And, of course, Benoit Pacharel and Colt Nichols riding the Twisted Tea RMZ. All right. Twisted Tea, I don't know, man segment. What do you got?
Well, first of all, when I think Twisted Tea and getting twisted, I think of Benoit Pacharel.
Of course.
The personalities there are...
Absolutely.
It's synergy on another level.
Yep.
I had a few.
Okay.
J-Mart was going to be one, but we covered that fairly well.
Yeah.
So I went one behind J-Mart to Alexander Fedorstov.
Yeah.
Because you and I heard some, I wouldn't even say low-key hype. We heard high-key hype.
It was there. It was fastest man at club.
It was a clubber trying to keep him under control because he's going to come out and try and win.
Yes.
It was we don't know how to handle this man.
The PulpMX has got to keep him under control.
Yeah, grounded or
was a wild statement.
It was something like, we don't want him to come out and finish top 5. We don't want that, but we know he's going for that. And ultimately, we didn't go for that.
We showed some speed in the Moto 1. We were like 10th. I think it was 10th, 12th.
He was 22nd.
No, I mean early. No,
okay.
early.
Okay.
Like he showed some speed and then kind of dropped back, and the second moto was just whatever. Now, it's his first round, and he's a kid, and he's an amateur. And you look at Enzo Temmerman, who beat him, right, by a few spots?
Yep.
So it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, yeah, like going back to
like
the
no
Voland,
Haycoms.
Like going back to the Voland thing. He's around Faulkner, Jordan, Schwartz, Haarup, Likic. You know, like that's a J-Mart. It's not a no-name group.
Yeah.
Equally, part 2 to I'm Twisted.
Yeah. I'm Twisted. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Crazy. Is he Russian? What are we doing?
His parents are Russian.
Because we are backing away from the Russia thing hard, is what I kind of gather.
Oh, you really?
I think we are like, no, he's Floridian.
Who's this club?
I think so.
Oh.
That's what I got told. It's like, we are not Russian. And I'm not going to stand by and let Evgeny Bobashev be disrespected like this.
Yeah.
Because this is the second coming of
Well,
Evgeny. You can't take that from him.
Parents are Russian. He lived in Russia for a while, but he's born in America and has an American passport.
Yeah, he's putting it in the points.
Putting it in the points. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Putting it in the points.
He's rushing towards the top 10.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Also,
yeah.
while
you're on the road.
My third part of the I Don't Know Man with Alexander Fedorstov is he's 784 in honor of Jeffrey Hurlings, which I appreciate. And when I walked past the club tent, did I double take and say, what? Is Hurlings here? Yes, I did, of course. But again, what about Evgeny Bobashev? Can we honor him with a 777, which I believe there is one, but let's just take it from him. I got told there is one, but still, how about we just honor Evgeny?
Russian Bob.
Great guy.
I've never seen anyone more drunk at the Des Nations after party than Russian Bob at, what's the track in France that we don't normally go to? Saint-Jean.
Yes.
Saint-Jean-Angely, Russian Bob, hammered and loving life. He's a fantastic guy.
Well, they've got a lot of vodka in Russia.
They do. And Russian Bob was loving life. And I built his goggles for him. GH, USGP.
Dare I say, I think he was maybe the first, like, big-name GP rider that was a Pulp fan, if I remember correctly? Or, like, at least, like, knew who you were,
knew
was
who
into
I was.
it?
Yeah. So, yeah, Russian Bob, 777. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm also, like, the Hurlings connection is nice as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, yeah,
Does Jeffrey know that this kid is doing this? I mean, you have a direct line to Jeffrey?
I do. And I got very exciting text from Jeffrey this morning.
Does he know you were here for the show?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't ask where I am.
Right.
I try and send him my live location all the time, and he doesn't seem to care. I don't know what that's about.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm twisted over that as well.
Yep.
I can't remember what I was saying. But no, Jeffrey is aware.
Of 784.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And, yeah, very exciting text from Jeffrey this morning. So I'm trying to nudge him in the direction that I'd like him to go.
Was the text about half titles, half wins?
Nope.
Okay. All right, that's Twisted. I don't know, man, for Lewis. Twisted. I don't know, man, for me is RJ Hampshire. I don't know, man. Like, he told me he was having wrist surgery. Told me he was going to be outdoors. And then said, I'm doing the outdoors. And I'm like, but I thought you were having a surgery. And then it was like, mum was the word. There was no talk of surgery. But I kind of knew he was having surgery. And I was like, okay, like, why don't you just wait a little bit? But then I heard it was just a plate coming out of his wrist. So not just, yes, it's a surgery, but a plate isn't, a real surgery, quote unquote. And so I'm like, okay, well, if he's just getting a plate out, no problem for outdoors. It's a deal. But oh no, RJ told me after the race they took a bone out of his wrist, that little navicular bone.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know what they call it, but there's a name for it.
Wasn't that it? With navicular bone?
I thought the navicular was a bigger part of it.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, maybe not. I don't know. But they took a little bone out and a plate. And now he has no bone, and he didn't ride motocross until Tuesday before Paula. And he had surgery like on Friday.
Yeah.
And there he is running 6th in Moto 1. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems to me like he's probably going to need a wrist fusion down the road. He's going to be like he's going to be like A-Ray. But I don't know. I don't know why I guess the fact that he ran 6, Lewis, means that he was justified to come out for Paula.
Yeah.
But, like, he was talking about how weak it was, how he's got to tape it, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, no offense, you're not in the title hunt, so why not just wait a few weeks? And he was just like, no. I told him I was going to race. He's got a contract with Fly and Husqvarna for another year. Like, he's all dialed.
Yeah.
So I guess, in a roundabout way, I don't know, man, we should applaud RJ for being a racer, like being gnarly.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that we all, like media and fans alike, tend to just overlook once the races start.
Yeah.
We kind of just forget about the story coming in.
Yeah.
But we should not forget about this all summer. Probably.
I mean, 6th is pretty good.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it was a good 6th.
Yeah,
he was charging after the top 5. It was very nice.
And this is with a wrist that he didn't ride moto till Tuesday, and he was fatigued. And yeah, RJ.
In this little game of tennis, can I get twisted again?
Yeah.
I don't know why everyone's saying it was a secret. There was a PR announcing the surgery, but we're acting like this was a secret. There was a PR.
Well, I just thought a plate came out, so I was like, okay.
Okay, and also finally,
did the PR say what they did?
I can't remember, but people are acting like the surgery was a secret. The PR said RJ Hampshire has undergone surgery, and it was on Wednesday or Thursday. But finally,
but I'm talking about Salt Lake.
Yeah,
where I'm like, hey, I heard you're not doing outdoors.
Well, this was going to be my final part.
Okay.
I said to you, based on what I've heard, RJ will get surgery and is very unlikely to race outdoors. Mainly because I put surgery and the time frame together.
Yeah.
You called me fake news in Salt Lake because
he told me that.
Yes.
He said he's racing.
But now that you know about the surgery and everything, maybe you've come around to my side and you want to rescind your Okay.
No. Twisted.
I'm still twisted about that, but it's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I was also twisted emotionally with his statement, but that's a different segment.
Yep. All right, we got Joe Shimoda coming up right up here. Jason Thomas as well from Fly Racing. We're going to do GP Corner with JT.
Oh.
I feel like that'll be GP Corner because, JT and I broke down the race a little bit on our race review.
Yeah, right? I like that.
So we'll do something different with JT. Greg Albertson is on 3, and he wants to talk about the scoop tire. What's up, Greg?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have talked about it tonight, but the review pod just got me going. Are we going to do another year about the scoop tire? Like, I'm so burnt on this.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Right.
I don't know when they're going to learn. Just ride the tire. Go ride it on hardpack. Go learn it. I don't know if you remember that series where John Short had that really good span of 4 races. He was training up here, and I said, we're going to ride this tire every day. And this is... before people started doing it, we had that Pirelli. It wasn't an option with the Dunlop and the 14 yet.
Mm-hmm.
And his 4 best results, he went from an average finish at 16th or 17th a moto to an average finish at 8th a moto with that tire. And it's just like, get used to it and run it. Like, I don't understand. Everybody, you see the top dogs doing it, whether it's Eli or the Europe or whatever, and it's the same guys bitching about it, and it's just like, put it on there, deal with it, and get the result. So I don't know. I don't know. That's my I don't know, man, or race tech rant. I'm just tired of it hearing about it.
I'm with you. Did you listen to my post race pods? Everything was about scoop tire, the whole thing.
Yeah,
AP.
Yeah, like go with it.
I was no good at Moto 1. I was good at Moto 2 because I put the scoop on. Savachi, I hate the scoop. I don't want to run it. I know I need it, but I don't care. I don't want to run it. Everything's about the scoop. Yeah.
Yeah, with John, I mean, it was before this, but I mean, I don't know if you remember that series in the 18 or 19 when he had that breakout series. Bud's Washougal, like we ran it everywhere because on the start position, especially if you're in his, area, you're in that area like a Grant Harlan. I first thing I said on Grant, I slid up on Grant. I work with Grant. I go scoop tire, but they're all against it. It's just like start positions, everything, and learn to deal with it. So what I learned with that tire is the places it's better, it's 100% better. The places it's worse, it's 5% worse.
Right.
So
right. Yeah. Yeah. No.
I don't know. So I guess going into this, I just don't know if I can listen to the TV every weekend if it's going to be talking about the scoop tire and it's going to be the same. It's going to be about Justin Cooper, and the same guys. Just like learn and get on with it, or just can we stop talking about it?
I'm with you, man. I agree, and stay tuned for my Race Tech rant. This is you have previewed my Race Tech rant because I'll get into it then. But I agree.
I tuned in. I got the Thunder game. I got to finish up.
Okay.
We got smoked in game 4, but cheers, boys. And,
all right. Thanks, Greg.
good
Appreciate it.
All right,
thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Stay tuned for the Race Tech rant for more on the scoop tire. That'll be the scoop on that.
We're back with scoop talk.
It's too much.
Hopefully Prado replies, because I'd really like to know. I've got to presume it was a Dunlop thing now.
No, it's not a Dunlop.
No, but he was so used to the Pirelli scoop that maybe, just like,
I thought you meant Dunlop telling him.
No, I mean more like, it's all new, I want a new bike, I'm just going to kind of stick with what I know.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to go too crazy. He doesn't want to get too twisted.
No, yeah, exactly. All right, everybody. I want to thank the folks at Wiseco for coming on board. Pulp25 is the code to save. It saves at Recluse also, by the way. FYI, a little tip on that. Wiseco.com and Recluse. Pulp25 is the code to save. Honda HRC, running Wiseco, Pistons, PulpMX, Twisted Development. Speaking of Twisted, they've got power sports machines covered. UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and, of course, dirt bikes. Forged pistons, cast pistons, all of it. They sponsor Loretta's, GNCC, all of it. Wiseco.com. Bringing you our next guest of the night. This gentleman had a nice opening round at Paula MX, going 2-2 from Factory Honda. It's Joe Shimoda. What's up, Joe Show? How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm good, man. Yeah. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Good job at Paula. Okay, first of all, a lot of scoop tire tonight, Joe. So where were you on the rear tire? Scoop, right?
Scoop tire, yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you ever not gonna run it, or do you feel like that's gonna be your tire?
For the whole season?
Yeah.
I would say, I don't know, Hangtown pretty hard. But they put a little bit of sand last year. But other than that, I think scoop the whole time.
Yeah. Did you surprise yourself at Paula? Did you feel this good coming in? Like you didn't? You came from the back in both motos to get up to second place in both motos. Obviously, Hayden got you in the first moto, but did you feel on point coming into Paula, like you could end up second overall?
No, it was really surprising for me. Coming into Paula, I was feeling good, but at the same time not really good either. Just because of how I ended on Supercross was not good, not too high in the confidence, and felt mid, to be honest. But it was a good weekend.
So any reason why you think? Do you just get it to flow? You enjoy the track or anything else?
Well, I just I don't know, chasing a little bit of bike stuff, and honestly didn't really put a good motos in. Spend more time developing bikes and did a lot of that. So that got into my head a lot. And I mean coming in, I just needed to have 2 good starts, and I was pretty confident in my fitness. So just kind of rely on that, and it was good. So
it was a great day for you for sure. Now I talked to Chance a little bit, and he said, bike's not dialed in. They're still chasing some stuff with the suspension and chassis. But for you, Joe, I heard you run a bit of a different setup than the other teammates, even the 450 brothers. You're off a little bit in a different area with what you like your bike, how you like your bike. But you just mentioned it. Are you still testing and trying to find a happy balance with the bike?
Yeah, I actually have a big testing day tomorrow. But like you said, I'm always chasing such a new direction compared to them, I would say. And sometimes, that surprises a team a little bit. And, because I'm on the totally different stuff, that it's like based on what they're on, it doesn't really work for me. So, like, really slow process, sometimes takes a long time.
Yeah, I was wondering if Trey can help with that at all, or not really? Like, nothing,
Yeah, I guess. I mean, no one really liked my setup, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, I go against it sometimes.
Yeah, I've heard that a little bit. Like they say, "Hey, Joe, like try the High Miss Lawrence area of stuff," and you're like, "No, I don't like it. I just don't like it.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
I just can't do it.
Right. That's fine. Yeah.
Do you think you're a good test rider? And do you think only recently you've maybe started to believe in your testing more, hence why you've got the confidence to go away from what the team suggest?
I think, since I moved to Honda, like I had to do a lot of testing because they're really willing to do anything, But as a rider, I'm not a test rider. Like, I'm really bad at testing.
Okay.
Or like, if that's come from my feedback or my communication, there's a lot of stuff. But I would say I'm a terrible test rider for sure.
I don't like. I feel though. So you might be like you said, but I just think being a good test rider is also being older and being more experienced, and you can't get that.
True.
Like
True.
Yeah.
Because everyone's fast, on 250 class nowadays. Like, I mean, only the places where you can really gain is like fitness, like, or like raw speed. Like, you need this speed now, and yeah, I've been chasing a lot of that.
Yeah. Do you like Paula? Is it like one of your favorite tracks, or up there, or what do you think of the track itself?
Paula, to me it's okay. Not my favorite for outdoor.
Right. Yeah, it looks like it. Like to me, it doesn't look like a lot of fun because it's hard and slippery with holes everywhere. I don't know. I don't think it's one of my favorites, like to watch or to put myself to ride it. I was like, oh boy, some of those ruts are gnarly.
Yeah, like there's a sketchy edges for sure.
Right, like on top of the hills and everything else. Yeah.
You mentioned the end of Supercross being difficult. Why was that? What were you struggling with? Did the fingers take longer than maybe you thought, or was it something completely different?
To be honest, like, so Supercross. Well, after Anaheim, when I broke my finger, I don't know if I should have probably stopped racing, but I wanted to race. As a racer, if you don't race, like you're here for nothing. So I wanted to keep racing, and I told team like I want to make everything like super soft so I can hang on to it. And once I come back fully 100% around Seattle, I was chasing, okay, now I can ride faster, so I need to have a stiffer setup back. And then at that moment, there's a lot of change from Anaheim. Then I got completely lost, and I honestly don't know what happened. Like, I was like terrible. I couldn't ride. I couldn't, like, even during the practice, I was feeling so bad that training in Florida, I would go around the whoops. I would not do the jumps because I just felt that uncomfortable at that time. And yeah, just very, very low and confident. And yeah, it was the thing I kind of want to forget, to be honest.
Did being lost carry over into outdoor testing then? Like, I'm guessing you thought that would be a fresh start, but maybe you struggled with the same sort of feelings until you got to the race.
Yeah, like, and coming into the Anaheim, I was like not that ready either. Like, I don't know how I won that race, but like, to me, I didn't feel good at all, and I mean, I was still able to win it, so it was good. But in the confidence wise, like, not too high.
So what do you want to work on for, like you said, testing tomorrow? You want to work on your bike, I guess. But like again, like Hayden rode great. You got to give it up to him. He rode great. You had to go through the same guys, both motos, to pass and catch the same guys. So, I mean, Joe, is it crazy for you to start thinking about this title and all of that? Does that mean that's your goal, right? I feel like it should be.
That's my goal. Like, well, I mean, everyone's goal is right now to be Hayden. To be honest, like he's good. I mean, Saturday race, I felt good enough, but like, to be honest, if I can beat Hayden now, like, I need more speed, like from qualify 1, so I can build my day, build my confidence, and try to beat him. And yeah, that's what we need.
He's in great shape too, man. Holy kid, the kid can dig late in the motos, like he can.
Yeah,
he can go deep into the pain cave.
Yeah, it's crazy that like he's performing literally every single weekend now. So like, it's hard to do that.
Yep.
Speaking of Hayden, in Supercross, you were one of the few riders that maybe got aggressive with him and gave back what he dishes out. Any particular reason for that? Because you're not maybe the most aggressive guy generally.
Yeah, I would say like, well, since I broke my finger, like when everybody would pass me, they would leave the door literally wide open. So I mean, why not? I dive in, But in Hayden's case, like, I mean, he does make some mistakes on the starts sometimes.
Yep.
And he had some tip over in first lap, and I knew like he would come around me because he was much faster. So, I mean, at that time, like, since Seattle, my hand was good enough to fight back. So, I mean, when he passed me, he would do the same thing too. He would leave the door open. So I mean, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna dive in there. I mean, as a racer, I have to do that, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like when I don't know, to me, he leaves the door a little bit open, where other people close it in pretty hard on me. So, I would say that's why.
Hey, big change for you this year. We haven't had you on all year, so I want to talk to you. Obviously, California, working with Nick Way for a long time, and now this year, Florida, away from Nick. What's that been like, that process? Just talk about that a little bit, because that's a huge change for you.
Yeah, no, it's a big commitment, which I kind of wanted to do from last year. But last year, leaving Pro Circuit and going into a new team, so I didn't really want to change my program and team at the same time. But no, Florida is really good. Like, track's been good all day. I feel like I have a good quality days of riding. So, yeah, as a rider, I think like Florida I would say it's an advantage for sure.
Yeah, I guess the heat and everything is going to prepare you well, right? Outdoors and all that. Yeah.
Now, knowing what you know, do you feel like if you could have gone to Florida 3 or 4 years ago, you would be further along in your progress now? Or do you think it was actually a disadvantage to stay in California as long as you did?
I don't know. I mean, in my case, like, I think it was a big learning lesson from Nick Way and learning from Honda in California, because I got to do a lot of tests and learn how to test and, learn how to, communicate with the team. And I think if I would have gone to Florida early, I would have missed all these stuff. So I would say, I don't know. It's hard to say. I learned some good thing here, so I can't say it was like, oh, if I would have moved 4 years ago, everything go the right way. I don't really believe in that, but riding wise, yeah, I think Florida has that advantage.
Nice. Hey, big change for you off the track. You split with your agent, who was Lucas Myrtle, and we kind of know what's been going on with him a little bit. Can you take us through that decision and who you went with and all of that?
Yeah, I'm no longer working with Lucas anymore. I mean, he was it was crazy, right? When I saw the article, allegation article from Racer X, I honestly didn't know what to do because I read the article. I didn't really want to make a quick decision.
Right.
So I read the article, and it said it's under investigation, or they're going to keep investigation for better findings. So everything that I read was like not confirmed,
Yeah.
Like there's no judge that's like in between.
Right.
So I'm like, well, like I didn't know who to believe in, so I wanted to give my loyalty to Lucas and keep the relationship. And nothing against Lawrence brother or anything. They've been treating me fine, and Lucas been treating me really good, and yeah, but the allegation is still ongoing. So I'm like, I can't take it anymore. It's like I had a situation where the attorney in between Lawrence's and Myrtle, they told me to come out to LA to do an interview and stuff, and it's way too much for me. And I honestly, like, I can't help both of them, but I like both of them. But so I had enough, and I just wanted to focus on racing, to be honest. So it was difficult for me. I didn't want to be on anybody's side, but one thing I can say is, like, the social media is going nuts, so people shouldn't really make a decision up on just by reading articles. I think they should follow the fact a little bit more, to me.
Yeah, for sure. I was wondering if some of the things that he's done online caused you to switch. Because if I was a rider represented by him and I saw, because obviously there's two sides of the story, and it'll be figured out in court, and I look forward to seeing that. But some of the things he's done on social media, if I'm a rider, I see that, I've got my guard up a little bit, I'm like, I don't really like that. I was wondering if that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, like, I didn't really...
Just the things he's putting up about the Lawrence brothers on social media and all of that, like, not about the case, but all the other stuff,
Oh, yeah.
So to me, if I was a rider, if he represented me and I saw that might be the point where I'm like, I don't want this guy repping me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of that too, but I think this whole situation could have been, like, not out to social media to me.
Sure.
Like,
yep.
It's outside of the thing, and I mean, I don't think it's really cool that I'm like, all the athletes that were in Wasserman was involved in this case. So yeah, it's a lot. I don't really want to say anything about it, but I think it was a lot.
Right, got it. But your contract is up for next year. I understand the Honda guys want to keep you. I'm sure other teams want you. You won Anaheim 1 and got a pit board in the hand, so it's not like it was your fault. When do you think you'll make a decision on that, or how close to that, to figuring out where you're going to ride for next? How close is that?
I think really close. I have my mind made up to where I want to go.
Okay.
I mean, as long as if I have an opportunity, it's great to me. So, but yeah, I have a plan in my mind.
Okay, that must be cool, though.
And also,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Also, and I have a great idea for the pit board situation.
Oh, okay.
So, what do you think? They raise a dirt a little bit.
Okay.
On the pit board area.
Yeah.
So you can ride underneath it.
They raise.
You know what I mean?
So like the pit boards are a little bit higher.
Right.
Yeah, like the barriers, like if they can put a little bit of like a dirt stairs.
A step or something? Yeah.
So it's like maybe a 30 centimeter higher, so we can go underneath it.
Yeah, you can't build a dirt there because oftentimes it's the start straight, let's say, where the guys stand. So you can't really put dirt there because that would affect the start. But you could put a 36-inch wide step.
Yeah, like a bench.
A bench, yeah, a bench behind the tough blocks, and the mechanics stand on the bench.
But
Right.
then maybe it hits riders in the face.
Well,
so we need to go even higher than that.
I don't know.
Well, like, you know, I think it was like Denver 2022, maybe. They had like start to like a third drop.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they had like a ledge there. Right. Yeah.
You know what? I watched that video and I'm like, we need that back.
Yeah. Yeah, because you guys are actually like hitting that wall and bouncing off of it. Yeah. Right. Right.
The only problem is when the mechanics area is up the start straight. You know, whenever we come off the finish, do a U-turn and then race up the start straight.
Yeah.
But then a bench.
Yeah, then a bench would work. Well, I don't know, Joe. I've been in the sport a long time, and I've seen few riders get hit with pit boards, and it's never been a big deal. And then you come along and break your damn fingers, and like, so you are a pioneer in that way. Like, congratulations. You're the first guy I know to actually suffer an injury from a pit board.
Maybe weak fingers.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You could put that on the back. But hey, going back to your contract, I know people are going after you, and Honda wants you back. That's got to be cool. It's got to be a nice feeling, right? To sort of be like, hey, I can ask for this, I can ask for that, I can think about the positive and negatives. It's got to be fun to be a rider and be wanted like that.
Yeah, it's a fun thing, like fun stuff, but at the same time, it's a little bit stressful too. Like this decision is like, it's a big decision, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Honda guys are being great, and I mean, I'm like last weekend, I feel like maybe I rode the best out of like these last 2 years, to be honest. So, there's a lot to think about, you know, like when you make these decisions, like every weekend you race.
Yep.
And your mind changes every time, like and you know, you have a good weekend, you want to stay, and you will have a really, really bad weekend, and you will have a lot of questions to you, and
you're like,
you're
like, screw you, Lars. Screw you, Lars. I'm out of here. I just went like 14th in the main event. I'm out of here. No, I get it.
No, they've been really good. So
yeah.
Did switching teams to Honda, did it take much longer than you expected to adapt and get fully used to the bike, the team, and everything? And does that maybe weigh in your decision about what you're going to do next, knowing what a big deal it is to switch teams?
Yeah, honestly, like, well, so, like, to your question, like, in the past, I rode Kawasaki, I rode KTM in the past, I rode Honda, just like amateur bike or stuff like that, you know? But I didn't think, like, I mean, Kawasaki to Honda switch was massive, like massive.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Like KTM to Kawasaki, like I would say, like it was a similar bike. Like I could transfer it easy to me. But Kawasaki to Honda was a big difference. The bike itself has a total different character. So I hopped on the bike, and it has a lot of good thing that I like about Honda and that I missed on Kawasaki. So it like at first confuses me a little bit, you know, when I go for tests or, you know, like try to push like my style. There's things that I can't do with Honda. There's things that I can't do with Kawasaki. So yeah, the change it was harder than I thought.
Right. Right. Yeah. So that's something you got to keep in mind, like Lewis said, right? For the next year or whatever you want to do, you got to be like, okay, you know, how do I adapt or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've cleared up a lot in this interview and been really honest. So another thing that's maybe gone around lately, do you want the sushi nickname to stop, or do you like it, or where are you at with that?
Me? Sushi?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so all of the people saying that you hate it are wrong.
I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, they can call me what. I got so many nicknames. Like I got a Josh. Like people call me Josh Shimoda still.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with sushi.
I like Josho. I like because I'm old. I'm old, and I know Osho. You know, Omera, and so I like Joe Show. That's me.
Yeah, Joe Show's cool too.
No, it's been great. So, hey, man, thank you for the time, Joe. I appreciate the time tonight on the show. Great job at Paula. And, yeah, keep it up, man. We'll, I thought about you in terms of winning races, but not as a title guy, just because there's been some ups and downs. And after Paula, I was like, dude, because you, like, outside of Hayden, you passed all the guys that are going to be there. Maybe outside of Levi, who had a tough day, but, like, I'm just like, well, why not Joe Shimoda? So good job, man. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, just trying to get out of this top 5 to, turn into a top 3 consistently every single weekend,
No, that is the key for sure. So thank you. Thanks for the time tonight, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, appreciate it. That's Joe Shimoda, everybody. Brought to you by Wisco. Pulp25 is a code to save. That's a great interview.
That was a great interview. I think.
Don't say it. Don't.
I think that a lot of people, including maybe myself, underestimate Joe's interviews. That was one of the better interviews I've heard in a while. That was well done, Joe.
I told you this afternoon, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but he seems more comfortable with the language and in his own skin the last 6-7 months or whatever.
I would agree. I've noticed a difference in Supercross this year as well, and that was honestly that was not only the best Joe Shimoda interview I've heard, that was also the best interview I think I've heard in a little while. He cleared everything up.
Right.
He was very honest.
Yeah.
He didn't, in the past, I think Joe a few times, I think we've both run into it after the races. If you ask a question he doesn't know how to answer, he just shuts down and goes, I don't know what to say. But he took everything in his stride there, spoke eloquently. Well done, Joe.
I feel like I said, he's getting a little more comfortable in his own skin.
I mean, don't want to spoil it because I know it's a massive part of this show. But when we get to the end and you say best interview tonight, we have an early front runner.
All right. So we got $10 from Carrie on YouTube.
Yeah, Carrie.
Question.
Oh.
Big Lou.
Oh, gosh.
My love for Chase also runs deep. Will he line up for Hangtown?
I don't know. I was just texting him, so maybe I should have asked.
What's up with the bike setup? New forks? If he sits out, Carrie, this is my favorite part. Carrie, thank you for the money. But Carrie says, if he sits out, will this hurt his potential for the title? Carrie, I don't know what to tell you.
It's over, Carrie.
Carrie, his title is already over. I'm sorry. But if he misses Hangtown, it's definitely over.
I don't know. I think we need to start running the math. So if he misses Hangtown, he's 100 down. So if he wins out and Jet gets 11th in every moto, I think we can do it.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
It's possible. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. No, listen, absolutely. So thanks, Carrie.
To those who jeered, who doubted, who tweeted things they now regret, we forgive you, but we see you.
All right.
We see you, Carrie.
Before we get into that, Beta Guy has a race. Beta Guy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What do you think of the Beta team this year, buddy? Are you happy with the Beta team?
I'm pretty happy with it, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been a big Beta guy for a few years. I ended up buying one.
Oh, okay.
And I raced it a few times, and it broke down on me every time.
Oh.
So I'm back to KTM 4 now, but I'll be back in 2030.
Do we blame Benny or Oldenburg or Carlin Gardner, or who do we blame for this?
Whoever engineered the engine bolts that kept just falling out of the motor.
Okay.
We're not going to clap for that.
Yeah.
The clapping is done.
Yeah, but fantastic bike.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, I'm in the minority. I think they look badass. I think
I think it's the greatest looking dirt bike ever made, for sure.
I'm a little confused how he's called Beta Guy.
Yeah.
Greatest bike. But then that was followed with the disappointing reliability. So I'm very confused how we've ended up in this position.
Yeah, well, I have my own health insurance, so I didn't want to die on a race course.
Okay.
And so...
Because essentially, I'm kind of getting the vibe of me going like, yeah, that guy murdered my friend. Great guy! Fantastic guy!
If my motor bolts kept falling out, I don't think you can call me like Beta Guy.
Or great bike.
Yeah, I got a Beta flag in my living room right now. I love them. They're awesome dudes.
You do you, man.
Okay. All right.
Keep it twisted.
Yeah, you're my twisted. I don't know, man. For sure. Like, hey, I love Beta. They're trying to kill me, but I love them.
I survived.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I looked good doing it, though.
What's your race tech rant?
Okay, so I was at Fox this weekend. I haven't been to a national here in a few years. So it's obviously no secret that motocross is under an attack, right? From insurance companies and liability and everything like that. Yeah. I'm an off-road guy, and it's to the point where even at these off-road races in like OHV areas, if you're seen pit riding, other than riding to the start and back, you're DQ'd. You're done. No bicycles, no e-bikes, Surons. Well, I was walking around Fox this weekend, man, and there were just dudes riding e-bikes, Surons, doing wheelies on BMX bikes and stuff. I saw a dude hit a lady in the back of the head with his handlebar, like he was sitting along the fence.
Yeah, man, we're on Indian ground. That's all. The casino, I believe, Indian ground where the race is. Like, this is probably too much of a strong statement.
I know what you were going to say.
I don't believe laws really apply. I don't know. I don't think, like, honestly, there's different laws. There's different rules and regulations for what you can do.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. But from an MX Sports standpoint, I figured that someone at the gate would be like, "Hey, buddy, you can't come in the spectator area with your Suron."
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Well, you're absolutely right. Like Loretta's and all of the MX Sports events and nationals and all of that. But I think at Paula, it's the Wild West, man.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe I shouldn't have said Wild West because
But yeah. Do you want to prepare a statement?
Yeah, I think I need to say
I don't know if this applies or is exactly relevant, but pit bikes and stuff have been banned from the pits this year. So I know a few people have moved on to it, like the gas thing and Suron and stuff.
Right.
And I think the rule is they're okay as long as they've got pedals.
Pedals, yeah.
But I don't know if that applies to the fan areas and all of that as well, but I guess kind of maybe similar.
Yeah.
No, I just thought that was insane. You're right, Lewis. You're sitting there in the fence area between all the jumps, and dudes are doing wheelies and hitting ladies in the back of the head with their bars and stuff. I'm like, hey, that kind of like if that were my wife, I'd be kind of pissed off about that.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. Lewis, what?
I haven't managed to get to the bottom of the law situation, but they do have their own laws, and the tribe has its own court system, which handles
so there we go.
all matters.
Right.
So,
can you kill a man?
I don't know. Should we try?
No.
Okay.
All right. Thanks,
We
Beta Guy.
could.
Yeah, thanks, Beta Guy.
Awesome. Hey, you guys have a great show. Big fan of both of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. From that guy, from Beta Guy to Fly Guy, it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. It was really cool to hear from Carlin Gardner calling in.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from him too much, but
I hope they get those motor mounts figured out. Hey, man, I'm a Honda guy. My Honda blew up on me and set me on fire, but, man, I love Hondas.
You know, like a guy who's been released from jail. He's got to keep his nose clean. And then he's accidentally at the scene of a crime but has nothing to do with a crime.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's me with Beta, because we know I've had issues.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
fact that I'm on this show is not good for me.
No.
Just from being associated with that.
Look for a call from Beta
Yes.
Guy. Yeah. PulpMX code to save at FlyRacing, flyracing.com. Check them out. JT, here's an interesting question for you. Fly racing point of view. Who's the top fly rider right now?
what do you mean?
Well, like,
I mean, we have the defending Monster Energy Supercross champion.
Yeah, he's indoor the number one guy, and then outdoors. Like,
No, that's the answer. That's the answer to the question.
Oh, okay. So Jaime's winning races, like, still Coop's the number one guy.
The defending Monster Energy Supercross champion is going to be the final answer.
Are you including MXGP, Steve, in your...
Oh, good point.
I'm including everybody on this planet.
Sasha?
Sasha definitely is good for durability testing.
Hey, so Paula, first round done and dusted, Hangtown 1-2. Sexton, we had a statement earlier on the show, JT. Did you happen to hear it?
I did not.
Okay, well, we're going to read it again now for maybe the PM.
Wait,
audience.
you want me to read it again?
Yeah, so Lewis prepared a statement on behalf of Chase Sexton, Inc., Incorporated, about opening round, JT. So he's going to read it again here for you.
I knew this was happening. I just did not hear it.
Okay.
I saw the tweet of it all covered up.
Yeah. So here we go, Lewis. Maybe just read JT's statement.
Okay, you want me to do it all, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On behalf of my best friend, the Chase Sexton, I come before you today trembling, humbled, and emotionally sunburned to address what was a catastrophic opera of heartache that was the opening round of Pro Motocross. There are moments in life that shake us to our very core, the kind of moments where you stare into the abyss. That was Parla. That was our May 24th. In the darkest of times, hope is not handed to you. No! It must be wrestled from the jaws of despair. Hope, my dear friend, is something you give yourself. That is the meaning of inner strength, and it is the sacred force that we, as a collective of fans, friends, and emotionally stable spectators, clutch to our chest in this very moment. Not since the Cupino people were cruelly displaced from their land in 1901 has Parla trembled with such injustice, and just like them, we mourned, we grieved, we cursed the very soil that the race was held on. But we will rise again. To those who jeered, who doubted, who tweeted things they now regret, we forgive you. But we do, in fact, see you. Own the sadness. Don't let it own you. You're not always going to swish. Sometimes you're going to brick that emotional three-pointer off the rim of destiny. But that's okay. That's growth. And for every what just happened, there will be a did you see that? So we'll see you at Hangtown. Maybe. Probably. We don't really know.
The last part we
God bless.
The last part we might have made up, JT. But what do you think of that statement?
So I have questions.
Oh, okay.
I have a few follow-ups. Emotionally sunburned. It feels more like physically sunburned.
Yeah, that was a little nod to the heat stroke. I was quite proud,
Okay.
actually, to slip that in there.
All right. Well, buckle up this weekend. On the emotional, you're going to be emotionally and physically. It's going to be like you're on the face of the sun.
Well,
so just prepare for that.
I don't want to spoil anything for the listeners, but in anticipation of my near-definite death this weekend, I have already prepared a statement for Monday night that has been scheduled to be emailed to Steve and will, in fact, be coming to you from beyond the grave.
Post-mortem.
Yes, so look forward to that.
Second question of two. When you were staring into this abyss, did you have goggles on?
Yes, but my lens popped out.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you for entertaining my questions.
Okay, so Kerry gave us some money on YouTube, JT, and said if he sits out of Hangtown, will this hurt his potential for the title? I'm thinking the Paula was really hurting the potential for the title. Are you with us on that?
I would love, could you pass along my details to Kerry, because I will answer questions like that for money all day.
Okay,
like,
all right.
All day on any platform he'd like, I will answer questions for money like that.
How does he rebound from this 50 points down with Jet and Eli and Hunter?
I mean, the only way he has a chance at winning the championship is DNS/injuries to Tomac and Jet. Like that's the unfortunate truth. There's just no way to make up that many points on both of them without like, it doesn't have to be injury. It could be DNF, right? Mechanical failures, like catastrophic moto DNFs, or injury. So that's what happens when you have a really competitive series. You cannot give up that many points. And Hunter's going to be really good too. You know, like I think that 40 points on Hunter is not impossible. I truly believe that. The depth would help Chase in this scenario on the points. I just don't. I kind of have Chase, Jet, Eli all on similar planes, and how do you make up 50 points if you're equal?
Yeah.
Maybe you just answered this, but making up 50 points on Jet will be extremely hard because we know that Jet is fairly faultless. Remove Jet from the conversation. I feel like making up 50 points on Eli at this point can maybe be entertained a little bit more. I'm not saying it's like
40 points.
Oh yeah, well that's true.
Right, 40.
But like, I mean, we saw it at Parla. Eli had a fourth in the moto. I feel like there's going to be more of that from Eli than there would be from Jet. No, I mean, it's still obviously an impossible challenge.
I agree.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, the guy that we have seen win basically every championship he's entered that he's remained healthy in. If you're going to spot him 50 points and he looked like he did last weekend, I don't know what you expect to do with that. Like that's the problem here. So, I mean, if you're Chase, you come back and you just try to win races. Like, what else can you really do? And you let the chips fall where they may. But this was just brutal, devastatingly brutal blow to the championship. There's no other way to get around that.
So I contend earlier in the show that before through his goggles, he was running second. And would Jet have beat him? Yes, probably, based on qualifying, right? Jet was better all day. But I think that Chase, the statement says he sees you at Hangtown, so I think we will see him.
I think he was third behind Hunter.
Was he? Okay.
But, yeah.
Anyways, I think he slots in ahead of Eli and behind Jet at Hangtown and going forward for the most part. I mean, he'll have his chase moments. He'll do a few things that where you're like, wait, what just happened? But generally speaking, I would put Chase getting more seconds than anybody else going forward from here.
Yeah, it's man, we're going to learn a lot more. You know, we go into the opener and we have so many more questions than answers. And then you get through the opener, and I always kind of question. We get these answers, but like, can you trust those answers? You know, is it like an A1 thing where it's like, I don't know yet. You know, so this weekend we'll get more evidence. But Eli was pretty good. You know, was he as good in the first moto as the second one? No, he wasn't. Right, he didn't look like the guy that was going to go win the title in the first moto. So I don't know. The jury's still out a little bit. I'm willing to entertain a lot of scenarios at the very front as far as the championship. I just when I think about the championship overall in Matthes and how these series go, because the thing about it is to make up the points on Eli, Chase, he basically can't have any issues. And we're saying like Eli's going to have some up and down motos and whatever. Well, so could Chase.
Yeah.
You know,
Chase,
like
I believe he will.
Right, and when you do, you take such a step back in all your progress because you have this huge deficit. Like, you simply cannot have any difficulties or bad motos because you just basically start over again. You know, that's the really tough part of this thing. And we saw that in Supercross. You know, Chase would make all these inroads and he would have one iffy race and he would drop the points back to 15. And you're like, okay, well, now you got to start over again. You know, it's just a really tough place to be after two motos, and that's not even taking into account that he might not even be 100% healthy right now.
I'll be quite curious this weekend now, actually, with the heat, if Chase is back and kind of okay-ish. I wonder if maybe then we'll start to see some weaknesses with Jet, Eli, Hunter, riders who are coming back as they struggle with the heat, whereas a Sexton that's in the flow, hasn't lost any time training, etc., maybe excels. I'm just curious to see
this would be a huge coup for him. If he hadn't got hurt and say he went whatever 2-3 on the weekend or 3-1 or whatever position of the race you think he would have gotten, fine. I don't really care. Make no mistake, Hangtown would have been a great setup for him because I don't believe that Jet is that great in the heat anyway. Just watching when he and Hunter come in on really tough days, and when I see Chase come in, Chase looks fitter than they do. And that's just my perception, and I could be wrong. I'm just judging off what they look like. Are they suffering? How are they looking? And I always see Chase as kind of like he looks like he's under the least duress out of anybody. That's a really good sign for a race like what we're going to see in Hangtown. And we're not talking about him, but I wish you guys could have seen how unbothered Hayden Deegan was when he came in from his motos. He wasn't really even sweating. Like, of course he was, but he didn't look like he had done much of anything. So the same thing applies where Chase looks like the same. And we talked about this, if you remember, like last summer, Roger DeCoster was the first one. I kept hearing him say this under the tent. He's like, look at all these guys. Like, Chase is the fittest. Like, he's not winning. You know, this was like High Point before Jet had exited the series. But you could see that Chase was the fittest of them just by their body language and how they were recovering under the tent. So all of that would lead me to think in a neutral scenario, not to use the word neutral, in a vacuum, Hangtown would be, yes, he would have a big advantage.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX when you're checking out. Please check those guys out, from the Formula helmet to the Evo gear. Kinetic Mesh. You're going to want to run the Kinetic Mesh this weekend in Hangtown.
Like me as a spectator?
Yeah, you too, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, you could really use it. All right, before we get into GP Corner here, surprises and disappointments from Hangtown. I'll start. Disappointing 250 class for me, Kitchen. I know his chain came off in the second moto, but he wasn't doing much when it came off. First moto, he was like 10th, kind of not moving forward. And look, if you asked him coming in, you know, he wants to run with Hayden and win races, and we didn't see much. Now, brutal crash in Daytona, long road back from him. I get it, but Levi Kitchen would be my disappointment. And my surprise, honestly, Parker Ross. He jumped on the Fly Racing Bar X team. He went 21 to 16th in Moto 1 and 19th to 12th in Moto 2. and was charging hard. And I don't know much about Parker Ross other than he was on like SLR Honda, and he was like an amateur kid at Loretta's last year. But I thought Parker Ross was my surprise because I didn't know much about him. But Lewis, go ahead.
Well, I would have gone Kitchen as well.
Okay.
We've essentially lost a title contender there because...
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, Kitchen's not getting back into this from 38 down on Deegan? Come on.
Okay.
Really? But to go different to you, I'll go Jack Chambers because I just think Jack Chambers is a million times
He had
better.
to go to LCQ, yeah.
Better than that, and then still better than 30-27.
Right.
I think that goes without saying.
Timmerman too was 44th in qualifying, and then got in through the LCQ and scored points both motos. Enzo Timmerman. So
yeah, maybe he could be my surprise, but my surprise.
Okay.
It's tough because I have two. I want to say Garrett Marchbanks because of the speed. I genuinely think he maybe was the most impressive 250 rider to me. But as far as surprise, I'll go Juju because that was far above any outdoor performance we've seen previously. If you'd told me that at some point we would have a Deegs-Juju battle for the lead, I would have laughed in your face.
Okay. JT, do you have one, or do you want me to just move?
Yeah, no, I can get in here. I think my disappointment would be Masterpool. I mean, he hasn't had to do anything other than get ready for this race.
Yep.
And to go, 7:15 or whatever it was.
There was a moment of glory. There was.
I mean, yeah, but like that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
When you're winning the race, like that makes it even worse.
Well, I tried to tell Mitch because I love talking to Mitch. I tried to like kind of dress up Ty's speed early in the moto. Like, hey, look at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Mitch was like not having it. Like, nope. Like you don't.
Yeah.
You don't go to 7th.
No, Mitch is a no-nonsense guy, of course, right? And when you only have to lean into outdoors as your only, that's all you have to worry about. You know, like on that team, they make it very easy for you, right? I never got to really have the extent of resources that a guy like Ty does right now. You don't have to do anything in your life other than make sure you're ready for the first round. Like, that's it. And when you do what he did, that's disappointing. It's disappointing. And then my surprise, I was going to go Juju as well. A lot of the same points. I kind of been waiting to see him to see if he was going to be a motocross guy also. And the jury's still out. You know, one race doesn't make a season, but that was a really strong start to what I was very unsure about.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Who wins more overalls, Chet or Deegs?
Oof, that's actually a great question.
I know. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's almost impossible.
Impossible?
Yeah. Because
I will say Deegs, though.
I'll say Jet. Okay.
I'll say Deegs.
Oh, okay.
Because I think there's a very good chance for Deegs wins 9 out of 11, 10 out of 11.
You think? Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a big edge on those guys right now.
I think Jet just gets better.
I just think that, well, that's true. But I think that in this field, and if Chase comes back, if Jet starts 9th, then he can lose an overall here and there.
Okay. All right.
I just don't think that the 250 classes, they're just so scattered, like as far as like their program and their consistency, and that's what this class is, right? It's just a lot of chaos, and I just think Deegan can overcome most scenarios. He doesn't have to win both motos. I think he'll win some races like with a 3-1 and things like that, but the guy just keeps coming. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to like him. He says and does things all the time that I don't like. But if you take all that out and you just watch his performance on the racetrack, it's wildly impressive what he does to those guys.
Austin gave us some money on YouTube. He said, hearing Euro guys talk about their struggles at Paula, not just schedule, but more so with track prep and the start and the ruts, will Ironman be prepped any differently for MXDN, or will USA have an advantage due to those differences? I believe the in-front guys control the track, right? Prep and all that?
Yeah, but I think the main difference you will see is just on the other side of the start gate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not like the rest of the track will be drastically different
Yeah,
prep.
right. All right. So
No, I don't. I mean, so at Redbud, you don't think Tim Ritchie's team was working on the track?
I think but I think with direction from the in-front guys.
Well, sure, but I'm like prep is going to be, I think, the MX Sports crew. I would guess. Maybe like they'll have some technical input, but I don't think they're going to fly in the track workers from Europe to drive the dozers around.
No, but I would say like they're like, hey, don't rip this deep, or don't rip this deep,
Yeah,
or don't let's leave this, open this corner up, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but ultimately it'll be in the window of what's normal.
Yeah, Yeah.
I think it'll be very, very similar to what you see at the National. That's my prediction.
Briggs, I don't even want to put Briggs on because this is such a standard question, but Briggs says on 4. Do you get on a 450 if he wraps it up early? I say no.
I say no.
No, because he's got SMX. He's got SMX going.
No, from talking to Brian, which Brian's very generous with his time with me, I think they're very cautious and they're very aware that Hayden needs to be all the way ready before he goes. I don't think you're going to see any rushing him forward. They want to take every opportunity to be as prepared as possible. I don't think you'll see him there till next summer.
All right. Steven's on 3. What's up, Steven? What's happening? Steven? Oh, we got nice music, though.
Is that funeral music?
I think it's funeral music. It might be for you.
Maybe.
For Heatstroke.
Is this the Grim Reaper?
All right. 9 races down in the GP, so I think it's time to look back a little bit and recap some GPs. JT, of course, follows the series closely as well with Lewis, so it's time for GP Corner. GP Corner, GP Corner, GP Corner, GP Corner, everybody.
GP's apparently held in the year 3000.
Yep. That's my intro. I just made that up on the spot.
Yeah, we couldn't tell.
Okay, so my friend Tim is out of the series, obviously.
And therefore, by automatic presumption, his dad is as well.
Yeah, his dad is as well, exactly. February has 47 points on Lucas Kunin, who has been absolutely on fire lately. February won this weekend in France, of course. But Lou, I will say this. When you start looking at the points, you start looking at the results, no Haycoms, but Koldenhoff is third, and it will be third in the points soon. On a Fantic. Not the deepest field right now.
No.
Not the deepest field.
I've had a few people reach out to me, like my friends who are on teams and riders, and say that the MXGP class is very much in a transition phase at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the top end of the 250 class, there are riders there who could jump straight into this class and be quite competitive.
Absolutely, yeah.
Koldenhoff, though, had an amazing start to the season. That's why he's there. Lately, it's been a little more hit and miss, but he was incredible for the first 4 rounds. And Fantic is quite a desirable team at the moment. There's a lot of good riders who are looking at Fantic. I'll tell you this. More riders want to be on Fantic than Yamaha at this point. Had this conversation with a rider today that said I would rather go to Fantic.
Why?
Because Yamaha has lost its merry way.
Okay.
We're drunk at the wheel.
We got problems?
I'll prepare a statement now.
Is Renault still really banged up?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm kind of waiting for him to get going. JT, it's just going to be the Febvre and Kunin show because I'll get to the 84 here in a second, but it's just going to be those two, right?
I don't know, man. They race for so long.
Well, they're almost halfway done.
Yeah, but we're going to be still talking about this in September. This series is so damn long that I think it can change. It can be fluid. I think Jeffrey's going to continue to get better. It's not like when we get to some of these sand races, which we haven't even been to one yet, you don't think Jeffrey's going to be in the conversation? I mean, we went to Raiola, but that was Jeffrey's first race, so that doesn't really count. But he's going to be in the conversation. But for the championship, sure. Yeah, for the championship, I don't, Lucas has been fantastic, but I don't know that he can make up 47 points on Febvre unless Febvre gets hurt. When you lose Prado and you lose Geiser, that's the top end of the field you just lost.
Yeah. There's no way to put this for the 84 fans that are here in front of me and on the phone.
I should have done a Jeffrey statement.
This has been a disaster.
No.
Yes.
How?
Absolutely.
What's wrong with it?
He's got 1 podium?
He has 0.
No, third in a moto.
Oh, moto.
Yeah, in a moto.
Round.
Yeah, JT, he's been back for 6 rounds. 6 rounds he's been back for. So just think about someone coming in, missing Anaheim 1, and coming in 6 weeks later. You're just that's a long time.
But disaster. Let's start with you are not a Hurlings fan, and he is not a fan of yours. So
we don't know what his feelings are about me. We don't know.
I'm very, very
we
clear
don't know.
on those feelings.
He's never spoken to me.
He would like to back you into the GP corner and kill you, is my presumption.
We don't know that. He's never told me that.
Please keep me out of the we. I believe I know very well what his feelings are about you.
This has been a disaster.
No, I can tell you this. That Agada crash where he got brutally hit by Fevre,
maybe
left a little more of a mark than we let on. So that's why now in Ernée we were back in podium contention, and now we're back on track now with our incline.
Oh, we're back on track again. Okay.
No, Ernée was great. Ernée was a marked improvement. Tuchenthal,
So,
he just needs to get through alive. He wins
you
Latvia.
guys,
he wins Latvia.
You guys, this is exactly on point. This is exactly the plan. Like we're
No,
all
but you're
on board.
So hold on. So what you're saying now is there's no ground between disaster and on point?
Well, it's either exceeding expectations, on
No,
point,
it's not.
or on point, or
No, it's
disaster.
not.
There's 3
No,
levels.
it's not.
There's 3
no,
levels.
It's not. Please leave me out of your crazy takes.
That's 3
because
levels.
that is not at all. That's not at all how this goes.
So this is, well, it's not expected. So what's below expected?
I'm grading him on the fact of, is there progress, is there improvement, are we heading towards the top? And if you look at those total points at each GP, he has scored more every single week. 15, 21, 29, 29, 32, 37.
Okay, so all good?
So that he wins
Okay,
Latvia.
So all good?
I would like to present evidence in this for your psychosis. J-Mart goes what? What did he go? 2019?
No, 2020.
2020, and you are tweeting, "I still believe," after the race.
What?
So how does that fit into this hurling psychotic episode that you're going on?
Because
right now,
literally, Hurling's first race, did he score any points?
It's right there in front of you. 15 points.
He got 50. So I would put after one race for Hurling's, I still believe. That would be Lewis's tweet after one race.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. I'm
promise you
saying
you wouldn't.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying if I was the Hurling's fan that Lewis is, I'd still believe.
He just went 3-5 at a GP and tied on points for third.
Okay, so this is on point then? We're good?
No. All we're saying is it's not a disaster. You're a psychopath.
That's fine.
He wins in 2 weeks, and then the circle is complete, and we've hit where we're on our way to.
Would you like to put money on him winning in 2 weeks?
In Latvia, yes.
Okay.
He wins in Latvia.
I'll bet you.
I'd like to put money on you failing a sanity test.
Jeffrey won. Jeffrey broke his foot on the sighting lap in Latvia and won against
Okay,
Caroli and
so
Tim. We're going to win Latvia.
We'll bet a 6-pack of Cherry Coke.
Sure.
Okay.
That'll be a lovely tie into our next segment.
Right. Okay, well, listen, I think it's been a disaster.
I think you're a disaster.
We know you think it's the worst thing that's ever happened.
No, it is not.
We're
It is
sure.
not. No, the worst thing is Alberto scoring no points in his return. That was not good. I wish we could do a little better. This just hasn't been what you people, and I wish I could go in, and all the listeners right now, I wish I could go into our group text that is her FM.
FMOP equals Hurlings.
Oh, that's it.
No,
Fastest man on planet equals Hurlings.
I haven't been saying anything this year. Nothing.
I want to go into there.
Much. He hasn't been riding.
Okay, but I want to go into there and take some of those texts that are in that group and throw them out to the world.
He came into his first race with like 2 weeks on the bike. He literally was his first race, he led the first lap in the most incredible way possible, left everyone behind, and then waved the field by because he was just doing practice.
Okay, so this is fine then.
Yes, because we're now going 3-5 and tying for the podium.
Okay.
If he was still doing that, we've got problems.
Okay. All right. Good. We're moving on. So, do you think he can be winning races then? You do.
Latvia,
okay.
We start winning.
Okay. JT, Latvia?
He's going to win a GP this year.
Yeah, I'll give you guys that.
Thank you. That's really generous of you. Really
great radio, bros.
There's just no way you guys thought it would go this bad.
I haven't said. Go back and look. You go back and look. I haven't said a damn word this year because I don't think it was going to go very well. Like you can't come in unprepared. Like that doesn't work. It does not work.
All right, Lewis.
He's old as shit now as well.
I know. He's entered the Stu phase. He's entered Stu on Suzuki phase.
No, because Stu never gradually progressed week on week on week on week en route to the top.
Well,
Stu was here, then there, then here, then
I'd
there.
have to go and look at Stu's finishes. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's like bombs going off in different areas of the country.
He's on the Stu on Suzuki phase of his career.
If anything, with Hurling's track record, I'd say that consistency across 6 rounds is actually quite impressive.
now it's okay. All right.
If Steve, if you were in Guantanamo Bay and I needed information out of you, I would tape your eyes open and make you watch Lommel 2024 over and over and over and over again, and I would be able to get anything you wanted because that guy was Superman on that day.
Okay, so it's all good. That's what I'm taking.
He wins.
This is
it's
GP
fine.
Corner. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
It's fine.
Yep. I don't even need to prepare a statement.
What's been the biggest surprise, Lewis, for you, MXGP class?
Kevin Hogmo.
Hogmo, yeah.
Hogmo's
so
really good.
This weekend he was second, right?
Yeah, straight up in a qualifying race.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's Alberto's team mode, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh. So our bike's good.
The bike's good.
The bike's good.
No, Hogmo never set the world on fire in MX2. He was kind of dancing with having a ride for most of his MX2 career. So I don't think anyone really expected him to even have a 450 career, let alone now be in the factory conversation, finishing second straight up. Incredible. I can't say enough good things about him.
I think mine would be Kunin. Obviously he's the MX champion, and you're like, hey, he's gonna be good, but he's better than I thought, and he has been crashing less than I thought. He's had some big ones, but he's kind of consistent.
Yeah, I can't. When was his last crash? It must have been early. I can't even really remember the last big,
Well, the one him and Sasha went down the same race. A few weeks ago.
Yeah, St. John, I think.
Yeah, but that was round 3. That was almost ancient history.
Was that long ago?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I can't recall a recent snafu.
JT, what's your biggest surprise?
Biggest surprise to the upside, man, it's a great question. I have a few. I think Benestant's return probably gets it for me because I'd just written him off. Like it was I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to him or anything because I thought he would be a championship guy. But he's won races this year, so welcome back. And the biggest disappointment would, he's still in the championship fight. He was the championship leader till this weekend, but I think the Wolf's been a little underwhelming this year for me.
Lewis?
I don't know. I mean, disappointment's a bit strong maybe, but I can agree that I don't think he's as sharp as he was last year.
Yeah, like you look at last year, and you're assuming he's still getting better, right? He's still really young, so you're assuming there's going to be improvement. His biggest competition in Lucas leaves the class, and he doesn't seem like he's kind of taken it. I assumed he would just take charge of this championship. You know what I mean? Like I just thought it would be like, oh, he's going to dominate now, and he hasn't. Like it's been a lot of unforced errors on his part.
Lewis, he's 25 back, but you still think he wins?
It's tough. We got a lot of sand races coming up. That will help him. I think Adamo's just going to be really consistent. I think that Lagenfelder will still have ups and downs, which will mean that Kai can gain back those points.
Did you not pick Langenfelder for the title for the first time?
Yes.
Did you finally back off?
I finally gave up.
And then now he's winning?
Yep. Finally, I gave up and said I can't do it anymore, and here we are.
Would you like to read a statement on Adamo? Because you have run his name through the ground. You put him in a Tixier category.
Yeah, I stand by it.
You stand by it?
His championship was very Tixier-esque.
Last year you were winning this argument, by the way.
Yeah,
this year you look like an idiot.
This year he is marked. This year he is so much better.
Is there any reason why that you hear? Like obviously he's not talking to you because he hates you, but like have you found out anything why?
No, I just think that he's maybe settled down with bike setup a little more. He's still, I think, maybe the most problematic of the KTM riders, but maybe he's a little more stable now. Whereas last year he was unstable, incredibly, and really.
So you're taking him out of the Tixier category?
No, that title is finished, and that 2023 title lives in the Tixier category.
Okay.
He won 2 GPs. Everyone got hurt. He just won it because he was there. This year...
Yeah, but he's kind of erasing that asterisk, I think, this year.
Yeah, that I wholeheartedly agree. This year is a completely different story. I'm trying to separate the two and hold them in completely different hands, but maybe you can't do that.
Tixier just never showed... He was never there again. That's the problem. Like, that's the example that you have to live by. He just never was championship relevant ever again.
Yeah, he never got into Adamo category right now, where Adamo is, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
All right, Jeremy Sewer, Ben Watson, the floor is yours.
Oh. Well.
Do you have a statement?
No, we don't need a statement. It's all good in Lewis's hood. 2 podiums for Jeremy on the Ducati. Brand new bike, might I add. This time last year he had 0 on a Kawasaki. So we fixed the rear end. That was our only issue. Caroli's doing Redbud. I messaged him today and said, hey, now you're good. Come to Redbud. So hopefully he does that. All good. Brand new bike. 2 podiums in the first half. I don't know.
9th in points.
Yeah, that's a little iffy, but brand new bike. No? Like, 2 podiums in the first half on a Ducati is quite good, I think.
JT?
It's been fine. He was in a pretty dark place when I was there in Spain for round 2. So it seems like it's much better than that. It just seemed like the world was kind of coming to a grinding halt when I was there. So I think it's all right. I think he expects more. They probably would like a little more because this guy's been a career top 5 guy. But yeah, whatever. It's not a disaster.
Last year, I didn't like how much he blamed the Cowie. I was like, hey man, it's still a factory bike. Like it's Roman Febvre's bike. Like,
to be fair,
and he was really ripping the Cowie, and I was like, yeah, but also, man, you're just a year older, and like, let's face it, a lot of his we know this record streak he's got going on. A lot of it was just racking up consistency.
How much was he? How much was he nodding his head watching Prado in 7th this weekend?
Oh, I know, right? Probably.
You know what? I need to take
but Febvre's winning, so
yeah. But Febvre for some reason is just like, I don't know what he's done to that Cowie, but for some reason that isn't transferable. I don't know why.
If Prado's not in top 5,
if
Prado isn't top 5 at Hangtown, JT, I will be bringing the panic button out of the drawer.
I don't think he will be.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
He's not going to be the best in the heat.
No.
I'm just going to put that on the front end.
He's Spanish.
I don't care.
I think this weekend will. I think results-wise, this weekend's worse.
Okay. Well, I'm bringing the panic button out then.
Fine. Just another rider that won't talk to you.
Okay.
Permission to talk about Ben Watson as you...
Yeah, how's his motor mounts?
Well, not so many DNFs.
Okay.
Of course, a factory rider, so that's the least we expect. Honestly, he's killing it. Honestly.
Okay, there we go, everybody.
Honestly, no, genuinely,
Wow.
I'm getting so many texts from people in the paddock saying, holy fuck, he deserves a lot more credit than he's getting. Can't buy a start on that bike. Major issues there. There's meetings... No one knows. I don't think it's going to
Beta guy's going to fight you.
Oldenburg gets good starts.
But it's a different... It's a different world.
They told me they get motors from Italy.
It's not a motor
Yeah,
thing.
well,
okay.
I mean, Guillaume gets his engines from Japan.
He does.
But no, honestly, he's riding really, really well. If he could get some better starts, he would be knocking on the top 5. Like, he is really killing it. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing.
You can tell.
God damn, dude.
Honestly, no, I'm not even joking. Like, I'm thoroughly impressed. A+.
Yeah, man. Anytime that Bonacarsi and Horgmo can be beating you,
he's not a. I mean, the Beta's a great bike.
Hey, Bonacarsi's pretty good.
He has been all right. You're right. And then what about Paul's? We missed a few races.
Missed a few races. He was really sick.
Yeah. PulpMX guest.
PulpMX guest.
PulpMX show guest. Yeah.
Give it until the second half.
Okay.
We need some time under our belt, but like still a couple of bright spots.
If I agreed to not say a word, would Jeffrey do an interview with you on this show?
Only if I could convince him that because he knows that you'd make money off of it.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't make any specific money.
No, but the
yeah. Okay.
The aura would be there.
Will you pass?
How much would?
Okay. Go ahead, JT.
How much would Steve have to pay Jeffrey to put a PulpMX sticker on his helmet?
Yeah. Jeffrey loves money.
I know what his going rate is for general things, so I will say 20 grand.
I'll do it. I should do it. Tell him I'll give him 20 grand.
I wonder how much he'd charge me to put a PulpMX sucks butt patch on.
negative 20 grand.
Will you pass on?
Oh, also
that I think his year's been a disaster.
Yeah, sure. I will send that text. Congratulations to Jeffrey.
Oh,
his 200th GP this past weekend.
Oh, good job. Good job. How many? Where does that put him career?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man.
I thought you were going to ask him how many of those were fake wins.
Well, no, I honestly, I offered a truce, and Lewis didn't pass it on.
But he started 200 GPs. He's won 107 of them.
Not really.
Yes, really.
Not really.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know what to do with that.
Okay. All right. So
you don't do anything with it because it's stupid.
JT, title pick is Febvre for MXGP, not Fly Racing.
Yeah.
Lucas Kunin. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's most experienced. He's riding on an equal level as Kunin, and he has a 47-point lead. So.
And you picked the Wolf or Adamo?
Ooh.
Felder?
Man, I honestly don't have a strong opinion. Those guys are all over the damn place. I think the Wolf. I think the Wolves should win, but I'm a little bewildered by all of these mistakes. So I agree with Lewis that the sand races upcoming are going to help him. Like it'll change the narrative a little bit, but those unforced errors will kill you. So I don't know. I would like to talk to Rasmus and just kind of see what's going on there. That's probably what I should do before I go back over there, is just kind of get some insight as to what's happening. Because when I was there last year, man, he was just like confidence oozing out of every pore. Like I just was like, this guy's going to win pretty easily, and it hasn't gone that way.
Can we get the what are you heading over there, JT?
I'm not going back until July.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be a minute.
I just want you to ask Malin about, the comment about hopefully Lewis Phillips is watching.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, there's already been more Yamaha blasphemy on this show. So
Yeah, they're drunk at the wheel.
Better.
Drunk at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean that's the catalyst for that comment. So
I was on the phone to someone yesterday in the paddock, and I said, in my opinion, Yamaha should just scrap everything and start again. I sent someone a text today and said Yamaha should scrap everything and hire me to fix it.
Okay.
Many options out there.
Yeah.
a lot of technical insight you have, Lewis.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. When I think of
That's right.
Hey, Lewis, come over here. Look at this mapping.
No, because you want to know what I do? I just go in and I put everything back to how it was in 2021.
Oh, okay.
I get the Star engines back.
Yep.
I get the Star technical support back when all the riders loved it. The 250 programmer's killing it.
Yep.
And that's pretty much all I need to do.
Honestly, Renault...
I do agree with that.
Renault really weeded himself. He's their hope. And he could have been, a couple, like last year, but again, crashed. But Renault can win, I think.
Yeah.
I just got to get healthy. He can be their guy.
Yes, and this is very much his track record.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's only been healthy like 1 year.
And he won the title, and that was it?
And that's where that's where I'm critical of Yamaha, because they're putting all of their eggs into this basket that I feel like the rest of us are like, we see how this is going to go. Like, by all means, keep Renault because he can win a championship, but pair him with someone like Sewer. But when they had that pairing, they kind of turned their back on Sewer and was like, Renault's the guy, and it's
right.
like
It's a French team, right? So.
No, the guy who runs Yamaha Europe is French.
Okay. All right. Well, GP corner.
Big
GP
fans
corner.
of Lewis over there.
GP corner. GP corner.
It's
GP,
fine.
GP.
I'm just glad that Malin wanted me to watch Gertz go 15-15 on that day.
Paul needed to settle down because, he rode great. Out of nowhere, he won the qualifier, but literally the next day, he couldn't get the top 10. I was going to bet Truman that he was going to get 10th or better because I'm like, dude, how do you win a qualifier and not get top 10? And
there's a lot. There's more to it.
Yeah.
It's not that just Paul's a huge Yamaha fan. Like, there's more to it.
No, I meant I was. Oh, no. Oh, you mean Paul's comment?
Yeah, like the whole thing. There's more.
Yeah, but I don't feel like you could call someone out for their takes on a qualifying race.
I didn't even have any takes on Gertz.
Well, you have takes on Yamaha, right? So I don't know what was Paul's.
I don't know.
Obviously, Paul is married to a Yamaha PR.
Correct.
I like the PR. I like Nikki.
That can't be overlooked.
No, I know, but I like Malin. Hey man, maybe we should call out a journalist over a 20-minute qualifying race win.
Honestly,
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, it's fine.
Has a journalist ever been mentioned in a live TV broadcast? I think that's a chink for me.
Yeah, Wygant's mentioned PulpMX quite a bit.
Yeah, but I was mentioned in like a aggressive way.
Oh.
Does anyone have that?
Yeah.
like a hate comp.
Yeah, hate comp. Yeah. Oh, congratulations, Lewis.
Imagine my dismay if, as Chase was headbutting the floor this weekend, we just went, I hope you're watching, Lewis! That would have been hard for me.
I mean, the good news is, with the Sexton thing, going back to that, and going back to the statement, we've hit rock bottom. There's only one way to go, and it's up.
Yeah, like, I could probably sing... I can see clearly now the rain has gone after Parla.
Right.
Like, that's our trajectory.
You turn that frown right upside down.
We're not drunk at the wheel.
No.
You can see clearly now the goggles are gone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Our engine mounts are good.
Yeah.
We're not drunk at the wheel. There's a lot of positives.
Yeah, a lot of positives. All right, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Thanks, JT. Appreciate the time tonight on the show. And, have fun at Hangtown, man. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
All right, see you. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Flyracing.com. Got a lot of phone calls. Pulp20 is the code to say. Who are you texting? You've been texting a lot.
I was just seeing if Prado had replied.
Pulp20 code to save at Maxima and ProFilter, Maxima USA. What's your favorite Maxima oil?
SC1.
Oh, there we go. MaximaUSA.com. 927 is still the number one selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. And ProFilter.com. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air and oil filter for your next service. Pulp20 is the code to save with that. All right, we got a lot of phone calls, and then we're going to get into the Race Tech rant. Evan's on 4. What's up, Evan?
Steve, I got a Race Tech rant.
Yeah.
You know, I got a routine, man, because I got a terrible drive and terrible commute every week. So when I start driving on Tuesday morning, first thing I do is I listen to the post-race interviews that you put up.
Yep.
And then I listen to the race review. If I don't get to it by Monday, then I get to it by Tuesday. But, man, the past 5 races.
I know, Evan. I know.
Man.
I know. This is a big thing on Twitter. Are you on Twitter?
No, I don't watch Twitter, man.
Okay, well, this was a big thing on Twitter today. It's been a Twitter thing. Lewis, I took you through my process.
Evan, I held an intervention today. He was sat on the couch. I took him over to his equipment and said, Steve, show me, in a gentle way, because sensitive. Steve, show me what you've got. And then talked him through where maybe there's issues. There was a tightening thing on his wind muffler that he didn't know about.
So, Evan, the first couple of weeks, I got a new recorder, okay? And the first couple of weeks, on me. My bad. I didn't think it was that windy, and I didn't use this windsock thing on this new recorder, and it really didn't, it wasn't really, but it picked up a lot of wind. And I'm like, okay,
Steve,
all right.
You know what I did?
What?
You know what I did? I went and looked at the weather where you were at, and I listened to other ones to see if it was you or if it was the weather. And there's a couple times where I've listened to others, and they weren't so bad, other podcasts or whatever. So I figured it was your equipment, but I was like, how could it be that different?
Well, I got a new one. I got a new recorder because I was tired of hauling the old one around. And then the wind became a factor, and I was like, fuck my life. And so then I got a windsock, and then one week I forgot it, and then the next week I brought it, and I've been using this wind thing, and it's better than – it says it's a wind buster. But I don't know, man.
Are you kidding me?
So now we're going to try to tie it up. We're thinking I'm not tying it up enough.
Okay.
It's a loose program.
Lewis, right?
So he's going to tighten it. Evan.
We know it's a loose program. Lewis, go. Talk to me.
I love your loyalty to Steve. Recently, there's been talk about sending him to a glue factory, and all of this leans into that conversation. So, in lieu of Steve's upcoming absence, I'd like to welcome you to my post-race podcast presented by Decal Works, where we have no weather issues.
We won't have weather issues anymore.
Interviews this past weekend with Jet, Hunter, Jorge, Malcolm, Guillaume, all there. You wouldn't know there was even an ounce of wind in Parla. Welcome.
Fuck my ass.
Welcome over
Lewis,
to this side of the table.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Euros, man.
Well, that's fine. I won't talk to Guillaume anymore. And you know what? I won't talk to Jorge either. Whatever you want.
No, listen, man.
Thank you.
Evan, stick out with me. We'll fix this up. We got, life's full of ups and downs. We've been down before. We'll get back up. I'm trying to figure this out. I thought I had it fixed with this damn windsock, and it didn't quite work out. But we found something to help this out. But it was a big thing on Twitter today, Evan. That's why I'm laughing about it, because people were coming after me. I get it. Yeah.
I keep having to dial back the bows in my Honda Ridgeline, and I don't like dialing back the bass, man.
I know, man.
Thank you.
We're working on it. Thank you for the concern. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate you.
You know,
Thank you, Evan.
you know Anchorman?
Yeah.
Your post-race podcasts are Brick when he's doing the report, and he's like, the wind is very windy. That is essentially the reporting you're bringing.
Wesley's on 5. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, fellas. Got 2 questions. One, who do we think is going to ride the Ducati next year?
I think Barsha.
That makes the most sense.
I think Barsha as well, but I think maybe now it doesn't seem like they're going to get Tomac. Maybe they run 2 guys, so maybe Barsha and Anderson?
You think they got that kind of budget?
I think that if it was Tomac, they would have run 1. But if it's not Tomac, they will run 2 is kind of the vibe I get. But maybe not. I think that they could very easily just run Barsha.
That's a lot of commitment for a 450 run.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yep.
So, second question. What do you think it'd be like if each of these tracks were required to make like one major change every year to keep things interesting?
Like what? kind of change? What do you think?
Like, you know how Iron Man last year added the new section through the woods? I mean, I know it's not feasible for everything, but like even if they had to reconstruct jumps or just change something just to keep things, fairly interesting and fresh.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, they try to do that. Like I know Alex Martin was talking about Millville, right? Doing that for Millville. So I like it.
I love Millville.
Yeah, I like it. I'm down with that, man. I like that.
All right. Y'all have a good one, man.
Thanks, Wesley. Appreciate it. Thank you. Jordan's on 3. What's up, Jordan?
What's up, man? I have like 2 race tech rants as well, if possible.
Yeah.
Did you guys already talk about fucking Jet's bodyguard by chance?
Not yet. No, we talked about it a little bit on the review show. Yeah.
God! Dude, what is that? That's a little overboard, no?
He was getting threats, man. He was getting strange numbers to his cell phone with threats. So.
All right.
So they're like, I guess we got to get security.
Yeah, but I saw a video of him getting in photos and literally like a belt to him. He's literally on his hip at that point.
I mean, I guess if you're protecting somebody, how do you protect him if you're not right there next to him?
He's earning his check.
Yeah, he's earning his check. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I've never been in the bodyguard business, so I would assume. I watched the bodyguard.
Just a little much for our sport, it's just a little too much, I think.
Well, don't you think for our sport's a little too much to be threatening a guy's life?
Well, at the same time, it's probably numbers that have been giving out from maybe the possible Myrtle camp or
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, dude, if you don't do anything and then they like, hey, Jet Lawrence was shot today, and then they find his phone and be like, oh, look at all these threats we just ignored. I mean, that's pretty shitty to do, right? Like, you've heard this before, like baseball players, professional athletes have gotten death threats before, and then there's these bodyguards that kind of like hang out in the dugout or like on the sidelines, and they have binoculars and they're scanning the crowd for rifles and stuff. So this has happened in other sports to other athletes before.
True. We've never seen it before, and it just.
No. We Brian Deegan had one last year. Brian Deegan got some threats, and they had a bodyguard for him, I think, at Millville.
Okay, well, I would never heard about that.
Yeah,
or anything
yeah,
like
no, it's unfortunate the world we live in, but it has happened. Yeah.
And then the second thing is, me and my buddy were at Paula this weekend, and these we have credentials and stuff like that, but it's like these kids with armfuls of memorabilia and plastics and from every single truck you can think of, and then they get pissed off once a mechanic or somebody tells them to beat it or something like that, and they're all greedy. It's just like, Are you serious?
I know, dude. I get it. I was once that kid, man, at Millville. I was running around trying to get stuff, but like if I don't think I ever got anything. I got Dubox plastic out of the garbage one time, but I would just be happy with like the one piece of plastic I got. I wouldn't just keep running around truck to truck when I was a kid.
No, yeah.
You know?
I saw this one. It was this one old 55-year-old guy too, who's kind of asking. So we went to J Mart's J Mart's tent just to see how he was doing after the first moto, and this 55, 60-year-old guy was just nagging on J Mart. How was your race? While he's debriefing, taking his jersey off, talking to mechanics, talking to suspension guys. And J Mart was like, dude, you kind of have to like piss off her a little bit. I'm like gonna yell at you if you don't get out of here. You know what I mean? But it's just like these people who do not stop. It's crazy just to see how much. I think it's just a Southern California crowd as well.
Well, Lewis, let me ask Lewis this. So, Lewis, you've been to GPs forever, and when you came to America, what do you think of these people running around after the races with souvenirs and the kids and like what this caller's talking about? Does this surprise you? Was this something different?
It happens in GPs, but to a lesser extent, and I think it's riders have commented this as well. It's much, much, much more polite in GPs.
Yeah,
like quiet kids, kind of like shyly asking for something and then just walking away. You know,
right?
It's much more grabby.
Yeah.
Here, like I saw it at the weekend. I was waiting to interview a rider, and this rider gave 2 kids a glove each and signed it. And while he was signing the gloves, they went, "Is that all you've got?" And I was like, ugh, that's a tough go.
Yeah. So, no, man, I get it. You know.
Yeah, it's just crazy because it ruins it for actual collectors and stuff like that. Because like people like myself, like we hang them and we put them in frames along with the pictures that they're worn with, and these kids just go on and they just sell them. They just flip them. It's kind of just disgusting.
No, you're right, man. I agree. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Race Tech Rants. Good stuff. Thank you. All right, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Fox Factory Vehicles. Your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Shelby American. Partnering with the top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Jeep, Ford, Nissan, Ram. Backed by the OEM factory warranty. Easily financed through your local dealership. That's the best part. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com to find your next custom vehicle. No waiting for parts, no hassles, no voided warranties. Fox Factory Vehicles builds you up the ultimate truck. So thank you to those guys for bringing us the 8 o'clock hour. I also want to thank the folks at MTX Braking Pads. If you're in Australia, at Lead Out Sports, leadoutsports.au. Code PulpMX to save at mtxbraking.com. Road bike brakes, mountain bike brakes, all of it, and make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation, inspired by power sports. Race Tech Rant, time of the night, racetech.com. Love these guys, and privateer proven, of course, forever. And really, I got the ultimate this weekend. Just a fan came up to me and was like, I got a Race Tech Rant. And then he started talking about flaggers. But, like, just the fact that it's even like a thing.
Yeah, it's become a thing.
It has become a thing.
You should be very proud. I think that's one of PulpMX's biggest attributes.
Before I go off to the glue factory, tell them that. Put that on the nets, the Race Tech Rant, put that on my sort of...
Whatever you want, buddy. Whatever keeps you happy as you go on your way.
All right.
We want you to leave happy.
Thank you. Race Tech Rant of the night. Again, tell me you listen to Pulp, get your suspension work done. I got two of them. One is Memorial Day, the day itself. Obviously, we honor the military and we honor the heroes that fought for the country, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, all of this. And it's a worthy holiday, and we should have it. And I agree. I got no problems with it. But if you're in the military, a lot of times you'll go years without conflict. You know, you'll be serving and maybe a couple of years go by, and you'll just be, sharpening your skills out on a boat, whatever. So it's not like you're in the danger every single day. And then, of course, on those times that there are war and conflict, you're in danger every day, and we have a day for you. But I have a couple of friends that I'm talking about that are first responders, like cops, firemen, EMTs. I've known a few of those over the years. Those guys need a day because, like cops, every day they go to work, they put themselves at risk, right?
Yeah.
So every day is that. EMTs, same thing. And EMTs are more like you're seeing firemen and EMTs. You're like firemen are risking their lives with fires. EMT guys are seeing things every day that like are gnarly. I know a fireman who went through counseling. Like he's been seeing so much crazy car accidents and suicides and murders, right? Because the firemen are the first responders. So we need a Monday for the first responders. Because I think, and this could be a hot take, I think the first responders go through gnarlier shit than soldiers, in my eyes. Maybe not. Whatever. Who knows how to measure
I
that?
think you can't put a blanket on it like that.
I guess. But like every day these guys are going through stuff. So we need a first responders holiday.
Is that what you're going to call it? First Responders Day?
No, we need a cooler name than that. So Pookie's texted me saying Memorial Day is for the fallen soldiers. I just thought it for soldiers in general. Maybe I got it wrong.
The key would be in the memorial.
Remembering.
Okay, so Memorial Day is for fallen soldiers.
Like, also,
okay, so
you do struggle with this because you were calling them the Steve Matthes Memorial Nets.
Yeah, right, and I was alive. Right.
So you struggle with that word, it's fine.
I'm not shitting on Memorial Day. I like it. I'm not saying anything about it. But I'm saying I don't think we talk enough about the first responders.
That's fair.
I know them, and I know guys who need therapy, and I know the things they've told me the things they see. Cops take their life in their hands every single day. Like you pull over a car for speeding, and the dude may gun you down. Like, so we need a Monday, and also a Monday off would be nice.
You just lost all credibility.
Did I?
Yes.
That's why you want it.
No.
If you look, Sir Nick over there told you there is a First Responders Day.
October 28th, Nick. First Responders Day?
That's what Google says.
Well, that needs to be
until
on the
you
same...
get a day off. It doesn't count, right?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
That day, October 28th, needs a better PR man because that should be publicized more, and we should get a day off. And those guys are gnarly. I'm just First responders to me are gnarly. All of those people, they see things, they deal with things. They could die every day. So I want a first responders Monday off.
You are right about that, by the way. Like first responders, people, paramedics, everything.
Dude,
it is insane what they
I've
can
asked,
see and do see
I
regularly.
know some guys who ride that are firemen, and I'm like, dude, and they're telling me the fucking most horrific stuff that they see every single day. And it's crazy. And because they're the firemen are the first people like that you go on a scene, right? Mm-hmm. The first responders, man, they need a fucking day.
Well, they've got a day.
But they need better PR for this day.
Likely, the day probably uses the same PR firm as insert manufacturer here.
Yeah, exactly. The PR people for our OEM teams are also the PR for First Responders Day because no one knew October 28th was First Responders Day.
Well, it's so close to Halloween as well.
Right.
Let's give it some space.
Thank you.
Give it some breathing room.
And then let's get it off. Let's get it off work too.
Yeah.
Like Labor Day is bullshit. Give them Labor Day.
What is Labor Day?
Nothing.
When is that?
September.
And what do we celebrate?
Nothing.
Labor.
I'd fly the girls in from
Well,
LA,
isn't that kind
boy.
of event then? Because
what?
No.
Isn't that kind of like we're celebrating everyone's work, including the first responders?
Yeah, some people don't deserve to be praised for
Yeah,
their
you think
work.
the concrete guy?
Steve's right here.
No, yeah, we don't.
Does the concrete guy need a
we don't
day?
need anything.
He's
No, we
raking
don't.
in millions and disrupting my driving patterns. He doesn't need a fucking day.
Okay.
That's funny.
I don't know who you go to with this.
Go to the governor.
I have a ton of respect for soldiers and the fallen ones.
You don't want to take their day.
I don't want to take their day. I got a real problem with the first responders not getting a day.
You know, I
They
bet
have
if
a day.
I bet if you tweeted at real Donald Trump, he could sign an executive order and make this happen for you.
Yeah, he seems like a great guy.
He's in on all these executive orders, so I think that's your fastest route to getting this done.
I'll get right on that.
Yep.
So that's my rant. Is like, first responders need a day off and a better PR campaign.
I'm just checking here.
What?
October the 28th is a Tuesday, so you'll be good to do a show on the 27th.
Yeah.
It won't. It won't interfere with your holiday.
Yeah. Like, listen. So a lot of respect from me to the first responders out there because again, these people tell me the things that they have to deal with, and I don't really know any cops, but you see them dying a lot, right? And the line
That's
of
such
duty.
a weird thing to say.
Why?
I don't know. That just sounded really weird.
You see a lot of
it's
police
just the
stuff.
framing of it.
Okay, I don't know, man. Sorry,
they've all been through a lot. They do a lot.
Sorry, I'm not framing it right for you.
No, I don't know. It just sounded
Sometimes
odd to my ears.
Hard conversations need to happen.
True.
This is a hard conversation.
I know. Well, you're basically saying that in their jobs, they're doing more than what most of us are doing in our
Absolutely.
jobs. Yes. And their jobs are...
They're traumatic.
They're 365 days
Yes.
a year. Like,
well, no, because they get a couple days off. But
okay, well, now who's arguing about the framing?
First responders, we need a Monday off for those people. All of them.
So Tuesday isn't good enough.
What?
They've got Tuesday off.
No, it's not off. It's not a holiday.
Oh, right, okay, yes.
It's just a Tuesday. They need a better PR campaign.
Hey Siri, remind me to send Steve a first responders cake on October the 28th.
Thank you. Okay.
You had two?
I got another one.
Okay.
You got one?
Yeah.
Okay. My other one is
I got two as well.
And I mentioned this earlier, the paddle tire stuff. Like if you listen to my windblown podcasts, the fucking paddle tire. AP's like didn't run one first moto, run one the second one, he gets third overall. He gets third in the moto, I should say.
Said the same in mine.
Prado, no paddle tire. We saw what happened. J Coop, the paddle tire battle is always going on with J Coop. The other guys ran paddles. They get great starts. I don't want to complain without offering a solution. How about we don't rip the starts as much to not make it such a big advantage? Because that's what these guys are saying. They're saying you need it for the start. Everywhere else is fine. But why should we just hear paddle or no paddle? And that's entirely how your race goes. And then JT is going to give us fucking 20 paddle tire reports on TV. No one cares. No one wants it. It's dumb. Let's keep paddle tires, but change the depth of the dirt on the start.
Paddle tires should be seen but not heard.
Thank you.
Is what you're kind of getting at.
Yeah.
No, my AP said the same in my interview, and then after the interview, I said to him what I've said to a few riders, which is I'm waiting for America to catch up to MXGP, where the scoop tire is just the tire every week, no matter what, and it doesn't get talked about because that's just become the automatic.
I don't like that. I like the tracks to be different enough that we don't run the exact same tire.
But it's not in MXGP. It's not that issue because they are running scoops on a track that is entirely different. They are running it at Trentino.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, you did say that. Right.
And AP said, I mean, maybe he was humoring me, but his reply was, I think we're.
Did he laugh?
Yeah. He said, I think we're there now. He said, aside from maybe Washugal, I think I'm just going to try and have my mindset as I'm a scoop guy.
And the scoop's gotten better for the hardpack stuff. I mean,
yeah, and I guess in Europe now there's this new adjusted scoop, which is like the outside's a scoop, but the inside's a hardpack tire or something like that. I don't know.
I would think the opposite.
Okay, something like that.
You would need the lean stuff to be hardpack.
Okay, something like that. Yeah. But there's a newest variation of the scoop that's even better for all terrains. So
Pirelli.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Pirelli. So I guess we're getting further and further down that road. Maybe we would already be
I just don't want to fucking hear about the scoop tire anymore. What happened? I didn't run a scoop.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Joey, how'd your day go? I didn't run a scoop. Don't like scoops. So I got bad starts, and I went 10-9.
Yeah, it's true. And then J-Coop.
Yeah.
If it's not whoops, it's scoops.
It's scoops or whoops.
Start calling him J-Scoop.
So that's my race tech rant. We got Austin on 3. Wants to comment on my rant. What's up, Austin?
Hey, just chipping in on your race tech rant, as I also love this holiday and former military, all that stuff. I completely agree with you. First responders need a holiday.
Thank you.
We need a day honoring them. Ironically, they would be the only ones working it.
That is true. That's a good point.
That's tough.
And when everyone's partying, it would make their workload more.
How about this? They get the day off. We take their jobs.
Yeah. Let's see how that goes.
Let's take.
I think it'll go good.
Yep. Lewis, you're on you drive the fire truck.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I can drive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be very good at the fire stuff.
You're right. That is a good point, Austin. I want my day off, and I want to honor them, but then they're going to be working anyways. So.
Yes. Great show tonight, guys. That Joe Shimoda interview was top notch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Joe.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Spencer's on 4. What's up, Spencer?
Okay, I got a question for both you guys. What was the greatest motocross or supercross ride in history? I'll give you some examples. So, obviously, Chase Sexton, last year, 40th to 1st, or Villapoto, MXDN, 250 win, or Stu's, 14th to 1st, Toronto. What goes down in history as the single greatest ride to both you guys?
I don't think you can say that single greatest.
Well, it's
right?
subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, all of what you mentioned is phenomenal for sure. I would go Tortelli's 99 Glen Helen. I was there on trackside. It was incredible. It was one of the best rides I've ever seen. He came from mid-pack to first, both motos. Yeah, okay. Lewis.
I have 2 in mind, and you're going to hate this.
Oh.
Sexton at Hangtown last year, and Oss 2021 when Jeffrey got landed on lap 1, broke his collarbone, shoulder, and then still came through the pack, won. Like that will always stick with me because you don't see that.
Right.
Like if I ever want to show someone this sport, I will show them that and be like, yeah, that guy just broke his shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeffrey.
Okay, damn. All right.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
That's all I had.
All right, race tech rant. Lewis, go ahead.
Okay, so 2, well, 1.5. I appreciate you having me here. Didn't appreciate my Southwest flight yesterday. Now, I'm a man who has flown...
I could have flown you Spirit or Frontier.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
I'm a man who's flown on many an airline. China Airlines, Lion Air in Indonesia.
Is it
Ryan?
Isn't there a Ryanair?
Yes, in England. In Indonesia, there's a domestic airline called Lion Air, which holds the record for most crashes in the world.
Yep.
So, well done them. Never quite experienced anything like Southwest. I had to text you and ask you how I got a seat. Was confused when you explained that.
He goes, I got 53. And I'm like, what letter?
And then I turn up, and there's these numbers. First of all, I thought I was stood in the right place, but I was stood in the 31st position.
Yeah.
So then a man came up to me and kind of started telling me to get the fuck out.
Mm.
And I was like, okay, I don't know. So I took one step to my right, and I was suddenly in the right position. And then the woman behind, I was 59. The woman behind me the woman in front of me said, oh, I'm 60. You need to go in front of me. And I said, oh, no, I don't care, it's fine. And she went, no, it's the rules. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. But then because of that, behind her was number 55. So then she was like, I need to go in front of both of you. And it was a whole thing.
It's a lot.
It reminded me of being in school, where they're like line up by alphabetical order, and you're like, what name are you? I don't know why you don't like. Why not just be like, hey, this is your seat?
They're switching.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Seats
it's
now.
fucking idiotic.
Yeah, it is dumb for
Literally,
sure.
like, who sat in a boardroom and said that's a good idea?
I think they like the idea.
Mr. Bean?
I think it's the idea. That's you on stage at Indy's live show.
Yep.
I think they like the idea of giving the passengers that they can pick any seat they want.
Well,
woo! I got freedom. You know, when it doesn't really matter.
I went aggressive with that. I gave my water bottle a seat and my Racer X magazine a seat.
Oh.
Locked out the entire row.
Oh, wow.
So I played the Southwest game well in my first attempt.
Yeah, that is really well.
I won. Did I win Southwest?
Yep.
Does that count as something?
Yep.
And to make matters worse, which I'm really emotional about, if there's a percentage of listeners who have flown out of San Diego Terminal 1, fuck me sideways. Again, I'm a man who's been in many an airport terminal, from Pankau Penang to Sumbawa to other places I can't remember the names of. I've never seen anything like this. Similarly, I don't know who sat in the boardroom of architects or whatever and said, this looks good. I'd imagine that all of the important good people were busy, so the janitor took control for the day. Give me 10 minutes. I'd fucking create a better airport terminal. Knock it up in 10 minutes. Wouldn't be hard.
Do you mean the part past security? The gates? The gates.
Yes.
Yeah, the gates. Right.
Just an oval of shit.
Right.
One shop.
And just people everywhere.
Yep. No seats. Dirty. One shop. I was hungry, went in there, even the shop was shit. There was a rack of hand wipes with a speaker attached to it, and the speaker was just blaring rap at me. And I was on the phone to someone saying, why is the wet wipe rack singing at me? Like, why is the speaker not somewhere else? What?
Yeah.
Like, it was so obvious as well.
Right.
These are professionals making these decisions.
Yeah, it's a beat-down terminal. No,
terrible
at
their jobs.
That's where I fly into every year for the Supercross because I go southwest to San Diego.
Where's common sense in the world?
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
So Southwest is expanding. They're getting better seats. They're getting you a little more room up front. They're going to you're going to pick your seat. They're going regular airline here. Southwest is soon.
Well, it's about time.
Yeah.
Not a bad airline, though.
I get the. So I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to talk to you. I don't give a fuck that you're A55 and I'm A56 and you're behind me or in front of me. Wait, no, I said that wrong. I don't care that I'm A58 and you are A60.
Yes.
And you're in front of me. I don't care.
Yes.
I'm fine. So I put my headphones on with the noise cancellation and basically sit there like I put off the vibes like don't fucking talk to me. I'm standing here. You know, I stand in this where I'm supposed to. But I don't care. I don't want to be like, what number are you? What number are you? What number are you? I just look straight down at the floor with my headphones on. I am standing here. I'm a serial killer. Don't talk to me.
Well, that's what spurred this. I was on the phone to someone and I was like, yeah, I'm A59. I don't know if I'm in the right place.
Yeah.
The second I hung up, these people, I think I'm above you. It's like, I should have stayed on the phone.
Yeah. No, that's what I do. I don't want to talk to you. I don't care if you're behind me, if you're in front of me, go wherever. I don't care. I know that I'm in my right group of people, and I'll get there when I get there.
The people in that terminal as well. Must have been a collection of like
Listen,
the world's oddest ducks.
I'll fly your spirit if you want.
No, Southwest was a good airline. It actually exceeded my expectations in that regard.
Right.
San Diego Terminal 1 put me in a bad mood, confused by the numbering.
Good thing I nailed your flight out tonight.
Do we want to talk about that?
No, we don't.
Are you sure?
I mean, you can.
Okay. Well, Steve booked me a flight home.
This is me.
Steve booked me a flight home. Really nice of him.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Yep. And I checked it, and I didn't really think much of it. I was like, oh, yeah, there's a flight. And then last night he says, oh, I couldn't find your flight. Do you want to check it's for tomorrow? And I'm thinking, silly Steve, he's a week off. It happens. There's a lot of co-hosts coming in.
Yep.
He's booked me a flight for July the 28th, which...
Today's May 26th.
It's just nowhere near. Coincidentally, we now know that's 3 months prior to First Responders Day.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Nice tie-in.
Right.
So if anyone wants to fly from Vegas to Tampa on July the 28th, we have a flight for you.
I'll give you another idea. So next week, Sophie Phillips is the WMX racer, and I ride with her at Mesquite. Really nice girl. And she's coming in to sit with Kiefer next week to co-host for a little bit. I text her. So this is after Hangtown. This is next Monday. I text her and say, hey, Sophie, it's Matthes. Love to get you in studio after Memorial Day. or Memorial Day. I said, can we get you in studio? And she's like, yeah, sure. Okay, great. It's all done. I see her at Paula, and she's like, okay, so, we're figuring out the plans. Yep. And I'm like, no, not this week. Next Monday. And she goes, you said Memorial Day. I said, I did? I meant after Memorial Day.
And you said, you can't come in today. There's Lewis here, and he does not play well with others.
Yeah. So we went through a whole rigmarole with that, and it's fine. She's coming in next week, but that's where I'm at.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I think that's the Glue Factory calling.
Yeah.
It's definitely singing.
Okay, Austin gave us money on YouTube.
A lot of Austins tonight.
I think same Austin.
Oh.
He said, small request for interviews. Instead of mostly riders, could you all talk to the team managers? I feel they give a more honest debrief and cover several riders' day. I do that a lot.
You do a good job of that. You do a good job of that.
Because those are guys that are my age that I grew up racing with, or not covering racing.
To be honest,
Larry Brooks,
I steer away
Ramsey.
from that because I know that you have a better relationship with Brooks, Peyton, and I know that ultimately, A, I'm copying you because that's kind of your thing, and B, my interview won't be as good as yours.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, I do try to talk to some managers. And how long, Lewis, have I been asking Feld for a midweek manager's Zoom call?
Yep. Or managers at the scrum.
Yeah, and nothing happens. Nope. So yeah. And speaking of that, Lars was supposed to be on tonight, and he couldn't make it.
Which is sad.
Right.
And then my second rant.
Okay.
I was just thinking about it. It's not really a rant.
Okay.
But going back to this Yamaha thing in the MXGP corner.
Oh yeah. GP corner.
Yep.
GP corner.
MXGP from the year 3000. Obviously.
Okay.
Obviously.
Do you want to read the statement again?
Maybe. No, honestly, I'm drumming it up a little bit for entertainment and stuff. But it's not just me sharing my opinion. I've got a lot of riders and people in the paddock who are messaging me stuff about Yamaha and being like, yeah, I don't know what's going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not just spouting my mouth randomly. But because I'm still the only podcast host alongside Wheeler for MXGP, it kind of looks like, oh, Lewis is just spewing this. Whereas if there were multiple podcasts, you'd hear this more frequently. So that's where I think we get to the position of Malin, where it's like, well, it's not the media, it's Lewis, because it's one podcast.
Right.
So
yeah, because there are no real media in MXGP.
Well, no, there's like MX Large and stuff, but they're not doing podcasts. No. So like, there's one podcast, and obviously podcasts, you're more free to talk your opinion and stuff. None of the stuff we've discussed tonight is going to work in an article.
Right.
So there is that.
Okay.
Yeah.
RacetechRant.com.
Yeah.
702-586-7857. You can call anytime and leave a voicemail. And we've dug up some good ones this week. Interesting to hear from the fans. And we haven't played voicemails for probably 6 months or so. But we'll play them tonight because Lewis Phillips is here. Voicemails. Let's do this.
Yeah, hey, I just have a comment about Cooper Webb's Supercross championships being more valuable than Roxon's outdoor championships. Yeah, money, prestige. Of course, Supercross is going to win that battle, but winning an outdoor championship, you have to be a badass athlete. So that's the perspective I'm taking. Is if you win an outdoor championship as an athlete, you're the man. Because 30+2 in the heat, in the dust, in the rain, in the mud, and all of that stuff, that ain't no joke. So for me, I would say outdoor titles trump Supercross titles any day of the week, even though Supercross comes with more money and more exposure and more of all the glitz and the glamour. As Bruce Sternstrom said from Kawasaki in the Great Outdoors, Supercross is more of a ballet where the outdoors is a fist fight. So bring it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I've been saying, but then the guy answered his own question with, I know it's got more glitz, more glamour, more money, and more prestige.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but I'm with this guy. I will never take the side of a 250 Supercross championship being that big of a deal.
Oh, no, of course not. I don't think anyone would take that.
People do, but,
okay.
But I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You're racing half the competition at half the races, man. You win it's great. But the list of 250 Supercross champions who never did anything in the big bike class is long.
Yeah.
But the 250 Motocross Championship, oh no, that's gnarly.
Yeah, that's legit.
Yeah. Same with 450s, obviously. So.
Yeah, and I think Supercross, it's just more prestigious.
Right.
That's just whether you agree with it or not. It's just the makeup of this sport.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at.
For sure.
Yo, what's up, Pulp Nation? Just watching the race, and Deegan's a dick, dude. What the fuck? You don't do that to your teammate. I know this isn't a team sport, but dude, He didn't need that for the title. He had plenty of a big of a points lead. He's got it wrapped up. He's had the title wrapped up for 4 weeks already. And you go and do that to your teammate, dude? What a little tiny dick insecure pussy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
Playing that will help you.
Thank you. Well, we got the other side coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't think anything's going to help me with that camp.
Okay.
Like, I think that is down the road.
How are your engine mounts?
Go ahead.
Hey, this message is for JT. It's really hard to find you online. You need to step up your game. You know, you got to have your own YouTube, your own Facebook, Twitter, everything. Like, it's so hard to send you messages, like, from your fans and stuff. So, get on all platforms, bro.
I mean, he's on all the platforms.
That guy needs to be on some kind of register.
Sending messages.
Hey, JT, I'm outside your house, and the lights aren't on, so I don't know if you're home.
This gentleman should know that there is no form of media JT will turn down.
Yes.
He will do any podcast.
He's on Bebo.
What's that?
It came after MySpace.
Oh.
As, like, the social media.
He's on everything, and he does MX Vice, and he does Australian stuff, and
he's everywhere.
There's nothing. He's on TV. He's at Fly. There's nothing he'll turn down. So
if you tie a message to a pigeon, it will likely find its way to JT.
Yeah, so I don't know why this guy can't find JT's.
Well, it sounds like he's really trying because he sounds very invested in this.
He's got Twitter. He's got Instagram. Yeah. So.
Matthes, this is Jeff from Temecula. Hey, I'm just trying to figure out what's the big deal about Deegan's stance on Davies. I mean, I've been watching motocross, supercross for years, and it's nothing but a block pass.
Yep.
That's been going on for years, and now they're making such a big deal about it. Like, I think everyone has to stop being such pansies and realize this is supercross. Block passes happen, and they will continue to happen. All right, Matthes. Talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later, Jeff. I won't talk to Jeff later.
The favourite part of that voicemail was how he started with, "It's Jeff from Temecula." like you were saying, Jeff. Oh, Temecula, Jeff. Buddy.
So that might help me with the Deegs. What's the big deal?
Yeah, just a shame that he broke up a little bit there because you need this as concrete evidence.
I don't think there was a problem with the Davies pass. I said that before. I'm totally fine with it. Davies went going off the berm and all of that. It was because he was tired and Deegs didn't mean to do it and Davies left the door open. So
Team Deegs on this.
When this guy says everyone's going on, well, he's got to know we're in 2025. Everyone's going to have an opinion on everything all the time. So it's like it's that you're going to get that opinion. So. I'm with you, Jeff from Temecula. We'll talk soon.
Hey, Steve, David from Texas. I just wanted to say you're a great entertainer. I mean, really, I can't believe that Monday nights I'll sit for hours and listen to you go on with all of your ridiculousness.
So
2 points.
I can't believe that either, by the way.
The guy's praising me, which is really nice, but he goes on with your ridiculousness.
Yeah, you're the wacky clown in the corner. Hey!
Entertainer.
Yeah, you're not a journalist. You're a
entertainer.
I don't feel like he should have used the words ridiculousness. He
like you're juggling pies. Yeah,
he should have said like your humor. But anyways. All right.
Occasionally a good insight.
Occasionally.
And, I'm amazed. You're great.
He's amazed, but occasionally
the sport, and other than being a Canadian, immigrant, I hope you're legal.
It's a lot.
We're glad you're here. Okay.
It's a lot to take. You better be legal, motherfucker. You're occasionally funny. You're also ridiculous.
I'm amazed that you occasionally have insight.
Right. Like, I don't know how to feel after that.
That was worded like you are a very special boy that's doing it all by yourself.
That thing started off so good.
Yeah, I did wonder why you wanted to play voicemails tonight for the first time in a year.
No, less than that.
And now I'm wondering if this is why.
Yeah.
Because you heard that.
Yeah.
But you didn't listen to it all the way through.
No, I did. I just kept going, yay! Oh, and now it's like at the end, he's basically saying he's going to call ICE. Right at the end, it's
I love you, unless you're illegal.
Yes, right. You better be legal, motherfucker. So I took that as a little off-putting, and I am legal.
That guy should team up with a JT guy to hunt people down.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. First time, long time. Just seeing what the teams would do with the leftover number one stuff that they don't use. Pro Circuit, Kawasaki, Husqvarna. Thank you. Bye.
I have no idea. I don't know.
I presume it goes in the trash.
Yeah, me too. I don't know.
RJ Hampshire is a fucking idiot.
Okay.
I like RJ.
Me too.
Steve, you're an idiot. You're going on and on about RJ, and you never thought he should have done that. 7 days ago, when Deegan did the exact same fucking thing, but it worked.
Okay. Do you think Deegan's thing on Davies was the same as RJ's?
No.
No. Right? I'm not crazy.
No.
No chance.
No.
Thank you.
You thought it was great. So get your head out of your ass and smell the fucking coffee.
Now, that's a new one. Get your head out of your ass and smell the coffee.
Reminds me of our phrasing game we played.
Right. When you love armadillos, expect to get spiked. Right?
Get your head out your ass and smell the table.
Yeah. It's supposed to be smell the flowers?
Smell the roses.
Smell the roses?
I think.
Smell the coffee.
Smell the coffee.
I love coffee.
I don't like coffee.
Okay.
I just want to make a quick comment that they went on and on about the handbrake on, I think it was the 250 rider.
You got to know who it is.
My main thing is that Mick Doohan set up a 500cc two-stroke GP bike years ago because he could not move his ankle for the rear brake. And if anybody can imagine drifting a 200-mile-an-hour motorcycle using handbrakes for the first time, that it should have been credited because they had that interview with Gypsy. And I'm surprised that they kept going, oh, nobody's ever done this before. And I give the guy credit because obviously Mick Doohan wasn't jumping triples and using the rear brake to position the bike, but he was positioning the bike entering corners at unbelievable speed. So it's strange to me that nobody had ever heard of this been done. So anyway, that's my comment. And you guys do a great job. Love the show. Bye.
I appreciate the knowledge about Mick Doohan. I just can't expect those guys to know this.
I now know
you think
more.
What James would be like, actually, Weege, Mick Doohan did it in the 90s on his MX MotoGP bike.
I now know more about Mick Doohan than I ever wanted to know, and cool story, bro.
Yep.
Yes.
No.
Looking to Michael Antonovich comparison of Formula One with Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari. I've watched Formula One since the 60s. I'm a bit older. And generally, the best car wins. The driver's able to make it work. Let's go back to Mario Andretti winning the championship in the Lotus. That was the best ground effects car. There was times where Alan Prost could have beat Senta, but Techniques Avant-Garde would not put the money into the motor, a.k.a. Porsche motor, to beat the Honda motor, and the motor was superior, so Senna won. And it goes on and on and on and on. It's kind of boring, but I'm an old fart. Sometimes I listen to stuff, and I'm like, you guys don't know the history of everything. But it's not that you don't try. How about that Canadian, Gilles Villeneuve? That Ferrari wasn't the best car out there, but he sure drove the wheels off it and got it to a point where it was a winner. But that's my little rant for the day. Take care.
Listen to me.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Fucking Anton, bro. I can't believe that dude's married. He's nuts, dude. And fuck Lewis.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Can we just rewind that a little bit? Just go
Sad.
back a little bit.
Unexpected.
Can we just go back a little bit?
He's married. He's nuts, dude. And fuck Lewis.
That took a.
Well,
a
we
turn.
don't know what Lewis is talking about.
That's true. We don't know.
We don't.
Could be Lewis Hamilton.
We just had a Lewis Hamilton call.
Yeah. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right, that's voicemails, everybody. A lot of range in that voice. A lot of range. We got a fuck Lewis. We got a ridiculousness. I better be legal.
Yeah, but they don't know shit.
McDoing trivia.
I just don't know.
Voicemails.
There was brilliance in that, but also some of the worst PulpMX content I've heard in recent memory.
So
I don't know how to feel.
That sums up our show.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I learnt a lot about Mick Doohan. Something about I like Formula One, but I couldn't get on board.
Why is Anton catching strays?
Since when did Santa compete in F1?
Santa, I don't know. All right, everybody. Brunt boots. Listen, the guy in the corner, he doesn't work, but his kid works, and he wears Brunt boots. Talon wears Brunt boots. They don't just make a durable workbook. They reinvented comfort for the hardest workers out there. So Lewis and I are out on this. For a limited time, the listeners get $10 off by doing PulpMX Show. PulpMX Show is a code to save at bruntworkboots.com. Thank you to those guys. They designed the boots that withstand the toughest job sites while feeling as comfortable as your favorite sneakers. Brunt Work Boots. Thanks to the guys at Brunt. Use that code and save. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Also, upload your resume for free today. Texas, Lewis.
Oh.
Outside sales rep for Fox and Bell. Salary, $45K plus bonuses and commission. Fox sales rep on MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Outside sales rep is a full-time job. You're going to be making a lot of windshield time, but you're going to be selling brands like Fox Racing, Bell helmets, and more. And you'll work towards achieving category goals and overall sales revenue targets with your territory.
This may be the dumbest thing I've ever said on this show.
Could Dark do this? Is it East Texas or West Texas, or do we know?
Texas isn't that big.
No, it's not. Go ahead, Dark.
Yeah. Shoot for the sky. This may be the dumbest thing I've ever said on this show.
Oh, wow.
Outside sales rep.
Yeah.
Does that just literally mean you're not in the office?
Yeah.
Okay.
It means you're based out of home and you visit dealers on your car.
Inside sales rep would be you're on the computer in the office.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
All right. Lots to talk about still when it comes to Paula, but Lewis, we got to get into this. Can we get into this or no?
Yep. Just be careful.
Okay. You have discovered love.
Too far.
Okay, you discovered.
That's not the briefing I gave you. I'm seeing this girl.
You're seeing a girl.
Yes.
In Florida.
Yes.
In Tampa area.
Yes.
You guys are seeing each other and feeling it out, and we don't know where this is going to go. I don't even want to ask you on the air if you banged or not. That might be too much, but there's a lot of talking with this girl. I know that. There's a lot of talking.
Yep.
I've heard this from outside sources.
Okay, I don't really talk to anyone else. I'm curious.
Yes, you do. He works at Alpine Stars.
Fucking Jeff.
Okay.
Dude, I think this chick's into me.
So I wish you good luck with this. I hope you figure it out and all of that. She seems like a lovely girl. You showed me a photo of her.
No, Jeff did.
Oh, Jeff did.
Jeff did.
She's very nice looking.
Good Jeff.
So good old Jeff, always coming through for us. Here's what I want to talk to you about, though. And it's too late in Florida. We were hoping to maybe get her on.
No, we weren't.
I was.
Okay.
She works in advertising marketing.
Yeah.
For one of the clients of the firm she works for is Coca-Cola.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you're telling me about this.
Yeah, because this is interesting to us, because this is kind of like our world a little bit.
Yeah.
You do a lot of selling, there's a lot of marketing in this show.
So this girl's probably smarter than both of you and
It's fascinating to me. Fascinating.
So I asked you, can you ask her? I don't drink as much as I used to.
Alcohol?
Nope.
Oh.
Cherry Coke. Love Cherry Coke. Del Taco has Cherry Coke fountain still. That's the reason why I go there. Cherry Coke introduced in 1980. Where are you at with Cherry Coke, Nick? Feelings on Cherry Coke?
I'll get down with some Cherry Coke, but yeah.
Tits?
Cherry Coke Zero all the way.
Okay, there we go. So we got Cherry Coke people in here.
You didn't ask me.
I have felt for the longest time that Coca-Cola has underestimated, underpromoted, not put Cherry Coke up high enough on its mantle. It's hard to find. You can't always find it. Now, Pookie and I used to, when we were younger and not maybe caring as much about our health, we would have cans of Cherry Coke all the time in our fridge. Now we buy the little mini cans.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier.
Yeah, mini cans. Because soda's not the greatest for you, but we still like it. And it's always Cherry Coke. I couldn't tell you the last time we bought regular Coke.
What did you get in Chipotle earlier?
Well, regular Coke. They didn't have cherry.
Okay.
Yeah. But, so I'm a big fan of cherry Coke. And, by the way, the last 5 years, Coke sales up 2.4%. Cherry Coke up 4.4% the last 5 years with Coke. Introduced in 1985. Grateful Dead has partnered with them. Grateful Dead has done a collab with Cherry Coke. Pepsi has copied it.
Who is Grateful Dead?
They are a rock band.
Oh, you've heard of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Pepsi has copied it.
Why is a rock band partnered with Cherry Coke?
Because it's awesome.
Okay. Sorry.
There was a vanilla Coke that they took off the market.
Mm-hmm.
Coke is long underutilized Cherry Coke. And, again, sales up. And I asked you to ask this girl, what's her name?
Sophie.
Sophie. I asked you to ask Sophie, what is up with Cherry Coke marketing? What is going on? And she?
Was very confused by the question and then said it's not that important. And your reply in all caps was, let me call her.
Yeah.
Which was really funny.
So she said, and obviously she's not, deep in meetings with Coke, but she said there's no plans to market Cherry Coke anymore.
I asked if she had anything on her to-do list that involved Cherry Coke, and she said no.
And they're not going to try to push this anymore?
Doesn't sound like it.
Sad.
And you said that Cherry Coke was the Tim Ferry of the Coke well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is odd.
Solid, great performer, comes through all the time, in the clutch, tastes great.
Never wins, but is there in the conversation.
Well, it's not going to beat Coke. I know that. But it is a solid drink, and it is so underrated.
Yeah, you like that?
And this Sophie girl, just says there's nothing going on with Cherry Coke.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried Cherry Coke for the first time today.
You did?
It was honestly one of the worst things I've ever drunk, and I love Coke. I'm addicted to Coke.
You do drink Coke, yeah.
It's a problem for me. I can't stop. This is a cry for help. But aside from that, it was repulsive. It tasted like Coke, and then the after kick.
Yeah, it's cherry.
But
so he said, guys, he's never eaten a cherry before.
But you've never had a cherry, like the fruit.
No, we ran through this. It was quite an extensive list, but what we discovered is the only cherry-based item I've had is a throat sweet that was cherry-flavored.
Your cough syrup, something like that.
Can you believe this? The guy's never had a cherry.
That is pretty wild. It's not even like you had one and you decided you didn't like it. It's just you literally have never had one in general.
Popping your cherry is hard.
Oh. Okay.
So
got a little dirty.
Oh.
Cherry Coke, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried. I told her that this was coming up on the show because this has been in your plans for a while.
Absolutely. I don't like the way this chick's attitude is towards Cherry Coke.
She said, "Oh wow, he really cares this much."
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
It's a great drink.
It's
a great drink.
To you that you should chain yourself to Coke headquarters until they hear your pleas.
Right.
And I think that based on this conversation, that's the best place we've ended up at.
4.4% in 5 years compared to Coke 2.4%.
That's amazing. That's trumped my Chase statement.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you had a Cherry Coke statement prepared.
Yeah, I did some homework.
You probably should have fluffed it up a little like mine.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I've maybe overshadowed you a little bit, which hasn't helped your cause. No, I don't know. I mean, I can try to infiltrate this organization.
If someone's listening from Coke or knows Sophie or has any sort of reach or impact with Coca-Cola in Georgia, I got to talk to someone about Cherry Coke because they are missing out. You never see ads for it on TV. You don't see banners. You don't see Cherry Coke sponsoring the Olympics. You don't see Cherry Coke NASCAR. You don't see a Cherry Coke mascot like, oh, Cherry Coke mascot. You don't see nothing.
But you don't see a Diet Coke mascot.
They don't need it. Cherry Coke is this gold mine that they are not getting out there enough.
Counter.
Okay.
Coke is the umbrella that covers it all. If you were marketing Pulp, you're going to market PulpMX. You're not going to market PulpMX Fantasy because PulpMX Fantasy goes into PulpMX. So you're just going to market the umbrella, not the single little item. Because if they find PulpMX, the hope is that they'll find
Yeah, but there's also we do market PulpMX Fantasy. It has its own Instagram account and everything else.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean.
Coca-Cola Zero Sugar has a big marketing thing going on. So your point is failing.
Yeah.
Do we know if Cherry Coke has an Instagram account?
They have nothing.
I'm just trying to check. No.
So, McStovepipe wants to comment.
There's a lot of porn stars on Instagram that go by Cherry Coke 01, Cherry Coke 95. Oh. There's a lot of that.
Okay.
So that maybe is hurting your product.
McStovepipe.
Yeah, Cherry Coke's like the best thing ever.
Thanks, bro. I agree. Thank you. Yeah.
There's a pizza place probably, I don't know, a mile down the road from me that still has it in the fountain.
Dude.
And that's the best way to have it.
Oh,
it's not as good as it. It's good in the fountain and the bottle. In the can, it's not as good. I feel like.
No, I don't really drink the bottle, but the fountain cherry Coke at Del Taco, dude. Fuck, it's good.
Yep.
It's good.
Dude, I'm with you.
Yep.
I'm definitely with you.
I probably eat Del Taco way more than I want to, but I do it for the cherry Coke.
Why not just go in there and get a drink?
That's a waste of time.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, McStovepipe.
All right.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I got a couple other things.
Yeah.
If you got time.
Yeah, we got time.
Lewis and Kellen.
Yep. LVK show.
They're probably the next best thing after you and Weege.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
I think they are the next Steve and Weege.
You know why they work? Because there's equal amount of YouTube hate for each of them.
Probably.
So you know that they're both reaching people because they have haters on both of them, which is great.
Yeah, and Lewis, you got to stop reading the comments. I know you stopped and dialed it back, but don't read them. They're a bunch of idiots. They're all fucking stupid, and you guys are the smart ones. And I don't know. I know it's probably hard not to read them, but you guys know what you're talking about, and you can tell all those other guys to go eat shit pretty much.
It is true that I need to stop, but it really fucks me off when there's a comment that is purely about the accent. Because then I'm like, well, it doesn't matter what I do, does it? I could be the best fucking journalist the world has ever seen. Doesn't matter.
You're not.
No, could be. But it's if it's oh, I don't like Lewis because of this. It's like, well, I can get better. Accent talk, no. And it's just like, well, just fucking don't listen then.
It's stupid.
Why leave that comment? There's fucking someone on LVK that leaves the same comment every week saying, I can't stand anything with Lewis in. And it's like, you're commenting every week, so you're clearly listening. You're returning to a show.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But people are fucking idiots, and we all get it. And I just look when I get bored, and then I see some fucking idiots.
There's a Kellen army, and there's a Lewis army. And it's great. Yeah.
There's one guy that comments on every Pulp video that I mentioned on. There was a show I wasn't on, but you said my name, and he left the same hate comment about me.
Wow.
Found the guy's YouTube channel. I've never seen... I don't know how to frame it nicely, so I've never seen... Some people shouldn't be allowed to have YouTube channels.
Yeah, probably.
It's like a plank of wood trying to run a vlog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
also,
look in the mirror.
How do we feel about Kellen not streaming the MX Simulator races anymore?
This is news
after
to
10 years.
us.
I did not know this. I thought this was one of his things he was doing.
Have you guys ever watched him commentate one of these races, him and Andrew Wood?
I have not.
Guys, you missed out. Do you remember him talking about that one guy who was cheating in the one race or whatever?
Yeah.
And Kellen said he went off. You guys got to go watch that because Kellen kind of blew up about it, and it was kind of out of character for him, but it was such good entertainment.
I would like to see Kellen lose his shit.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, because that whole race was absolute bullshit. What that guy did was such a bitch move. But yeah, that's the one race I would have you guys back.
That's why I put him on for the LCQ race, right? To call it.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really, really good. And I've been watching him almost every Wednesday for the past 10 years. He's been commentating that silly little dirt bike game that we all play. But yeah, it's kind of sad. And shout out to Kellen and Lewis because I think they're going to be the next big things. And you and Weege and JT are on the way out here soon.
Yep.
So
wow. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
All right, love you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's another edition of Gamer Corner.
Yeah, unexpected.
Yeah.
We're not really maybe the people for that, but I think we held our own there.
We like Keller.
Yeah. We like his family. Kind of one without the other.
He's joining the Army.
He's joining the Army or the Navy
Yep.
or the Air Force.
Right.
He could be part of this first responder day.
He would be, yeah. No, he'd be Memorial Day. It's not just for...
Oh.
I feel like it's for all soldiers.
But then again, he probably wouldn't fare well in the army, so maybe he would be part of this.
Lewis, so anyways, back to the cherry Coke.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we were doing
Sophie, get on it.
Yeah, I realised I probably shouldn't have fucking used the name, should I?
Why?
Your listeners are weird.
Okay.
Some of them.
Tell Sophie.
Well, I could have used a fake name.
Yeah, see, that's not even her name. So if she wants to get promoted in her marketing company, bring in a cherry Coke campaign, FaceTime me with the Coke executives. I'll make the plea. They'll see the passion in the eyes, and she'll be the big star.
Except your audio will just be wind. You'll lose all credibility.
It's too soon, man.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, in times of financial uncertainty, how do you stay on track?
I don't. I actually tend to lose my mind quite quickly and head into a deep, dark hole.
Well, call on someone who has invested in your success. Brian Stone, former privateer hero, Edward Jones financial advisor. He's there to help you. He'll work to build a complete picture of your financial life, including your unique goals and passions.
So he would cater to your cherry Coke goal and passion.
Mm-hmm. 816-761-4066. Brian Stone, Edward Jones, member SIPC. Helping out Dark, I think.
One of the funnier times me and you, or you and I, have had on this show is when you read that, said about Dark, and then we theorized how funny it would be that you introduced Dark to a fake financial advisor who takes all his money. I still think about that every time you read that, and it makes me chuckle to myself.
Yeah. Good times. I still like the wash base.
Yeah. There's been a lot. There's honestly been a lot.
Glaucoma?
Yes, for some reason I forget about glaucoma.
Speaking of the award-winning LVK show, Esto's on 3. He's got a suggestion. What's up, Esto?
Hey, real quick, suggestion for the other guy, for
the other guy, yeah.
Not Lewis.
Kellen.
I completely forgot. Kellen, yes, sir. He spends a lot of time and always mentions the time he has for the topics and then moving on to our next topic, and it kind of kills the flow of the show. It's kind of like starting an article by saying, today I'm going to talk about blah, 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 blah. It kind of, I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but he'll say like, oh, time is running out for this segment, or on to our next segment. Kind of,
Well, that was sort of the original theory, was a sort of a first take type of show, ESPN First Take.
No, but
not First Take, sorry, PTI, pardon the interruption.
I can recognize what Esto is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a bit too rigid in that way, or it's too.
Kellen, rigid?
That's me.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Rigid is a good word for it, actually.
Like maybe you can play into the time without explaining it so cut and dry to the listener, so the listener's like, yeah, I'm kind of just trusting you to kind of manage the show. I don't need to know that you're managing the show.
Yeah, it kind of tunes you out, when you're listening to you guys talk, and then all of a sudden he goes, well, that's it for that.
Yeah, like you can just get to the end of the topic and then go, time's up.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than tease the time coming up and then explain. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but other than that, show's great. I enjoy listening to it. Thanks to all the pulp content. It's all great. So,
thanks, man.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. LVK show's going well. Thanks to the sponsors for that. We got Liat, we got Race Tech, we got Namira, and we got Partzilla on there. And big PRMX Julian meeting.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you. I spoke to him at the end of the day as well.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
There we go.
So I'm doing more than you at this point.
Not really. I stop in there all the time.
Okay.
More than Kellen.
I'm doing more than I was.
Okay. Fair enough. Good job. Thanks.
You know what?
Thanks for expanding your horizons.
All you can do is compete against yourself.
Yep.
You can't worry about what other people are doing.
You know what they say? If you catch a porcupine, you'll get a microwave. Right?
I don't know why these tickle me so much.
That's what they say.
Yeah. I just like the fact that you never know what's coming and it can literally be anything.
Right.
I do enjoy that.
All right. All right. Are we good on Cherry Coke?
I think so.
Okay. We get that fixed, right?
Yeah, we can. I think, you know what? You did magical things with Chick-fil-A. This can be your new thing.
4.4% compared to 2.4% growth in the last 5 years.
Why don't you start an Instagram
account? And Nick and Tits are Cherry Coke fans.
Okay, friendly advice. When you're doing your meeting and you're pitching to the executives, when you talk about your friends, maybe don't use the name Tits.
Okay. Pete.
Because formal setting, so maybe just shape up. Maybe not a W T-shirt as well.
Motorsport launches 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes, 15 weeks of giveaways, and a Yamaha YZ450F Grand Prize. We got these guys involved. Works Connections got prizes at Cherubies, Yamaha, Fly Racing, Motorsport.com. Go through the banner to help us out. Go enter the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. It's free to enter, Motorsport.com. Great prices, OEM and aftermarket parts. And this is the Motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Tits. I know Joe is the early runner for interview of the day.
Yep.
But the cup holders comment from Haarup
yes.
is up there.
Yeah, that
so
was
many
really
cup holders.
Weird. That was honestly, I meant to bring that up when he hung up,
and then the seats, you can recline the seats all the way.
And there's still room behind him.
Yeah.
Like, why is he doing that? Because, like, I'm not sure I've ever done that in a car.
All right, these questions submitted at PulpMX show on the Twitter, and the Tits reads them.
Yes.
Motorsport.com.
First one is from Studio Cat. For you, Big Lou, what's your plan to better prepare the season for just walking around the really hot nationals?
I think I've already done it. I was on a solid gym program until I got sick, and now I'm kind of lost all of that, but never mind. I'm hydrated. Got 2 bottles of water here. I've got days to prepare for Hangtown.
You weren't walking around Paula with the big jug in your hands. Are you going to do the big jug again?
I don't think so. I think I'm better prepared.
Okay.
You can have a sombrero?
No, hats don't suit me.
So he says he can't wear hats. His head's too big.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, you can wear hats.
No, my head's too big for a hat. It looks like a fat man wearing a medium T-shirt. Like it's just bursting off.
I disagree.
I'd love to wear. Honestly, my biggest regret of my life.
Can we get you a hat right now?
There's one there.
Where?
Behind you. The biggest.
That one's.
Yeah, that one's terrible. The biggest regret of my life is I think hats look really cool. Should I take this off? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna.
I think hats.
Lewis is gonna put on a hat here for the first time.
I think hats look really cool, and I have always dreamt of wearing hats, and I've put them on in stores because I'm like, oh, that's how and then I look in the mirror and I slowly trudge away.
Okay, we're gonna put this hat on. It's a Matthes hat, and yeah, you look fine.
No, that's it.
You look fine.
As someone else who suffers from large head syndrome, the bottom of the hat is far too far above his ears. Makes him look like a ginormous person wearing a children's hat.
Really?
Yep. I know what it's like.
Yeah, you have the same issue?
I have the same issue, yes.
So the fat man in a medium T-shirt is actually quite accurate.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Some people just don't care, but if you want a hat to look proper...
Yeah, you're fine. Now you're giving him a complex.
No, I'm solidifying his complex.
So we haven't resolved any trauma here today. In fact, we've added to it, which is, of course, not the goal of therapy. But this was a topic in a Chase Sexton Lewis Phillips interview.
Okay.
Randomly in the interview, he stopped talking about the race and went, "Why don't you wear hats?" And we got into this.
Yeah.
So this has gone public, this saga.
I'll tell you what. I see some goofy-looking... like sombrero / fisherman's hats / whatever, but I think that's the one to wear when it's hot. Like it looks dumb, but dude, you protect all your face, your neck, everything. Like
it's so big, you don't have to worry about the fat man medium shirt syndrome.
Yeah, but honestly, genuinely, like maybe it's dumb, but I do really care about like how I look, how I'm perceived. Like I think in my position as someone who's trying to gain credibility, I think how I look is quite important to these riders, so I don't look like just another loser.
Yeah, but if you have a hat that's functional for sun, I think everybody will accept that.
I don't think that's cool because then it looks like, oh, look who's really taking the sun very seriously.
Well, the sun is... you need to take the sun seriously. People die. People die from the sun.
That's true. But I choose...
death over...
I choose death.
Cool over death.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. From the lacrosse defense coach, comments from you guys on the MXGP track prep so far.
Oh, that's really random.
Yeah.
It's been normal for MXGP. I can't think of anything that especially stands out. A couple of ruts in each turn. Fastest line is normally the inside. Kozar was, of course, terrible, but if you're looking at track prep only, it was really muddy. They've had a lot of rain this year, so they haven't been able to do much other than save the tracks. I think we've had 2 or 3 dry races, so I think it's been par for the course. Fine.
I look forward to Jeffrey winning Latvia. and getting my cherry Coke.
You can count on it.
From Adam Wheeler, On Track Off Road. Who is Lewis's favorite podcast cohort?
Well, at risk of sounding like I'm pandering to the question, it's Adam Wheeler.
Oh, poor Kellen.
And poor Michael Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
No, the MXGP podcast, I said it loads on here. The MXGP podcast is really good. I really like the chemistry on it, and I like the fact I feel like it very much. I described it to someone like this at the weekend. To me, it's a type of podcast where it sounds like you're just eavesdropping on two people sat in a coffee shop. Like, it's that relaxed and flows that nicely, which is kind of my priority with podcasts.
Wheeler doesn't have all the hot takes, though, does he?
No, he's quite good.
Okay.
Like, he calls, like, that's what I like.
But there's some takes we've heard in the press box.
Yes, he doesn't go that far.
Okay.
But, like, I have hot takes, and he'll call me an idiot, and I like that. Like, I think you need that back and forth.
Right.
I learned a new term recently, which is my new mantra for my work. Edutainment. Mix of education and entertainment. And that's what we're trying to do on these podcasts.
Is that what I do?
Yeah.
Okay. Ridiculousness.
And occasionally, amazingly, you do have some insight.
Right.
But, yeah, I think that's, like... I think podcasts with no chemistry, and when, like, the two people aren't jiving, it just is very dry and bland. Like, there are some moto... I listen to pretty much every moto podcast because I'm a fan, first and foremost, but there are some I stay away from, despite the fact that I know the content is quality because it's too stiff and it's too formal.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we get in trouble as well, where sometimes if a show's in a lull or a show's starting to die down, we'll just say a hot take to kind of pipe it back up. But then people take it too seriously. And
I've always been, like, and JT and I go at it because he's so dry and wants to be right all the time and be so serious. And I'm like, look, we could have that conversation. I can break down line selection and bike setup and fork setup, but that's not that exciting. So I like to entertain or make people laugh. And so things I say, like, do I really believe Jeffrey Hurling's season's been a disaster? No. Not really.
Do I really believe a Yamaha are drunk at the wheel?
Right.
No.
No, but this is entertainment.
Yeah, like this would be such a drag of a 5 hours if it was like,
right.
I'd like to counter your opinion about Jeffrey Hurling's with.
I really think Eli's third turn on the fifth lap. I think that line was really, really great. And
realistically, if we wanted to have a podcast that is unanimously popular, we would sit here and go, yeah, Jet and Eli are 50-50 for the title. Both can win it equally because then everyone's happy.
Yeah.
But that's just bland.
I don't like it.
From Cross Rutted, considering Prado finished 6th overall, does that mean someone like AP Hunter or J. Coop would be title contenders?
Absolutely. 1-1. 1-1, all of them.
Counter?
No.
Seeing as Guillaume went, or Patrell got 10th overall, does that mean...
He wasn't getting 10th in MXGP.
No.
Right.
You can spin it whatever way you want.
Yeah, you really can.
Like, Prado could have won and Patrell could have got 18th. And
that's
those
why
two
all those arguing on social media and going back and forth is so dumb.
Yeah.
It's different tracks, different people, different everything.
Like Haarup said, he was surprised how rough the track got.
Right.
That doesn't mean the tracks don't get rough in Europe, but they get a different rough.
Yeah.
And you get accustomed to that, which means that all of these riders will go there and be caught out by that. Like, it's not apples to apples, and despite us all wanting it to be that, it never will be.
From Michael, any chance Eli could do a PulpMX deal and bring some monster money to subsidize?
No, they tried. I guess Yamaha said to Club, like, hey, we're not going to give you the factory parts. So Club was talking to him, but not going to happen.
From Brandon Marler, what's more likely? Prado gets top 3 in the outdoor series points, so end of year, or Steve makes it through his regional to Loretta's?
Prado.
Yeah, Prado, I mean, there's going to be injuries.
Yeah.
And Prado can get third in the points with 5s and 4s and 7s and 3s. You know, like, I have no idea about your regional chances.
Well, I rode the amateur day, and I need to find some speed. So it's.
I don't know.
We have a tough climb ahead of us.
To me, 9-10 with all of the ages sounds like you're a shoo-in.
No, because not my whole class was there.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, but your class will only have like 7 people in it, won't it?
Probably 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Top 4. Go.
Realistically, do you want to make it?
I do.
Okay.
Just to have the goal.
Okay.
You know that I did it, but
could you not? Would it not scratch the itch if you make it and then just don't go? Because you've made it.
No, you got to finish the week. You got to finish the job. But I can promise you, it'll be one and done.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going back. Like, it'd be like some sort of Loretta Lynn's Warrior.
Yeah.
But it just would be like, I've lost some weight. I'm riding more, and it would be a nice goal to be like, yeah, I made Loretta's. But I need the way I rode. I gotta find some seconds. I gotta ride better.
Well,
at the regional. So.
Tough timing for you because you really needed Hangtown to redeem yourself with the wind issues.
Yes, I will be redeeming myself at Thunder Valley,
which is known for some wind.
Yes.
So just a true test.
Buckle up.
From the voice of the drunken people, panic button in order of severity: J-Mart, Faulkner, Sexton, Kitchen, Thrasher.
I really thought Prado was going to be on that list. Thought that was where we were leading. Can I have the names again?
J-Mart, Faulkner, Sexton, Kitchen, Thrasher.
Well, Thrasher, I think, is the top, just because he didn't even finish.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at the Yamaha PR.
And I think Sexton will. He tweeted that, or he Instagrammed that he'll be back. Sexton's going to win races and stuff, I think. So, I mean, his championship is done, but.
Yeah, I don't know if any of those riders are necessarily panic button. Maybe
Yeah.
I'd go Kitchen. I can't find a PR.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Thrasher is hurt, so there's nothing there. Sexton definitely doesn't need a panic button. He just crashed out. J-Mart maybe. Kitchen maybe.
No, we need to see more from Jim. Another week.
And then who was the fifth?
Faulkner.
I think Faulkner was like low-key okay. 6th in the first qualifying session.
Okay.
Crashed twice in the second moto and still got 22nd.
Okay.
Had stitches in the leg between motos. It wasn't great, but a 6th in qualifying said something to me about the fact that there's something to work with.
From Danny, will Chase pull a Webb and check out on KTM and go to Cowie for Super Motocross?
No, definitely not.
No.
I think he even rides KTM at the Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, I think he would as well.
Yep.
Because he does care about the nations and...
Well...
Where did you see that he Instagrammed that he'll be back? He hasn't posted since the race.
Nate? Nate Thrasher didn't?
Oh, I thought you meant Sexton.
No.
Okay.
There is that other yeah.
Yes. But despite the other thing...
It's going to get smoothed over.
And I know, like last year, I know he really cared about the nations.
Yeah, no, he does. He cares, absolutely. So.
And it's his home race, and
yeah.
He cares. He'll be there.
So I think he rides at KTM there.
Yes.
Even though it'll be in October.
Yes.
Right.
He'll do it.
Right. All right. Thanks, Drizzy, for the YouTube money, by the way.
Sorry about that. From MX Gerald, for you, Steve, with Anderson saying it's factory bike or nothing, will we see him on a Ducati or a Triumph next year?
He said that in my interview.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Okay.
I asked him about next year and said, are we certain you're not retiring? He said, I don't want to retire, I want to race, but also I'm not going to ride for just like a B team.
Okay.
I said to him, so basically what you're saying is riding around in 10th isn't enough to justify the grind, the effort, blah, blah, blah. And he said, yeah, and then caught himself and went, well, I don't mind riding around in 10th if I'm with a program that's developing and building and I know is building towards the top 5, which to me was like a Ducati flair.
Right.
Hey! Which is why I'm now on the I think Anderson could go to Ducati. But yeah, he all but said he's out of Cowie.
I know Hep's talking to him, and I know Tedder is.
Yeah, and Club was, but that isn't happening.
Oh, that's not? Okay.
Oh, I thought... Did we not know that?
I don't know.
Okay, I thought Club's out.
Okay.
Because I think Club is talking to Barsha now, I think? I don't know.
From Elliot Huckle, Lewis, what's your view and opinion on the future of UK motocross talent?
It's bleak.
Conrad Muse.
He's...
I'm kidding.
It's bleak. We've got Billy Askew in EMX 250, and he's good, and he's improving, and I'm impressed with his progress this year. But is he going to be a Tommy Searle? No. Could he be a Oriole Oliver? Sure. But like, he's not going to be a Ben Watson. He's not going to... But he'll be a GP rider, I'm certain of that. I just don't think there's hype of like world champion talk and the next Tommy Searle. But people don't realise how good Tommy was and is, and yeah, Tommy's a whole nother level. There's a 65 or 85 kid called Harry Dale, I want to say, who's meant to be like...
Potter?
Maybe. He's meant to be like next level. I think he left England really early and has been living in Holland and racing all those championships. Like, he's meant to be ridiculous.
Parabino's told me about him because the rental guys know about him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's meant to be the next big thing. But apart from Askew and Dale,
right,
there's not really much coming. And Askew's on a 250 and Dale's on a 65. So we're sporadic talent.
From Randy Camino, what makes for a better national, elevation or dirt quality?
Dirt quality.
Dirt quality.
Okay. From Mike, why do some riders completely stop riding when they retire, as in when interviewed they say they haven't ridden in years?
Because they don't want to ride.
Yeah, and some people can't.
JT, for example.
Some people can't turn it off and just ride for fun. Like, they don't trust themselves to do that. So it's almost like if I do this, I'm going to try too hard and it's going to turn into something I don't want it to be.
By the way,
almost like an addiction.
Max Hansi, another surgery.
Yeah, so I was laughing at him because his Instagram post was ridiculous. Because his Instagram post basically said, "Oh, I'm sorry that my leg's still broken. Oh, sorry." Which is ridiculous. He got some bad advice, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, he did. Of course he did.
Yeah, he was told not to have surgery because maybe I'm saying too much, but it doesn't matter. The break was like perfectly between the knee and the ankle, so it wasn't affecting any joints. So they were like, "There's no real need for surgery." Whereas I guess Eli's was lower. So too close to the ankle, so needed surgery. It was the scan, like 5 weeks on, 6 whatever, was still like there was barely any improvement, and the doctor said, "Oh, it could be like that your entire career. Like, it may just always be like this." So he started riding again with it like this, and it didn't feel any better. It didn't get any better. So then randomly, the doctor did another scan and said, "Yeah, I think you just need to have surgery."
It's unbelievable.
So he went to Vale.
Same doctor.
Yeah, to my knowledge, yeah. He went to Vale this past weekend. He got back to Tallahassee today. 6 weeks until he's on a turn track and 8 weeks until he's on.
Yeah, just destroyed his nationals.
Yeah, and SMX, because realistically, he's not going to be 100%.
Yeah, unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, he basically
when he
wasted
came to the race, wherever we were, and said, "I'm not having surgery, I'm going to start riding soon." And I'm like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, because the doctors were telling him,
your legs, I know, yeah. I'm just like, "Your leg's broken."
Yeah, the doctor said to him, after Birmingham, he left in a cast or whatever, with crutches, and the next day he got a scan, and the doctor said, "So were you racing this weekend?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "No." And that day, the day after Birmingham, the doctor said, "Yeah, you can start cycling or running if you want." And it's like, the scan is gnarly. Like, everyone saw. I don't think Max ever shared his scan, but Eli's was shared, and Max's was like much gnarlier as far as a visible break. So yeah, weird.
From Adam Wise, who wins a moto first this outdoors, Prado or Tomac?
Yeah, man.
Tomac or Steve?
Fuck, man.
I'll go Prado. No.
Okay.
Tomac.
Next question.
From Alex, what do we have to do in order to get the WMX races on Saturday?
We leave it up to Dark.
Yeah, Dark will do it. Dark will figure it out. No, there's no time. There's no time, man. We had a 50-minute intermission today, or on Paula. Like, that's it. There's no time for motos.
Yeah, it's fucked.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Sounded good, though.
That's old news, right?
I will apologize for nothing. Do you see what time it is?
Oh, I actually didn't notice.
Yeah, well, I did.
Motorsport.com tweeted tits. He pulled a shoot early.
Well, there is a topic that we didn't raise.
Oh.
Joshua Boaz.
Oh, yeah.
You lead. This was your...
Well, we stood in the manager's tower watching the mechanics, and it's hilarious. And was he the one who did that, though?
Yes.
I don't think he's the guy who did that.
Well, he was a rider. I looked.
No, but so one mechanic, I don't know if it was that guy's mechanic.
I'm 90% certain it was his.
A guy's getting lapped, and Jet is lapping him, and the mechanic puts the board out, does the 2 fingers to his eyes, and points at Jet. Like, follow him, man. Or look what he's doing. Either one. Jet is gone. This dude couldn't see Jet. It's like me and Jet. I just had to laugh.
This guy basically saw Jet pull a rabbit out of a hat. That's for the quickness.
This guy wanted his guy to follow Jet or watch Jet or anything. Guy, Jet is gone. He is no longer able to follow or see Jet Lawrence.
I like to think that the mechanic was like, so? What did you learn? And he was like, yeah, he's good, man.
Yeah,
he's really fast.
Right.
My favourite was, I don't know who it was, but there was a rider in 34th in one of the motos. And his mechanic put on a pit board, kill them all. Just like that seems a little broad. Like maybe just kill 33rd.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if Jet or Deegs is really within the range.
As you go further, and this happened in my area too, when you go back further to privateers, they're writing novels on the pit board or inspirational quotes. And the factory guys are like, here's your lap time, plus or minus, you know what to do. And then as you go further back, it's kill them all, it's watch Jet Lawrence, it's dig deep, follow lines outside now.
Outside, inside, sector 3, plus a gear.
Right. It was great. It was great to watch that.
But yes, the greatest outcome from Parlour is that after my struggles with the outdoors, I found my place.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm much happier now.
Yeah.
Went up to the top of the manager's tower for the first time. I'm happy.
But then you disappeared.
Well, I had to go back. I can't watch. I watched 450 Moto 2 from closer to the pits because I have that thing I do.
Oh. So you have to do that? Right away?
Because otherwise I'm like up until 2 a.m.
Oh.
And it's like I can't think straight, you know?
Okay.
But no, that was a massive breakthrough for me, and that's where you'll find me every single week.
All right. Well, good to hear. So this weekend in Hangtown.
Yep.
That's where it'll be. With no Keller and no Steve.
Yeah, the first race this year where it's just me and not the three amigos.
Mm-hmm.
Thank fuck.
All right. First thing that comes to your mind. You ready?
Yep.
Motorsport.com.
The tweet segment.
Fly Racing.
Coonan.
Decal Works.
My post-race stuff.
Race Tech.
Rant.
X-Brand Goggles.
What was that?
I thought you said Ran.
Oh.
Yeah. X-Brand Goggles.
Kevin Strybos in 2012.
Renthal.
Paul.
Michelin.
Randy.
Acherbis.
The no longer used track markers.
I know.
/ controversy.
Wow.
Rival.
If I'm Acherbis, I'm just writing the president and being like, really? Really? Like, they look like ours? We invented them?
They must have patented it.
I don't know. Think so.
There must be like a difference in the...
We should try to stab RJ and see if it feels any differently.
Is this better? As he's bleeding out. I don't think this one works, guys.
Firepower.
Max Anstey last year.
Maxima.
SE1.
Pro Filter.
Maxima.
Cardo Systems.
Apparently you can talk to someone while they're dying.
Yes. OGO Power Sports. I didn't do the OGO read.
No, you didn't.
They were supposed to send me a code for some sort of sale. A-Ray failed, though. Pulp 15, code to save at OGO Power Sports. Check them out. Roller bags, gear bags, laptop bags, all of that stuff. Great guys. OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save. All right. Renegade.
Will Hahn.
Atlas neck brace.
The boots.
Yeah, they got new boots.
Yeah.
Entry-level boots. Good job. Guts Racing.
Seats.
Twisted Tea.
I'm twisted.
Works Connection.
Start device.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
There's another job in Texas for Dark.
Mm-hmm. WUSA.
Wheels.
Get Data.
Truman.
Fox Factory Vehicles.
Are you giving away a truck or not?
We're not.
Okay.
Factory Chassis Parts.
FCP.
Wiseco Piston.
Race-winning brands.
Troll Train.
Amart.
MTX Braking.
Not the same MTX braking that makes motocross parts.
Okay. Luxon.
Clamps.
Ethica.
I really want an Ethica shipment.
I can get you one.
Really?
I think.
I'll do something for it.
Yeah.
Like I'll start something.
Okay.
Like I'll
Will you just post it on social?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a TikToker now.
Yeah.
At Lewis Phillips 71 on TikTok.
And LVK.
Yeah, and LVK. But at Lewis Phillips 71 on TikTok. I'm a TikToker now. There's a insightful Tomac TikTok, and then there's a funny TikTok as well. I'm gonna do it all.
TikTok.
I think you need a new
thing.
Yeah. Again,
Okay.
when you talk to the Cherry Coke people, you need more than one idea.
Okay. All right. Interview of the night: Joe Shimoda,
Honestly.
Jason Thomas.
It's
Mikkel Haarup, Phil Nicoletti,
or Jeff
Keckelberg.
Jeff. I'm amazed by the Joe interview. Honestly amazed.
Yeah.
Well done to all involved.
That's me and Joe.
No, honest. I can't say enough good things about Joe.
Okay. Wow, you're coming around. I like it.
And we cleared up the sushi thing.
Yep.
Which maybe reinforces to people who you should trust. So that's great. We're all in. Joe, well done.
Nick, interview of the night.
Well, let it be known who got the best Joe interview.
Yeah, me.
You did.
Yep.
And me.
I'm not gonna lie. I had backup questions ready for you guys if you ran out.
No, man.
Oh, we could have gone for hours.
I mean, honestly.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Tits, interview of the night.
What?
Okay, fantastic.
That was a vote for Jeff.
I love the passion that Tits shows every week. It's incredible. The man.
You see what time it is?
Lives and breathes moto.
I feel like he was quite engaged all show, though.
You do?
Yeah. When his mic was off, I heard him laugh a few times. He had a good time.
He laughed at the statement.
Oh.
The statement made him laugh.
It was good. I was listening, though.
I think you should frame it.
Leave it here. Yeah. We'll leave it.
Put it right next to Tony.
Will
Leslie's,
Chase sign that at
contract.
Hangtown?
Yeah, sure.
Get a sign and I'll put it in the studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of stuff between me and Chase that could scare him. I'll admit, I crossed the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might have done it.
Oh.
I think we might have found a limit.
Okay.
Which is interesting because I wondered where
the
that was.
limit was, and now we found it.
I think we found
well,
it.
you got me to blame.
Yeah.
I asked you for the statement. PulpMX gives back. We're giving away a YZ 450. Check it out. All the money goes to injured riders also. Appreciate that. And Lewis, good job. Thanks for coming in.
I think we had a good show.
A good show.
Always fun.
Always fun.
Feels like we could go for hours. I feel like, yeah, but always good.
Yep.
I'll come back anytime.
All right, we'll get you back in here.
Maybe July the 28th.
Yeah, there we go. We got a flight already. Maybe get Keller come in.
Yeah, I haven't done it with Kellen in a long time.
Yeah.
Because
then that would mean gamer corner.
Yeah, I'll come back alone.
Okay. All right, thank you to Swisscore and Kellen for all the help behind the scenes, Pookie as well, and all of our guests, all of our listeners. Kirst Kiefer in studio next week. We'll do a regional wrap-up, Ducati wrap-up, because he's in Italy right now riding it. What's the date next week?
You're not good with those.
Yeah, he can talk about it, I think, next week. So lots to get into when it comes to the Ducati and Hangtown and my regional and all of that next show. Sophie Phillips will be in as well at some point.
Would you like me to write a statement for you if you don't qualify?
Yes.
Okay.
I would, yeah. Maybe a statement. No, just if I don't, yeah.
Yeah.
Neither. If I qualify then. Yeah.
If you qualify, the statement will start with hear ye.
Yeah. Okay. So appreciate everybody listening and watching. Use the codes, please, with our sponsors and partners. That really would help us. And Lewis Phillips, thank you again. I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
Lame. There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Complete